We're coming back. God damn it. Yeah, I'm back. Motherfucking Comcast, pay you so much. Ah, we went over to get it, I missed it. It's right there. It's a canyon, something like that. He died. I'm back, though. I got better. I died, but I got better. Fucking Comcast with this, like, dropping my connection for 45 seconds once every 3 hours. Fucking motherfuckers. We're back, though, right? You guys can see me? Let me just double check. On mine, there was a network error. Please try again. That's not happening. Now it's happening. This isn't happening. Stream ended 49 seconds ago. It really didn't, though. It really didn't. If I reload, see if that's... You're live. The internet can totally see you right now. But there we go. Okay. Thank you, you motherfucking piece of shit. This stream brought to you by Comcast. Internet connectivity when we feel like it. And just incredible rates, amounts of money that you pay for it to get service that doesn't nearly rival what you would get for much less pretty much anywhere else in the civilized world. Welcome back, though. So we've got that in place. The last little touch on the assembly of this space station would be moving this to where it was designed to go, which is between these two. And I think I do want to do that. Before we do that, though, we need to make sure that the tow truck doesn't, you know, float away completely. So with SAS only, let's point back at the station there and get me heading in its general direction. Not too fast, please, because this isn't something that I really have a place for yet. It's supposed to park on the end of some pieces that we're about to move. So at 0.3 meters per second, a little bit off angle. Hopefully that will just pass us by and be fine. I won't have to worry about it. I'll F5 from here. I'll go back over to the space station because what I want to do is get Spermy over there to push this around. Yeah, Spermy would do the next part of this mission. And this is Spermy, our little RCS monoprop drone, who has assembled most of the space station himself. A lot of the space station. Him and the tow truck were actually kind of 50-50 on it, but he's done a lot for us. I'd like to put more monoprop on there. Yeah, especially since the yellow ones are down and this is a heavy deal. But it's so much fucking effort to... Alright. And it might not work. F5. U. Here's the first four. U. Fucking U. Those are all the tanks that I want to fill with monoprop. And give me a full ball. If we still have a full ball anywhere on this ship. That's an empty ball. That's an empty ball. If I click you again, I can't drop you. There's no way for me to drop you. Cocksucker. Find me a ball. There's a full ball. That is one full ball right there. Now this almost certainly won't work. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to fill the yellows. Out. It's filling precisely one of those two tanks that are selected right now because this game sucks. Check your whispers later for some help with refueling, Sister Mason. What, you got a mod that would fix the fucking thing? Am I wrong and think the right way to do this is to put all together in the VAB, wrap it in a fairing, strap on more boosters, call it a day? To build this and move it out to the moon? Yes, you'd be very wrong. The amount of thrust that you'd need to lift all the weight of everything that they asked for all at once possibly doesn't exist in the base game. If it did, we aren't there in our R&D and our tech to be able to do it. I've switched back to TAC fuel balancer because of the bugs in the fuel transfer systems as Fosman. I really probably should. I saw people just before the space station, or before the stream went down, asking things. What is the space station for? Just for fun? They gave us a contract to do it, and it actually is kind of useful in that, F5 from here, F9, in that it works as a refueling platform for anybody who might want to, like, come out to the moon, slow down into the moon's SOI, hook up here, refuel, and then go on to deeper destinations. It has enabled us to do a number of missions on the moon by sending this little vessel that is just designed specifically to be from here to the moon and back on 1400 and some delta V for science missions and stuff like that. It is kind of we do it because it's fun to do, but you can make it somewhat useful in the game. The amount of time investment and money investment that you put into it can't really be justified to make it happen, but, completely justified, but it is just sort of, fun. It's fun, though, in it. So we got one of those yellow things refueled with a ball. I need another full ball, or fullish ball. You're not a fullish ball. You're not a fullish ball. You're a fullish ball. And then, if I can find I'm gonna guess it's you. And now I have to remember which ball was fullish. Well, fuck it, out. And it didn't work again, F9. This is 1.10.1. Apparently, the people who make the game have never tried to do a fuel transfer in their game, because this is just fucking here. Out from you. Basically, my experience with the fuel transfer is that if you right-click exactly what you want, and then right-click the other thing and then do it, it'll work. If you right-click something, then right-click another thing, and then drop those two, and then right-click it, it's probably not going to work. So you have to, load up the scene, click on exactly what you're going to do, know exactly what you're going to do, click on exactly those things, don't click anywhere else, and then click the out transfer button, and then it'll work. Any other circumstance where you're trying to figure out where to transfer from, you have a 30% chance of it actually functioning. From there, okay, I've clicked exclusively on that and nothing else. I don't want to, right-click over here because it'll break it. Possibly. Shit, I've clicked the wrong one. But maybe if I can get the other yellow, if I zoom in, probably wouldn't work. No. Wait, are you both full now? Surely you didn't fill that up. Alright, well now it's all ruined. But you, and you... Yeah, see? So what the fuck were you showing me that had 20? There's no way that had 20. So the one that's furthest on the end is the one that I want to use. So click it again from out here, and then Alt right-click this one, and then out. And it doesn't work, because I've clicked too many things too many times, and it's a broken system that doesn't function. And it's basically down to the memory of what you clicked last that gets confused and corrupted, and nobody who makes the game has noticed. Wonder why that is. I mean, it's fucking fuel transfer. Tell me that the goddamn forums aren't full of people going, hey, I don't know if you know this, but your fuel transfer system doesn't work for shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Well, I'll have to reload again because I didn't click the right ball. You have to save and reload to fix F5, F9. Yeah, I know that. It's what I'm doing, but it doesn't fix it. It's then down to you gotta click again. You know, if you click the wrong thing, you are where I want to transfer. Thank you. And then it's gotta be like this ball. Yes, out. Now this will work because I only clicked the two things that I wanted without any other clicks in there. It's fucked. And as far as I'm aware, it's not like a new bug. Is it a new bug? Did it just come around with the 1.10 update? And then they didn't patch it with the 1.10.1 patch? I don't think it's a new bug. I think it's been around for a while. Well, now you're almost here, though. So that's good. You're going to be passing by soon. All right. F5. It's good timing. It's just, you know, that's minutes of my life I don't get back because the people who designed the game haven't played the game. Undock. We should have enough monoprop, hopefully, to do this little thing that we want to do. So, first switch over into locked camera mode, then make sure we're controlling from the right direction. We should always be on this guy. Aim camera on that docking port. Thank you. And we want to go over there, so SAS on, a little bit of spin, RCS. This guy moves very quickly. Now, am I going to hit something that's above me? No. We're clear. H. N. Playing a little bit fast and loose there, aren't you, Pawn? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I love Spermy. He moves. He's so goddamn nimble, is what he is. Above. And then boom, boom, boom. Go into fine controls. And yeah, move me in. RCS off. Get turned down in the direction of the thing that I want to link up to, which is you. We've got space between us. RCS on. Okay. Go ahead and H in. Whoa! RCS off. Alright, Spermy is docked up to what he needs to be docked up to for the next maneuver here. God damn this game. Aim camera. What's on the docket today? We are just finishing up the space station assembly, reassembly, so to speak, with Spermy moving our fuel field out of the way so that we can put the Gigantors into the solar panel field where I wanted them to be, even though they could just be here and it'd be fine. Because I'm that guy. So I'll tell you what I'll do, actually, first is I will undock from here. Undock. You release that. And then Spermy can actually help to pull us away. Well, let's make sure that we're controlling from here. No, that's... You're part of my ship. Oh, I'm on this. I was on the wrong craft. Even though the camera seemed to be following this craft, it was not the correct control from there. And then RCS on, N. Just pull you away a bit. I see that you've drifted in a certain direction as well. Spermy, if you give me locked camera mode again, we are controlling from there. Then it looks like you're drifting down, I guess. So I'll give you a little bit of counterbalance on this. Set the target as that. There we go. Those controls are inverted and wrong, so fuck me. I played the hell out of the game and I use MechJeb, but only to do tedious stuff that I've done a billion times before. It makes it more fun to avoid the grind. I'm definitely, once I start going to Duna and Eve and shit like that, I'm definitely getting Kerbal Alarm Clock and letting it figure out when I'm supposed to leave, because the game failed to implement anyway to set up, you know, docking window or transfer windows. To either discover them naturally or to do them, you know, effectively and not just be sort of guessing and shit like that when you're supposed to stop and when would be a good time to leave. So I'll definitely be using some mods to take away the grind of setting up those maneuvers. I've considered putting MechJeb in just to fucking set up the transfer window things for those planets, because what the game has done for that, being nothing, is not quite satisfactory to me. Let's carry on, undock, and then switch over to Spermy's craft. Oh god, wait. Let me just have a look at you. Where are you in reference to the space station? Okay. 1.2 meters per second in the wrong direction, or, you know, passing by us on that. On that. Sure. You know what I'm gonna do? What are you gonna do, Pawn? Slow you down, drive you in toward us at 1 meters per second on that guy, just to make sure he doesn't go away. Spermy, where you at? Is that my Spermy? That's my Spermy, and he's got the piece that we want to hook up to the space station attached to his face. SAS on. We're in fine controls. Good. Drag you down. I'll tell you what, we're going to go ahead and retract these solar panels for the safety so I don't break them off while I'm trying to move them around. RCS off. Nose you down. Are we still in locked camera mode? Oh. Oh my god, that's so nice when the game occasionally remembers what you told it to do several seconds ago. That doesn't usually happen. I'm happy for it today, though. There you go, and then you... control from here, aim camera, so forth and so on. Wow. Very, very close pass of that, isn't it? So over here... Whoa! Yep, sure. Let's just slow down, fellas. SAS and RCS fighting. Shoot down on the correct level. We're good behind us? Yeah, we're good behind us. Down over here, and I do want to come to a full and complete stop before we go docking, because I want to decide whether or not to have... Well, no, I'll just put these in line with the other solar panels, and then I do want to make a decision. I do want to make a decision about whether or not the fuel field is going to be aligned in the direction that it was before, or at a 90 to the way that it was before. Swear I told you to aim camera there. Are we still? Are we? I guess we are. Stop fighting me, RCS. N. Just stop for a second, please. RCS off. Make sure that these are aligned nicely. They look nice. RCS back on. A little bit of twist. RCS off. That looked good. That looked like a very good connection. Let's see, so it's down here, right? Aim the camera there. And if I were to redeploy them... I'm not going to redeploy them right now because we still got to reattach the fuel field, but that looks good. That looks like a very good attachment point. In your station mock-up at the KSC, you had the tanks at 90 to the panels. Yeah, and I might have decided to do it the other way, to have them flat. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? How would it look best? Am I gonna try and push this around? Yeah, you can push this around with Spermy. No! Fuck! RCSH. I detached him from the wrong place. And now he's controlling from the wrong place and shit. F9. Surely I pressed F5 when I did that. It's just, I accidentally clicked. Don't annoy me with this shit. Just be there, have it attached. We're all good. Good, we are. Yes, we are. Thank you. Clicked on the wrong fucking node to decouple. You, over there, undock. And switch to Spermy. Alright. You do have lights, by the way, Spermy, you could turn on. How are we doing on electric charge? We've been on the dark side the entire time that we're assembling. It's always dark whenever I'm doing anything in this goddamn game. Locked mode. Thank you. Make sure we're... SAS, control from here, aim camera here. I would say a 90 to the panels to not block your solar panels from the sun. Yeah, the way that I designed it. I already know what it looks like that. Sometimes you just move the furniture around because you want to move the furniture around, you know? It's stupid, Pawn. Why'd you even ask my opinion? No, I'm just, yes. something, and the other, and justification. Gonna need you. So Spermy, get us over to him. Generally speaking, you can come in above him. Get me there. Get me there, Spermy. You got all kinds of monoprop. You're a nimble little dude. You can do it. It's all up to you, okay? I'll slow us down, go back to fine controls. RCS. Uh-oh. Okay, managed to not bump into him, because I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't lined up for the final connection shot there. Let's do this like this, I think. So get me more or less like so. RCS, I think I need to N away a touch, and then we can go up. Over here, a little bit more twist, and then a little bit more like that. RCS back on. Ooh, the sun! It's come out tomorrow. turn your lights off then. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just a little bit more twist for there. RCS back on, a little bit like that. RCS back off. And we're connected to the fuel field that was a-driftin'. Where's the space station now? That's the tow truck. Where's the space station now? Where's the space station now? Hit me out to the tow truck because I think he's gone past again. We need you to come back toward us, friend. Okay. That's rather fast toward the space station, honestly. Rather fast. Point 2. And drifting. Yeah, I don't think I'm interested in point 2 and drifting. Point 1 toward it is probably what we have now. Because you're going to need to park back up. That's the station. This is the fuel field. That's a table. This is a lamp. The ovum, we're going to aim camera. Well, make sure you've got the right mode. Chase, no, locked. And then we're going to aim camera here. I think I still want to control from you. Control from here. Okay. And then the space station was... Oh, shit. Didn't mean that. SAS on... Ooh. Yeah, Spermy does not have a lot of torque to him to turn this without using the monoprop. So maybe I should just use the monoprop. These fuel containers do each have, like, monoprop, you know, things on them. So it's going to burn through Spermy's monoprop in a hurry. Where the fuck is the space station? Yeah, you're turning in one of the directions that is correct, Pawn. I believe we probably did this with the tow truck last time because of how heavy these are. But they do have their own monoprop on them, so Spermy just might be fine to get her done once we start using that monoprop anyway. In the direction of the station. And I'm just going to use Time Warp to cheat the game. RCS. H. 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 Okay, RCS off, SAS on. Yeah, that's going to be problematic. We might want to do this with the tow truck. I would like to try to not have to go get the tow truck for this. Okay, RCS off, SAS on. That's what I meant to have happen. I can get you over pointed at the place with the guys and the stuff. The ovum right there at the tip should be the thing that we want to attach to. But we're coming in way too slowly. I don't want to be here all year. RCS off. So F5 and go. Is this the right end of things? Yes, it is. So somewhere there. There's the docking port. That's my target. From here... We'll be coming in above it. RCS off. Using a lot more monoprop than we need to, or that we should need to, in order to get this done because of the lack of SAS. Okay, coming in at it rather quickly. Can I get any spin? Again, cheat the game. I cannot be bothered. Cannot be asked. Okay. Yep. Yep. I'm doing the thing. I am doing the thing. Okay, I have lost any sense of what would work for what right now. What would accomplish what? Yeah, this is really bad. He's just not got the SAS on him to actually be able to have the control that I need here. God damn it. Fuck. Alright. Bring the tow truck around. I just wanted it to work. I just wanted it to work. Tow truck. Can you give me all of the things that I have to set up every fucking time? Locked. We want to control from here. We want to aim camera here. We want to control from here. Make sure. And then you. Go. General direction of the space station. Where you want to be going is over here. And warp me in. The fuel field is not going to hit the space station, is it? Could do. Could do, pawn. How are we doing on a monoprop here? I guess we're okay. Warp me in. So Spermie is where we would want to be right now, but we can actually grab this from either side. It is fully reversible. So we will do that. Let's set the target to be you. And let's not hit the space station, or the fuel field. That could be a bad idea. Not entirely sure, but it could be. Let's not break our, solar panel off on it either. 8. There you go. And 9. Go ahead and pull everything in. Nope, not what I meant to hit. Just gonna spin as we pass. And get up on the line. Looks pretty good. Okay, coming right in at him. Would like this grab to be good. You know, central to the mass and everything. But I don't know that it really needs to be. Boom. Got it. RCS is off. Excellent. We are connected. That camera view of the approach to the fuel field in the solar panel, you look like a shark going after its prey. Da 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 da. Did I? I didn't notice. I couldn't see. So Spermie's now in the way, and also we've got weird jigglies happening. Turn the SAS off. Yeah, alright. Cheat the game. F5. So Spermie is in the way, but he can help with getting it back over to the station, then we'll get him back out of the way. I just hate, it's just such a waste. Fucking thing was just a big fucking goddamn. What are we in? I need locked mode. We are in locked mode. Still want to be controlling from here. Yeah, there you go. You just switch. You just switch however you fucking like it, game. What? Space station? Yeah. So now we've got the SAS to actually turn this big old load. SAS, the reaction wheels anyway, and then we get the SAS to stabilize our RCS. Auto struts will fix your wobble, maybe, says Fossman. Yeah, I try to avoid them. Try to avoid them. Just how I like to do. Over. Head in the direction of where we're going. The general direction of where we're going. There we go. They do feel cheaty, don't they? Just to me, anyway. A little bit cheaty. I have used them on the fold out, the mechanical parts that I put on the space station, the docking ports that folded out once we got here. They came up flat, and then they popped open, and I used them there because the robotic system doesn't fucking work. You can't lock out the robotics and trust that when you enter a scene they'll actually be locked out, and then shit goes haywire. So I did use them there, and it's been good since. Pawn? Fuck, I just turned American in my head. What? What did you... Are you getting a cheeseburger at the Walmart? What happened? RCS. Oh, that's horrible. Takes so much monoprop to move this big ol' heavy field. I should do this with the engine until I can't anymore. So, yeah, it's in that general direction. 0.3 meters per second. Try and point me back at where we're going. If you don't mind. Wow, the wobble. Wow, the wobble. Alright, go ahead and just, let's warp up to it. I ain't got all my life. What the fuck, man? I just put you dead on balls on the fucking target. Go to it. God fucking damn it. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck? We're now going away from it. Go to it. Yeah, it's doing it again. Go to the space station, for shit's sake. We're like right at the top of, you know, our periaps and his periaps, I guess, or something like that. What a fucking weird scenario with the drift is just massive and impossible. Just take me to the fucking space station already, my god. Attaching this one little fucking piece turned into an hour's worth of bullshit. Shouldn't have done this. Shouldn't have done it. Knew I shouldn't have done it before I didn't do it, and then I did it, and now we're done. We're done. We donned it. Shouldn't have fucking done it. Auto-strut isn't cheating. It's squad devs acknowledging certain Unity limitations on how things should work. Yeah, no. I completely disagree with the idea of Unity's limitations. The limitations exist within squad, and their inability to design games. That's where it exists, my friend. It is not that Unity couldn't do it. It is that they didn't know how to do it. They need to take a fucking college course on making games. They can write algorithms, they can write functions, they can write algebraic equations into code very well. Ask them to design a game? Sure! Don't ask them to design a game. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Your finishing goal reward is to have a beer. Oh, okay. I'm up for that. My god, this is... You know what? Give me full fucking... There we go. No fine controls. Just use that goddamn monoprop. Push me where I'm trying to go. And... Oh, you're pushing me where I'm trying to go. If I got in the position that I need to be, once we're there. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Forgot about Spermy a little bit. Forgot about my man, the Sperm. What is going on? Suddenly, things are moving faster. That is so goddamn... Okay, just, please. We dropped Spermy, because he's in our way. RCS off. Control from here. Aim camera here. Okay. Now we'll have the right distance and everything on the readings. Stop it. Stop it. Fucking fuck. Have I mentioned stop it? Have I? What did you say about auto strut? Because I'm pretty much there at this point. I'm pretty much ready to enable it. Oh my god. Fuck you, game. So auto strut though. Auto strut, you were saying? Auto strut? Auto strut disabled, auto strut to grandparent part. Which should be you connected to you. Auto strut to grandparent part. Should be you connected to you. Auto strut to grandparent part. Looks like root part was better for that. Heaviest part, root part. I'm gonna do grandparent part as a regular thing. And auto strut to... You're already on grandparent part. Grandparent, grandparent. 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 Thank you! Thank you for that. I don't even know if it's gonna be fucking helpful, but I can't get this goddamn ship to go where I'm trying to get it. It makes me feel like, the way that I'm driving this right now, it makes me feel like it's my first time ever fucking trying to do this again. Like, I don't understand why things aren't the way they are. It's really fucking pissing me off. Because I've only done this like a million fucking times, and this is the second time on this particular craft that I've done it, and I still don't have fucking information about what is going on here. I'm going to sit here and say squad is awesome. I'm just saying auto strut isn't under a cheat tab for a specific limitation in Unity. I don't know exactly what you mean to say there, but, no. No. They just don't... They don't have physics easing in this fucking game, you know? That's why you can't do... Look at this shit. Look at this shit. My god. The SAS, the programming on the SAS is, like, awful. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's... No. No, this isn't a limitation. Anytime that Squad has ever said a limitation in Unity, that is code for we don't know what we're doing. Because they definitely don't. The physics engine in Unity, and Unity is closed source, they have an inability to go in and change a lot of things. I disagree. Like, what you do is you work around the way that the system works in order to achieve the effect that you're looking for, but they're just not good at developing games. They've never been good at developing a game. This is a horribly developed game. It's a good idea, it's an enjoyable thing, and it is horribly executed, full of bugs and issues, UI oversights, overlapping systems that nobody bothered to make, you know, the way that a programmer or a game developer would, which is to make it so that you've done the system once, so you don't have to do it again. You know, you make class systems, as opposed to reinventing the same thing that you reinvented on Tuesday, you know, on Friday, which is what this game is fucking full of. They have done the same thing, but multiple times, and programmed it differently, and you know that because you get different behaviors from systems that are fundamentally the same. These guys shouldn't be allowed to have this property anymore, is what I'm saying. The DLC is evidence of that. They have learned nothing over the course of 11 years toward game design and release and development, and they probably never will. The team needs to be broken up, they need to go their separate ways, and then maybe some of them can, you know, take a college course and figure out what it is that they've been, you know, what profession they've been in for the past decade. Stop doing that. Alright. Go back. Go back. I don't understand... Okay. Because my target's too far below me? Is that the idea? Pull me down. Pull me down. Fuck! How the fuck did we end up here so fast? Are we out of monoprop? We're fucking out of monoprop. Spermy! You've got monoprop on you. I really shouldn't have done this. I should have known that the game was going to be a dick about something this simple. Set a fucking target. We're attaching him so we can use his 50 monoprop, as ours, and we'll attach him to the tow truck. To the side, which will make our weight and balance even more fun. Make sure I'm not hitting it. Chin. Fine controls. Rotate you around. You're more in line with the craft. RCS to the left, RCS to the right, RCS to the down, RCS to the in. H. Just do it. I don't really care how you're attached, just be attached. Now we can use your monoprop. Fuck me. Oh, 20-year vet in the industry telling you why Squad sucks for real, not just streamer theories. Pawn has done programming before. Yeah, I'm also not just making shit up. So you can have your opinion, but my opinion is that you can absolutely code around the limitations of a physics engine if you know what you're doing, and if you care. Like, I wouldn't have shipped this. It wouldn't take me 11 years to make this, and I would have shipped this in this state either. And I wouldn't have called it a 1.0. You know, I can't believe they were in alpha for all that fucking time, and this is what we got at the end of the day. And then they released DLC, and it's broken in exactly the same ways as the original code was broken. Learn something from your mistakes, huh? Maybe? Maybe. Control, aim camera, are we locked? We're locked now. Is this ever gonna fucking link up, is my question. We're in fine controls right now. The SAS is just whipping itself back and forth because this is, you know, because the limitations of Unity, not because this is bad design. Just... RCS over, go to the left, go down. I'll do it very, very slowly. Are you? No, you're burning in the correct direction. Thank you. I mean, but we're not moving any. There you go. Thank you. Move toward it a bit. And my god, go somewhere. F5 again, and time warp. Shoot it here. And there you go. Start some fucking weird shit. Go down. What are we doing on the monoprop this time? Maybe change reaction wheel mode so that it only responds to the user. That's a good idea. Fuck. Where is my reaction wheels, though? So, number one, I could do it here. Reaction wheel, pilot only reaction. But then I do need it to hold us, because we're off. No, I can't. I can't, because we're off axis on a lot of different ways. I do need it to, like, counteract what's the craft spinning by RCS. If I set it either way, it's just going to make it even more weird, I think. We're getting close now, finally, anyway. F5. Ugh. Tedious. Twist, 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 twist. F. RCS, gonna come back on. I'm gonna have to stabilize first. RCS, fire up. RCS off. Fire right. Fire up. RCS off. SAS, twist me a little bit in this direction. Hit the time warp to stabilize. Time warp to stabilize. Really would love to have a prograde right now. On my ball. Fuck. Alright, I apparently haven't clicked aim camera enough on this port today. Come on. Fuck. Come on. Come on! Get in there! Fuck! Fucking do it! RCS off. SAS off. RCS off. Ah! My life is mine again, though. We've done it. We've reassembled the space station through the poor design, engineering, and everything of Kerbal Space Program. But we've done it. It's done. I don't care if they're a little bit off, and they are. I don't care. We fucking did it. Oh my god. That's exactly the experience you want to design for your player base, by the way. That is exactly, once they're done doing something in your game, you want them to go, ah, that was horrible! Boy, I can't wait to play more. Spermy. You know what, Spermy? Stay the fuck where you are. No, that's the wrong fucking... Stay where you are. Stay where you are. I don't fucking care. Just stay there. Alright? You be you, brah. You be you. Now. Deploy my solar panels, my gigantors. Extend those solar panels. Incidentally, how is it that we end up, like, on the dark side of the moon, like, 80% of the time? Does anyone else feel like that's what goes on here? Because I really... Turn the lights off on the station, turn them back on because we've got new lights that we attach to everything else. If I could aim the camera at you and shut down your lights because yours are for targeting and shit like that. Lights off on you. That's both of you. I want lights off on you as well. Don't need that. We've got new station lights. that came along with the station upgrade. The station's so goddamn big that I can't actually focus on it. Could you give me a camera mode that's free? Thank you.
Glory, glory, hallelujah, porn is building a station.
Well, Des Postman, thank you, Jermasian. How you doing, Rona? How do you like this game? Not a fan right now. Not a fan. I kind of go back and forth, you know, moment to moment. Most of the time, I'm enjoying myself while having, like, a awareness of it being a poorly made game. But occasionally, I just fucking hate it. There is no point at which I love this game. But, do I absolutely fucking hate this game. Right now, mostly hate. But we've got it, we've done it. We've reassembled everything the way that we wanted to. I've got an extra docking port empty over here. Docking port junior, small one, because we've moved Spermie out to this side of the craft. We've got 2 big docking ports there. And friends, if we go look at who's in the cupola, transfer crew, it's gonna be Val, right? Valentina Kerman. So if we go see Val, and we go see what she is seeing, then we'll see the interior that I built apparently upside down. But it makes sense that you'd be walking in from there and then you just duck underneath the control panel here. But I built an interior for our space station, including a thermometer, a flag, just greebling generally, handrail, and then the flooring for you to walk from one end to the other. And that is within the, from the cupola module out to the fuel field. The other windows would give you a nice view of the big ships parked at your craft. See, now I'm getting happy because this is the part that I did. As long as I don't have to look at the part that they did, I get happy again. Get me out of here. Hey, Paul, what's happening, says Pika Pop. The space station expansion is complete. It took me 1 hour and 41 minutes from the beginning of the live stream. So if you assume that I didn't actually do anything for the first 15 minutes, it took me just less than 1.5 hours to put all of the new pieces into their place in order to get to here. But we did it. And now it looks like this. Good thing? Bad thing? I don't even fucking know. I don't even fucking know, don't even fucking care, but we did it. It's done, it is done, and it's time for a live stream break. I'm so, you know, I hate Squad more, and I cannot tolerate people trying to defend them more when I am fighting Squad's errors. You know, it doesn't bother me as much when people have their opinions about, actually, that's not really Squad's fault. It's just their game that they designed, but it's not their fault. That's fine when I'm enjoying myself in Kerbal, when I'm in the middle of doing this and fighting all of the things that they just didn't give a rat's ass about, didn't know what to do with, and 11 years and left it like this, that I have no tolerance at that point. So I do apologize if I jump down anybody's throat, but you know, go fuck yourself, Squad sucks. Squad sucks. They had a good idea and they poorly executed it, and you know, it's still such a good idea that I enjoy playing it. But my God, if a game designer would have been involved, imagine what we would have had. Was there a reason to build it just because you could? They gave us a mission to build it in the first place, and then they gave us another mission to expand it. So I took that opportunity to build some new things onto the space station that are going to be helpful in future. As well as to just complete the task. So we've got more electric field out there now, and we have a science gathering module, which was becoming rather a nuisance on the space station because, you know, if you got people coming back from missions and they're carrying science, and whichever pod that they enter or exit from is where the science is stored, and I've got literally space for 16 on that space station now. So there's a lot of different places to right-click to try and find your science. So having one of those parts put on is going to be a nicety. Not a necessity, but a nicety. Yeah, but so I need a fucking live stream break, as you might imagine, after that harrowing ordeal. And when we come back, we'll do something that actually progresses the game. And that drives us toward the 1.6 million Kerbals, 1.7 million really, that we need in order to upgrade the R&D center. We're going to take some contracts, we're going to bang some things out, We're going to fish some contracts that we already have that I can bang out, but we're going to drive specifically for the money so that we can be able to unlock the next tier of the R&D center so that we have access to being able to buy all of the drilling equipment. And one of the most interesting things that we have ahead of us, or one of the coolest hype moments ahead of us, is when we get to go out to the space station and turn the valve on the tap of the research center and see thousands of science pour out of it, because we've been brewing that stuff for a while. We put the sugar in, we put the yeast in, we put the science in. It's grown, it's fermented, it's ready. So we're going to have thousands of science to pull out, and I just want to make sure that we've got the money for the R&D upgrade when we do. Stay with me across this 7-minute live stream break, for I am not done, despite what Kerbal has tried to do to me over the course of the past hour and a half. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a Kerbal live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. I just gotta get over. I gotta let it go. Sit here. No, I gotta vent a little bit. I'm gonna vent a little bit. Squad is, I think now I have 3 developers. Like, they're definitely there now. 3 developers that are just horrible developing, just bad at making games. Good ideas, bad execution, horrible programmers, basically, is what I would say. Horrible coders, and that is Bethesda. Bethesda, which I don't even know if you call them a development thing, but Bethesda, Firaxis, and Squad. Squad has earned a rank on my top 3 of people who I would like, you know, I would ask everybody who came in if I were founding a company, have you ever worked for these 3 companies? If the answer is yes, you need not apply. Did you have a hand in this kind of work? On the programming side. Now, if I were looking for people to design graphically, fucking Firaxis, absolutely. You know, whoever's doing the graphic design for Firaxis and stuff, the modeling, the 3D, the animation, they do good work. They polish the UI interface, looks really nice. It's the programming core within these companies that just does not know what the fuck they're doing. And, you know, I can't believe that you've got these major, like, publishers, you know, where the funding comes from, whoever the money comes through, that they are so disconnected from knowing their own industry that they don't, like, say, all right, we'll work with Firaxis. Sure, what we want you to do is fire your lead and get rid of your programming wing and have a whole new, you know, thing. Keep all these people because they're doing good work, but there's no way we're doing business with you guys until you... But I guess, at least with Firaxis in particular, probably they are liked by publishers and stuff because they rush shit out that isn't done, and then have a whole bunch of bugs in it, but never come back to it and fix them. So maybe that's why they keep getting the contract, because damn if a publisher doesn't like having, you know, a company that's just on board with the whole rush this shit to market, let's make our money and move on to the next thing. But Squad has absolutely earned its slot up there in the top 3, and I don't know what the order is, honestly. Because Squad, as a small indie, you know, kind of a thing that they started as, I can give them a slight bit of credit for just not really knowing what they were doing while they were getting into it, and then getting into it, and then it got bigger and bigger and more popular. And so the real flaw in Squad is that they did not, apparently... after growing, they did not expand and hire people with significant expertise. They kept the core group, which would be fine if you brought on new people who, you know, have experience doing what you need to do. But, you know, 11 years worth of development and, you know, always positive, popular press coverage of it, which was very annoying, you know, once I had played it enough to actually understand it. That's the other thing about this game that's really a nuisance to me is... that it is so complicated. It is so, you know, most people wouldn't know what's wrong with it. You know, you spend so many years playing Kerbal if you start playing Kerbal from no background in rocket science, thinking it must be me. I just don't know what I'm doing. And, you know, it's a 50-50 kind of thing. You need years of experience in the game, playing the game, and to start learning, you know, fucking astrophysics and aerodynamics and shit like that. And then you can start to get a sense of, oh, yeah, in this scenario, it is me. I'm not doing it right. I don't understand what I'm doing, so forth and so on. But in this part, no, that doesn't work at all. That shouldn't be. I feel so bad. I'm eating a sandwich with meat, and the meat tastes so good. What the hell? This isn't the right phase to be eating stuff in. What? It's so meaty inside my meat body. Why are you always high when you... I mean, that's fine. You know, you live however you're going to live. Okay. Venting over? Venting over. Let's look at the contracts we have. I know that we've got a simple science data from space around Kerbin right now. We've also got an Explorer Minmus where we dock 2 vessels and rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of Minmus. So, sadly, a simple, like... recovering a Kerbal stranded in Minmus wouldn't do that because we'd need to dock them. And the craft that we'd be collecting them from, no doubt, wouldn't have a docking port. So that's not going to happen until I do it myself. Simple scan with a rover arm of olivine formation, so that would be landing Minmus as well as bring green sandstone back with you, which would be landing Minmus as well. Let's see what they've got available for us. Simple scan with a rover arm of moon large crater. Already done that once, and don't really want to do it again. Ferry a VIP to his destinations. You want to orbit and land on the moon. We have done that before too. We're set up to do it. Doesn't pay very well, so go fuck yourself. Haul a Sepratron 1 into flight above Kerbin. Doesn't pay worth anything, not worth my time. Position Moon Scanner 1 in an adjusted orbit of the moon. And what's the adjusted orbit? Apoapse and periapse at a place where it could hit a mountain. Good mission. Longitude of ascending. You know, that's in a great position to be able to do those get data from the surface of the moon missions. I don't think I want to do that for 40 grand. Position satellite in a specific orbit of Eve. Not going to Eve today. Test the atomic rocket motor on a suborbital trajectory over Kerbin. If we take that and then don't do the mission, we get the free nuclear engine, right? Yeah, and what would you want me to do eventually to complete it? Altitude of 110 to 120, suborbital on Kerbin. Just flying that would get that done? Well, as long as I get it to that height. Flying it back from a mission, if I were to fly it back, would get that done. That I should probably take just to get a free part for a while. And we've got slots. Thank you. Conduct seismic surveys of Minmus near a certain site. You'll have a year to use it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. The moon's highest points reach a maximum altitude of 7,062, located near the poles. Highest point within 45-degree latitude of the equator has an altitude of 6,000. Oh, so it's just above dying. Okay, I'm still not going to do it. It's not... We can look at where it wants me to move it, but it's perfectly polar right now. If it wants me to adjust it like that, then no. Position satellite in a specific orbit of Kerbin. Apoapse 41, periapse 14. We could do that on our way to, like, putting a comm satellite up at 44. It's worth quite a few dollars there. Over 200 grand for it. Probably cost us about 50 to get it done. Less than 50. I could do it in 30 something. That's a decent thing. What do you want? You want an accelerometer? You want a thermometer? Minimal deviation? Antenna can generate power? That could be done. Satellite in a specific orbit of the moon. I've already got enough satellites at the moon. I think we could throw a satellite up, I suppose. Good news, I just heard the Top Gun theme song in my head, so now that I've peaked, I can finally stop being American in my head. Okay. Henry J. What I don't like are the Site A-AAAA missions. Alright, isn't it fun when you take a thing where it's like, put it over this site, and then you go, oh, that's just one, I've already got, okay, yeah, I'll do that, and then it's like, oh, thank you for doing that, now do this site, 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 now do this site. And oh, by the way, that site is below 8 kilometers at the moon. That's where I want you to have it. So you'll only be able to time warp 10 times, which means you'll be in and out of the tracking station for 20 minutes just going around and getting it again and getting it again. Contract system entirely too janky, I stopped playing it. Only do science saves now. Wish they kept the building upgrades in science mode and charge science to upgrade them. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's paying huge dollars for just throwing a satellite up. Might as well do that. But what we can do is, before we get into doing anything new, we've got the science data from space around Kerbin. I have to assume we've got something in orbit around Kerbin, and we wanted to look at the tracking station anyway to see what it would be that they want me to do. Oh, it won't tell me, will it? The adjusted orbit. Is this the adjusted orbit? No, because it was very, very low. This is the adjusted orbit. I don't want to twist it. It's perfect right now. I don't want to twist it to a more fucked up location, shockingly. So how about no? How about go with the end of the fucking yourself? Try that. Can I do Shift Tab? I can do Shift Tab now, people, because I don't have Steam integrated with Kerbal Space Program. Ah! And it doesn't pop up. I also turned that feature off in Steam. So yeah, I can use the Shift-Tab feature that they should have put on any other button once they decided they were going to release it via Steam. So what have we got? We've got the Probe Mark 1. Surely you can do some science for us, the Probe Mark 1. It'll be a quick 20 grand. Something like that. So the probe... Oh, wouldn't you know it? It's on the dark side. Huh. Funny how that's always the goddamn case. Science data from space around Kerbin. Transmit or recover science data from space around Kerbin. We got full electric charge. We got some here. There's a... Let's log the temperature. Let's transmit that temperature. There you go. And that's money for us in our pocket. That's the probe, by the way. The probe. How much Delta V you got on you? You have a lot of Delta V. 2,048 meters per second. I was looking at the wrong... It's over there. 2,048 meters per second of Delta V on the probe. And it acts as a tow truck if we needed it to. It's got a little grabbing unit on it. That was a nice little probe. We've got a mission to put another probe up that's going to pay us probably close to everything we need to be able to upgrade the R&D center, but we can't go bankrupt when we do it, is the other end of that. Take me back to the Space Center. When you don't have enough money for a mission, it's like you backed yourself into a corner, at least early game. Normal mode, because I've been playing it so long, I absolutely sympathize with, I'm always the one yelling about, this is not what you do to early players, or, you know, to new players. But, at least for me, normal mode feels unbalanced in how much money they throw at you. You get just so much cash for everything that you do, that you're loaded, and you're able to upgrade all the facilities really, really quickly. And I don't think that it's necessarily bad, I just feel like they didn't... Like, the ways that things unlock are not well balanced in terms of gameplay in the first place. So throwing money at you so that you can unlock them early so that you can do more and more interesting things. And so that you can do things easier, because Kerbal lives in that world of games that get easier the more you play them. Because you unlock things that can do the job better and that can hold your prograde for you and so forth and so on. It's just like completely fundamentally imbalanced, and I feel the amount of money that they give you up front and unlocking all these facilities lives in that space as well. It all happens too quickly. Where we are in the game right now, I feel pretty good about how the science is being mated out and the money's being mated out and the challenge. Like, I feel like this part of the game, which is like late middle game, is actually pretty well balanced. It works out. But the early game is a rush once you know what you're doing. That said, how would you ever know what you're doing in a game that doesn't tell you what you're doing? Doesn't try to explain itself in the slightest. So we have a mission to put up a probe around a certain place in orbit, and what was that place again? One more time. It is 44 million and 14 million. That is huge, right? Because the edge, isn't the edge of Kerbin's SOI, the sphere of influence of the planet, isn't it 80? So this is like halfway to Minmus, more than halfway to Minmus on the Apoaps. That's a big frickin' Apoaps. And then the Periaps is higher than the moon is up, because the moon's around 10 million. So that's a big one. That's going to need a lot of Delta V to get that done, which we can totally do. Science is too easy to get. By the time you've done Moon, Minmus, and Duna, you've maxed the tree, you're damn close to it. Yeah, and really Minmus is, you know, once you hit Minmus, if you do one really good mission and, you know, can drive around or land multiple places in Minmus when you go there, or even just, like, land one spot, you get Kerbal out and fly him around and get EVA and surface samples and stuff like that, you come back with just an entire level of tech tree science. Even without, like, trying hard at it. If you ever play through for yourself, try the Z's Probes Before Crew CTT Overhaul mod. Cluster truck? I very much like that idea. What was it? Because it's wolves before. It's something like Minecraft had a mod that was this before that made it a better survival game. And someone did that for Kerbal with the idea of, I think, probes before crew. And I believe I have actually played it before and enjoyed the notion of it, enjoyed it. You know, I really feel like a lot could be done in the missions and the way that they're made it out to make the gameplay feel more rewarding and tell a bit of a story and encourage players to figure things out before they go and do them, kind of a thing. If you were focusing on probes, even without making it so that it's... Even before making it... Thank you, Psycho Will, for the subscription. That's half a year you've been here. Same difference. Same difference of what? Bros before hoes? Same difference. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club, Psycho aka Will. Even if you don't like change the tech tier to be probes first or anything like that, in the way that you give out missions, here's a very quick capsule concept of how this game could actually be a game. If the missions are handed out in such a way that you get like a mission to send a probe to the moon before it even unlocks the ability, you know, it's not going to give you a mission to go to the moon, land on it or anything. You can if you want to skip this mission that's going to be lucrative for you, but probe to the moon first. And then, like, the notion would be, from the surface of Kerbin, there should be, first off, a in-game Delta V map. And the in-game Delta V map is not populated, except with what you need to know to make orbit around Kerbin. The idea that you have to learn by doing. So you know what you need in order to get to Kerbin, and that gives new players the ability to know, oh, I need 3400 Delta V in order to get this done. Okay. So they have a chance in hell of launching their first craft to orbit. But then that Delta V map isn't populated. You get to orbit, and then it says, okay, we need to get information on the moon, send a probe to the moon. Not a manned mission. You send a probe to the moon for a flyby, and you don't know how much you need, you know? But you've already made orbit. So you guess, you give it a little bit more, you give it a little bit more, you get one out there on a flyby as soon as it touches the SOI. Okay, you don't have to return it or anything. As soon as it touches the SOI, boom, the Delta V map is updated with the Delta V for what it takes to get to the moon. Now, it's time to start thinking about manned missions to go to the moon, to orbit the moon, fly by the moon, land on it, that sort of a thing. And just that as a general pattern of Delta V map is not populated, but by playing the game, you populate it. It's teaching as well as making it feel rewarding to do what you're doing as you're doing it. You're unlocking information that you kind of need, while also having to guess a little bit based on what you've already done, what you're going to need for the next thing, and learn by doing, but you're not completely in the wilderness blind as you are in KSP as it exists today. Bishop Stars with the 5 cheer. Thank you. What are those? Those are show loves. Oh, thank you for showing some loves. But yeah, like, the idea of creating a repeating loop of missions where it's like, send a probe, get the information, now we know things, now we can consider sending, you know, manned missions. Basic concept, and that is very basic. I have very deep concepts that go on for a long time, but that would make the game more rewarding, more satisfying, feel like you're doing something, feel like you're getting something done, and be educational and informative and not leave your players lost in the fucking wilderness to figure out what they need in order to do a thing. You know, or rather telling your players, basically look it up. Any game that tells you look it up is just saying, we can't design games. And that's Kerbal's answer to basically everything. Good idea. Then use scan sets, like in the mod, not in the in-game scanner, to scan the bodies, then based on that, missions to go to features. You know, there's so much that could be done with the systems that are in here. Most of, in my document that I've been preparing over here, which is, you know, primarily a list of all of the bugs and issues and UI and poor design choices, which is at 73 things, with a lot of subcategories underneath them as of right now. Everything that I've tried to like give as like, here's how you fix this, I have focused on things that already exist in the game, not asking you to develop new systems, not telling you to build a whole new game. What you've got there already, this is how you could have done it if you like cared about games, if you knew what gameplay was, if you'd taken a course at college about building games. I know training and teaching is supposed to be a big part of it in general. I'm curious if that's roughly what adventure mode in KSP 2 is going to be like. Eh? Like, you just hand out the missions in a way that encourages people to play in a way that is simultaneously realistic. You don't send a fucking astronaut to land on the moon before you've sent a probe to look at the moon. You know, it's semi-realistic, but it's also, the reason it's realistic is because you learn by doing, and then you have confidence that when you send a living being to there, that maybe you've got a chance of them not dying. Just my loose premise there. We need a probe, and we need to have a whole bunch of Delta V, and there is the probe Mark 1, which is the one that we just looked at in orbit, and it was using whatever technology we had at the time. It's got a very concise little lifter stage. It's up there right now with 2,000 meters per second of Delta V, so maybe we build off of this. Maybe we refine what this is to turn it into a probe that has a whole bunch of features, or we just push up that ComSat that we had before. Because we developed a nice little ComSat for the moon. Ovum expansion, move our moon camper, 2 probes for Sister Sarah. The 2 probes for Sister Sarah had, it's a lot, because we were carrying up a lot more than just the 2 probes for Sister Sarah, but the probes are these little guys. And they were absolutely minimal comms satellites. Yeah, with just a little bit of science on there so that they could be used. So we could just shove one of these up there if it's got the Delta V that's required for us to be able to do what we're doing. And if not, we can tack a little bit more Delta V on. So when you are in vacuum, it's telling me that something... What is it telling me? What I should do to make this easy on myself is just make you the root part, and then rip this off. Oh wait, no, we'd want the, shit. Did it, now I have to remake you the root part. No? Okay, saves that one. Rip you off, and then rip you off. And then the Delta V in vacuum there is 1,881 meters per second on a simple little probe, comms kind of a probe. Now, it wanted specific things on this probe for this mission. Do you like this idea of doing this? New science items to add to it. Magnetometer, maybe? It's asking for very specific things. Accelerometer and thermometer. So we've got a thermometer on it already. Thank you. And the accelerometer, it's a barometer. Accelerometer is this guy. So you don't actually need the barometer. Could just replace you with this. No snapping, please. I'll find a place where it looks nice. One on either side for weight balance. Yeah, so that's the accelerometer, the thermometer, and of course it needs an antenna to generate power, and it has those things. And here's a thing, friends, lovers, true, is we actually have now a better relay antenna. We have the RA15, sort by mass, the RA15, which is 15 Gs over the 2 Gs of the pair of those. So if we could put a big one of these guys on it, so if I rip you off, attach you to like the bottom there, get rid of these guys. It's actually less weight, isn't it? Nope, same amount of weight for one of those or 2 of those. Fair enough. You, 2 of you, and we do have just the small solar panels that are not, you can't undeploy them, because that's fine. No reason to not have them. 2 on each side for the central of weight. Oh, would you look at that? It's another part in Kerbal Space Program where when you default attach it, it's got texture tearing. Hey. Did anybody look at these parts before they ship them? Oh, who's to say? Who's to say, really? Okay, texture tearing gone. Center of mass. It's well below the SAS right now, but that will have increased our weight nothing and decreased our Delta V nothing. It's beautiful. But we will also need now, like, radial engines. So if I were to pull up the center of mass and then try and figure out a way to place my radials exactly the way that I want them, We could do ants on this. It's going to have to move itself quite a bit, Pawn, so probably the twitches are better just to be able to get this done a bit faster. So 2 on either side. That's not where I'm going to want them. But nuggets. Okay, that being the case, I got a thought here. If I detach all of you, pull you off, put you back like that, and then you off, since we have to hide your texture tearing, and then put you like that. Okay, center of mass is moved down a bit. You guys would want to be out like this, but you can't, like, be burning, you know, burning the satellite off, so we will adjust that. But that allows me to put these, like, good and high up here. As the fuel drains, the center of mass will move up. What are you going to do? In fact, with this, I could probably just put you guys out here, because then the center of thrust will be close-ish. It'll be pretty close-ish. Do you dare use robotics to fold out the engines on arms? If it's not a really cool idea, for the robotics, I just try to avoid them. You know, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of effort doing that. And it just doesn't pay off. Yeah, actually these, if they're like embedded right into there, I can have them right there. And the simplest way to implement that, ooh, that looks nice too, where that is. But the simplest way to implement that so that it doesn't burn itself off is just to extend them on some little cubic octagonal struts, which are under structural. And since these weigh the same, this looks way cooler, usually. See how it looks here, but I've started avoiding the straight-up cubic octagonals and started using these basically wherever I can. It's not quite right, but, you know, we'll get there, because you're still blasting on that. I don't like that it's blasting on that. We don't need to have this have a docking port for, like, refueling and stuff. And I could make this craft a lot simpler and go back to the original design if I just lost the docking port. Alright, lose the docking port, instead put you up here. Pulls the center of mass back toward the SAS. And then revert basically back in the direction that we were before. Get rid of you guys. Not going to use you, not going to use you. In this concept, anyway, if this is what we go for. And then you come off, you come off, you attach down there, and then you attach to here, and then you embed a bit. Embed a bit more. We can absolutely have you up there. You're not penetrating through anything that, you know, exists. And that puts the SAS unit almost dead on the center of mass. At least as well the craft is fueled. Yes. Yes? Yes. That's pretty nice. It's pretty nice, I'd say. And then we can go back to that simple implementation that we had before, which was a single spark engine on the bottom, in the style that I like, which is that one. And that's, you know, more Delta V for us, 1915. It's good anyway, and that is in space around Kerbin, right, in vacuum. So drop the center of thrust, center of mass. It's pretty nice. If I wanted to reduce the load even more, I really don't need an SAS module on here. Don't need it. You know, there's 0.3 reaction wheel power on here. Is that right? The hex? Hold it up when I right-click it. Hold it up, game. 0.5. And this is a craft that weighs 1.5 tons. It doesn't need all that SAS power on it. Get simple, Pawn. Get simple. So get rid of you. A little fuel tank in there. Merge you up. Get simple, stay simple. And then you guys are going to have to come down. Okay. Yeah, back on the... Nope. Back where we started on the lower. Because when you deploy, you're going to need room to spin. So that you're not hitting anything there. Yeah, we'll have it. That's fine. Track the solar panels. Simple. Little probe. I could reduce the parts count anyway by having just one of these instead. Give us the same amount of electricity. What are you attaching to? So if you're attached to that, this thing doesn't really even seem like it's attached to the right deal. What? What? But it is, apparently. Let me just, like, merge you down to where you look like you're supposed to be there. You're now twisted in the wrong... But, yeah, you are. You're twisted in the wrong way. Let's do that, and then we grab the whole thing and twist it like that. Nope, the other way. There we go. That'll be my nav ball in the right position. Pull you down to where you look like you're supposed to be there, because again, nobody really cared when they figured out the nodes and attachment points. Okay, things just float, don't they? Don't they, though? And then again, center of mass. Not quite on that set, but the SAS is fine. It's a very small, lightweight sort of a thing. We're down to 1.4 tons and up 2,000 delta V on this little guy, and he satisfies the contract, right? Double checking that. We've got the accelerometer, we've got the thermometer, and then we got to get way the fuck out. Way the fuck out. Around, you know, into a very, very high orbit of Kerbin. Yeah. This should be fine. This should be fine, is what I'm gonna say. And then we'll just build a craft underneath it. So this is going to be open you up. Don't save, but also don't. This is gonna be craft number 19. Okay. 19. Probe for profit. Mark 1. And we'll save it as that, and we'll start building what's going to lift it. Shouldn't be a big ship, such a small payload. If I've got you under there, you're going to need to be able to attach somehow, so let's have a decoupler... coupling. We can have the little guy. You can go ahead and not have a fairing. No shroud, rather. No need for that, because you'll be under this fairing. And then, can I just go straight up? You can to there, but I am going to want to go out and around and over the this. You don't like that? You'll do that, though. Okay, there. And then just close her up. Yeah, that's good. That's good. A little weird, diamond-y shaped deal, but it'll be fine. Good drag. Good drag for us. Down to that, we need liquid fuel. It will push itself to where it's going, so we just need a little bit of a liquid fuel and a SRB lifter stage. In the old style, without the giant parts that we've been using so much of these days. So you, and then show me what I get with just a swivel. Go back to the old school, just a straight up swivel, and show me the delta V from sea level. 1775, we want a little bit more. It is the bishop on the chessboard of KSP, perhaps. Piston arms that extend? We ended up not needing it. But robotics are fun and cool, it's just... it's too much effort if you don't have to, if there's a, you know, simpler solution. How much we got there? 2,000 meters per second of delta V. Let's give it a full half stack. A full half stack? Yeah. Let's give it some contradictions in terms. And that's 2,241 meters per second of delta V to lift it up with 1.71 TWR. In fact, I'm going to try and get you to like 2,400. 2,400 on the liquid fuel with a 1.54 TWR. Now it's time for a little SRB action. So coupling again. Something this small. Can probably get away with just these two SRBs. Thumpers is what I've got in mind. So a couple of engines, grab a couple of thumpers, smack them on here. You're on. That's 1,000 delta V, and that's all the delta V that we need to get this thing to where she's going. Okay. Just lower you. Like that. And then you can come up like this. Yeah. Give her some nose cones. You won't be with us that long at 1,000, so I'll give you the crappy nose cones. Wow. That is a probe for profit. Only costs 25,000 to launch, and we will make about 200,000. With the cost of this, we'll make like 185,000, I think. Somewhere around there on sending this up. Are we good, though? So, TWR 1.92 from sea level. Let's adjust that thrust limiter. So give me like a 1.3 something. It's just been working for me. You know, 1.3 off the pad. We don't go too fast in the lower atmo. 1.31, 1.38, that's a little bit too much. 1.34, I will go with. So we start at 1.34. At altitude, we switch over to our liquid fuel. We're going to assume that these two will get us up to, let's just say 10, guessing, and then it'll be 29.83. We've got more liquid fuel than we could possibly need. And I really shouldn't take the extra liquid fuel, is what I would have to say about that. If I take you off, and then go down to this. So liquid fuel, as we drop those, 2,755, plus the somewhere between there. That's still more liquid fuel than we need. Let's try swapping you out for you. This is looking at altitude 10K. 2491 at altitude 10K, and then from sea level, the SRBs fire off with 1,211 and need to be thrust limited again. Saving more money, saving more liquid fuel, not overspending on the LFO. 1.34 to take off from ground level. When we switch over to the liquid fuel, it's going to want to go really friggin' fast. So I'm going to have to watch out for that, and we still have more delta V showing than we should need to lift this craft. Once we get to space, we drop the fairing. If we need to drop that before we finish it off, possibly, then we detach you and switch on the engine. We can do both of those in one stage. And then you, in space, have 2,000 meters per second of delta V. Probe, set up hibernation, Sister Mason. Good call. Good call. So, probe core, open you back up. Hibernate and warp auto. Indeed. Good. Let's make sure that our things have groups. So you guys on 8, that's exactly what I want, and this doesn't deploy, it's just always there, so it doesn't need any deployment. Then that's all we need. Very simple little craft we're doing here. Simple little satellite, pushing up to a very high place. I'm hoping 2,000 meters, 2,000 delta V is enough. Getting out there won't be an issue, but raising our periaps shouldn't be an issue either. We'll be going so slow up there, which shouldn't help us. But it'll be fine. We'll be so far outside the gravitational well, it should do a lot of work for a very little. And I'm hoping that once we're done putting this into the position that it wants it, that we can actually then something in the other. We can actually then lift the periaps up to match the apoaps and have a really, really high comm satellite, which with our best relay antenna technology that we've got, in a super high orbit of Kerbin. I need also some. I don't need them. This would probably launch just as it is and would sit on the pad fine. But we've got them. Let's use them. You down toward the ground there. Should be fine with 1.33. Let's give it some room to drop, I guess, before it comes off, because I never bother with that. But I think that's ready to go. Save that craft one more time. Let's go see in the tracking station where it is exactly that they actually want me to put this. Because I don't know. Weird wonky inclinations? Please don't tell me weird wonky inclinations, because I've got an idea of where I'd like it to be at the end when I'm done. Weird wonky inclinations. Okay. Well, so we got to launch when we're on the ascending-descending node for what this, basically when we're there-ish, right there. and then we gotta launch in the general direction that we want to end up being. And we should push out the periaps first. No, we should blow the apwaps out to its full potential while we're deep within the well, the gravity well of Kerbin. Push that way the hell out, and then push the periaps up. That makes this mission harder. Boy, does it. Boy, does it. But we now know what we're going to do. And we've been here about another hour. I could kind of use a pee before we launch the craft. Is anyone else up for a pee? Anybody want to come pee with me? I don't want to go alone. Come on, girls. Just, I know you don't have to pee, but you could work on your makeup. Just come with me. I need a pee. Launch pad. Probe for profit Mark 1. Nobody aboard because it's a probe. Put that vessel out on the pad. Sword fight. What? Oh my god, what is that? Axel Pog? Weird Muppet Zelda? Weird derpy Muppet Zelda. Houston, it's been a while. Countdown, please. I could really use a pee before we launch this craft. God, I love launching little things that are like super efficient that do a bunch. This is nice. It's nice to be doing this, you know? When I'm making something really big, kind of it itches against my Kerbal heart. I like making things that are small and simple. So let me just see if I pause here. Okay, if I pause, I'm watching the GPU. Pause there. Just being out here is kind of equivalent, I think. What if I, like that? Pause there. I think it's better to look straight down at the surface on the GPU when I pause. This is a thing, if you don't know, I'd love to see it tested on somebody else's computer, but at least with the mods that I've got installed for visual enhancement, if you pause the game, it will continue rendering the frame that you're on as fast as it can, which can spike the GPU's usage. So, with all of my clouds and stuff, I would love to know if that's just a, like, baked-in bug for regular Kerbal. You know, if you can see an increase in GPU consumption when you pause the game in a loaded scene like this, or if it's just because environmental visual enhancements and scatterer, if it's one of those. For me, the GPU usage is lower when I look at the ground, as opposed to looking at the sky. I always limited frames to 80 frames per second. This is just like, I don't know if it's just the mods or not, but the GPU will go crazy when it's on pause because it can just render as many frames as it wants to. So I'd love to know if somebody could, you know, do that on a clean Kerbal install without the you know, visual enhancements to see if it's a base game issue, that the game doesn't limit how many frames it renders when you go to the and so it just renders the same thing over and over. I've explained it enough. Who's got a clean Kerbal install to test with, you know? You got to mod this game. It's a nuisance to play vanilla because they developed it so well. We're going to have that 7-minute break before we launch it because I could use a pee, and apparently we're going to have a bit of a sword fight. So meet me in the bathroom and then back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere, Paul, not out. Who wears short shorts? He wears short shorts. Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball. It's a Kerbal kind of a day, isn't it, though? We're about to launch this craft, simple satellite, really sort of a jobber day in Kerbal Space Pro. We've been doing some really cool and really exciting things, building space stations, really frustrating, occasionally frustrating things, building space stations and missions to the moon and stuff. Today, we just need money, so we're doing whatever pays the best and asks the least. And this is a satellite that wants to go to a ridiculously high orbit, at a ridiculous angle. So we have to leave when we're at the ascending or descending node, or we want to leave while we're at the ascending or descending node. It looks like we're going to do so at the ascending node because it's coming up on us, and it's on the light side of Kerbin. So somewhere around here-ish is when we'll leave, and we'll fly about 45 degrees to the north. Instead of due on our 90, we'll go on the 135 on our ball to try and make that happen. So it shouldn't be too complicated. We do have a probe on the surface right now, so it is, using its electric charge just by sitting there. When I spin the planet, it will drain its electric charge. I could either shut it down, or I could just say fuck it and hit F5 and spin the planet to where it needs to be. Which is probably what I'll do. We do have the probe set up to hibernate and warp automatically. But yeah, generally speaking, we want to be... It's leaving around there. If I zoom back in, we want... If I focus on Kerbin and then line this up to just get a better idea of when it is that I want to go, it's going to be, well, when we hit the descending node. When I can see the descending node, that's when we want to start launching. So F5, warp me around, watch our electric charge, just in case it's going to be problematic for us. And when the Space Center is starting to line up, where's the Space Center? That's us? That's us. All right, when the Space Center starts to line up with the descending node, you damn game you, at about the middle. I'm sure it's 45 and not the opposite direction. Well, oh, you're right. Oh, no, it is 45 because we want to burn north, and north is down on the bubble, so like that. Yes. But good making me double check my thinking on it, Phoenix Within, because it looks like it's 135. Did I say 135 the first time? North, 45. That's what I meant. Did you catch me? You might have caught me. Don't want to be doing this exactly on the mark, because you know me and how long it takes me to actually launch a craft. So you're still rotating at about that rate, a little bit further forward if you don't mind. 100 times speed. Let's say from here, and we'll start setting up for the launch now. Okay. So, there's really nothing to be thought about here. SAS on, throttle to full. Houston, could we get a countdown, please? Wow, Pawn, that's like a normal-looking craft. What the hell's going on? Yeah, it feels like the old days, doesn't it? It does. How many Kerbals have you killed today? Hang on, I'm getting a notice.
No, Pawn, you were right. 135 burn to the south. I think the probe needs to go south.
I'm being fed false information presently, Houston. Well, I think you generate enough of that on your own. Who the hell's giving you bad information like that? I don't know. I don't know. Jermace, you trying to mess me up? Now I'm going to double, triple check. I'm going to triple double check. We want to be burning to the north because we're going to be and then up that way. If we go to the south, we'd be burning like that. No, it's to the north, which is on the 45. Don't though. I can mess this thing up without any help. Looks like it's supposed to be a retrograde orbit now that I've been staring at it. Oh, fucking god damn it. It's going in this direction. So we want to burn that direction. Son of a bitch, they've really done me one. With this mission, haven't they? You're right. Fuck, I haven't paid attention to this in a long time. Retrograde orbit. So we can either burn against the atmosphere, going to the west and the south, or we can go ahead and push up and then reverse our direction entirely, which isn't that hard to do if I went all the way to the Apoapse. But if I were going all the way to the Apoapse, I'd want to leave from the descending node. We go all the way up to the Apoapse, then we fire on a retrograde, flip our direction. That's entirely possible. I wonder which one's more efficient. Flying against the atmosphere in the wrong direction as the planet spins underneath us. I know which one's easier, and that would be flying against the atmosphere in the wrong direction. Well, let's give it a try. We'll learn something today. So we want to burn to the south and to the west, which would be on the 225. 225 to launch from there and go in that direction. Houston, turns out they weren't lying to me.
Yeah, so it turns out you were wrong, is what you mean.
No, they were being honest, is what.
That you were incorrect, functionally.
The countdown?
All right, well, in your particular style, then, being wrong and all. 1, 2, 3, fire. Oh, that was a beautiful one. That's my favorite yet. Good work, Pawn.
Apparently the staging was not quite right. Go ahead and revert to well, no, actually do the F9, right? F9, because I F5 from the launch pad. Never been able to play this game properly, so I hope this is going well for you, says Chrome 10225. No one's ever been able to play this game properly, mainly because the game is broken in so many ways. You, there. Yeah, shockingly, we want those to fire. It's not as though you could have, known that without me having to fucking tell you every goddamn time that you don't want to just release things. Houston, can we get a countdown?
Any more explosions?
Probably not.
Then do it yourself. Knockin' in 3, 2, 1, fire!
That one went up. That's good. So, to the 225 is where we'll be going. We're going to burn against the atmosphere and see how that affects everything. Because this is going to be weird for me and everyone. The yaw is pulling as hard as it can toward the east right now on this SAS. Got a perfectly weighted craft, and the yaw, and it can't hold it. It can't hold it on a perfectly weighted, perfectly centrifuged. That's great. That's a great game. I love this game. Needs some fins. Perfectly weighted, going straight up. Falls over. Gonna need some fins. Yep. Small craft, just, always needs fins in Kerbal. It's been so long since I built a small craft. You can't build something that doesn't have fins on it in this fucked up game. So, snapping. Give me 4 of you. Right at the bottom. On the weird angles. Let's have them on the correct angles. The correct angles. No, because they'll be penetrating the SRBs. On the weird angles, Pawn, as you said before. There you go, that'll help. And struts, maybe? Why would I need struts? It's a small ship. You don't even get struts in the game for building ships this small until much, much later. They couldn't possibly expect me to strut up a craft such as this. We can fix the staging this time permanently, if it would actually do the dragging, like I told it to. Save, put it back out on the pad. And our timing of leaving, be a bit fucked up. No, we F5, we F9'd. I'm just gonna go because I'm already burnt out on this very simple, small, not a big mission kind of a thing, just from all of the little bugs that you have to fight. In Houston, countdown.
3, 2, 1, go!
There we go. Now the yaw is pulling in the opposite direction on this launch, and trying very desperately to pull in that opposite direction, but we are still falling down to the west. Just due down to the west on this simplest of possible craft designs. I think this is called game physics. Game physics. Simplest of possible designs. Why is it tilting west? That'd be a good question, wouldn't it? To ask the designers. Why is this ship tilting west when everything on it is exactly proportional to one another? Both engines fire at the same time, both clamps release at the same time. Why is it, Kerbal Space Program, Squad in particular, that this perfectly balanced ship Pulls to the west. Why is that? Just flip it in the VAB so you get that gravity turn. We'll use the other craft, the other end of the craft. I don't have control? Why don't I have control? The fucking probe's in there. You know what? The number of bugs, who the fuck could possibly answer this question? Wow. It's just a bad day. Bad day for Kerbal Space Program. Showing off how much it sucks. Reinforcing everything that I've already said about it. So, yeah. Don't have a lot of TWR at the top. Could burn the liquid fuel engines to hold it together. Or we could just put on fins that actually have control points on them. So fins that have control authority, that add control authority, those would be... I'm not sorted by mass, even though I tell you every time to sort by mass. You've never figured out that I want you to sort by mass. We'll put the fins with the control authority on here. All 4 of them. And in the correct angle. And then it can hold it from the bottom as we move through the atmosphere, changing delta V in ways that I cannot be bothered to look at. Go. I think your craft may have a slight tilt in the VAB. How would it have done that? I certainly never rotated anything. Quit trying to find explanations of how it's not the game's fault. Because they don't exist. SAS on, throttle to full, Houston.
Just fucking go.
Thank you. That's how I feel as well. Up and to the 225 is where we'll go, and now that we have aerodynamic control over it, it should be able to hold itself without having to yaw completely to one side, just on the minor amount of 0.5 reaction wheel power that we have at the tip of the craft. Going down toward the west is actually fine. That's where we're going, to the west and to the north, ultimately, here. Still tilty. Yeah, maybe I accidentally put a flag on it. Because, you know, flags have aerodynamic drag, even though there's stickers in the game, so maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's my fault. Still tilty, still going down to the west, but that's fine. As I say, you believe me when I say things, don't you? Wasn't it west and south? West and south, indeed. I'm not messing with it until the SRBs are out, though. So we're going to get as much height by just going straight up, and we'll drop the SRBs, and then I'll head to the 225. And the SRBs are about to go. Goodbye. And then we will start leaning this craft in the direction of the southwest, in the hopes that it doesn't tilt itself over. Which it totally could do. So now we're doing, you know, interesting maneuvers against the rotation of the planet, and things would have a reason for going wrong. Our apoapse is already at 70 kilometers. We need to go very, very high for this, so I'm not opposed to the apoapse being ridiculously high. I don't think, anyway. 225, I'm burning on the 225, but our prograde is heading further to the north. I wonder if that's an effect of burning it against the atmosphere, so I'm trying to pull it back down to the south now. We're at 50k. Maybe we go for like a straight ascent, just go up. Just go straight to where you're going. I'm trying to pull you back down to the west a bit. Get you more on the southwest line. Someone clearly added an extra screw in production, causing the side to be heavier. Yes. One of the Kerbals. I don't know. At this point, I'm just trying shit. Yeah, we're in space now. Still burning all of the liquid fuel out of here. Get to there. Drop the fairing. Drop that stage and keep going. You know? Fuck it. Fuck it. We're on completely the wrong angle. We don't have a orbit of the planet yet. Fuck it. You know? We'll just burn. Hello, that guy Chris TV. We're experimenting with Kerbal right now, and somehow south and west is wrong. Maybe because I plan to get into an orbit on the line and then hit it correctly. I don't care. Just get me up there. Get me up there. You have to hold your prograde. Who cares? Who cares what we're doing right now? Just hold your prograde, keep blowing that apoapse up and out. Why do I feel this could go worse than it already is, says Trooper Sanchez. I don't know. I don't know. You know, it's never a good thing either when you've developed a game and the player is just like, oh, fuck it, I don't care. You know? I don't fucking care, just let it go. Let it go, see what happens. AppWap's going in completely the wrong direction. We're through half of the liquid fuel that we brought on this probe. Let's see how this goes. A little bit of an experiment. And seeing how much delta V we actually need to get up and out to that AppWap's height. That AppWap's height that we're going for is 44 million. And we're at 44 million. 44,493 is what you want? Alright, well that's pretty damn close on the AppWaps. In entirely the wrong place. No problem. Very easy to fix. He says. AppWaps down to here. Go ahead and, actually no, yeah, add a maneuver. We'll add a maneuver on this AppWaps. Give me a place where I can actually see it. And we'll then, our periapps wants to be there. So if we were to burn out to 14 million on the periapps, how much delta V is that going to cost? Okay, well that's not, nope, definitely not. That's, so 14 million from here. Thank you. 14.5. Yeah, that's close enough. And then, you know, it just needs to be in a completely different place than what it is right now. So if we do go up to there, then the descending and ascending nodes will be on there, and then we twist. And this is only going to cost us 158, so we got 600 and some to twist it. Hey, maybe we can get it done. Maybe. How long does the burn take? 7 seconds from the AppWaps? You're not quite on the AppWaps, if I'm honest with myself, but yes, you are. Fuck it. Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. This is, we're... Oh, shit. I was supposed to deploy things. Well, we're not going through the electric charge. So, go ahead and bring me up here. First. And then I'll deploy once we're up here. I think you'll make it, says Phoenix with it. You think I'll have enough delta V? You know? Well, not giving a shit, not doing it right? Good. Good. 8. 8 deploys our panels. Go ahead and open that up to space, just for the heck of it. Looks cooler when it is. 7-second burn time, so we want to burn this about, let's say, T-5, so I've got a little bit either side of the burn, as though it matters in the slightest from this height. F5 from here, so T-5 is where we're going to. Slow you down there. We are on the target. Burn. What's our real periapps? Can't see it, don't know. Just going to trust the... oh, there we go. Now I can see it. 14.6, right? 14.6. Boom. We've done it. That's a done deal. Now, we want our ascending and descending node. Ascending node would be here. Tried to rotate from there. I think we want to do this from the descending node, which is nearer to our periapps. That'll be, you know, we want to do it from the highest point that we got, which is right here. Let's just do it here. Do it at the ascending node. It's coming up. If I can figure out where the ascending node is, could I have a view that I can actually see? Like if you just focused on Kerbin. Kerbin's in there somewhere, right? There you go. Focus Kerbin. And allow me to zoom. And somewhere around here on the line, in that cluster of information that I can't get rid of. Can't get rid of it. Oh, that's the least amount of information we've had yet. Add a maneuver. Is that the right place? It is. Now for the twist, I guess. So if we twist, it's the wrong way. If we were to twist, like so, we leave the solar system. I don't know how I would do this from this point. Retrograde to get on the right... there, okay, and then what you would do is, like normal pulls? Or, I mean, what's the other one? I'm feeling very dumb right now. Like, if I did stuff like that, pulled you, twisted a little bit more, took some delta V off, or no, more retrograde burn, get you there. So really what we want to do is from that point, I don't know. How about if we do this from the periapps? Is math related to science? I don't think so. I'm almost certain it's not. if I were to do this from the periapse, the descending node or the periapse, I'm going to try at the periapse first and see, because we get the twist from there, and then we do the descending node. We want to keep the periapse where, you know, we want to move the periapse. Actually, if we want to move the periapse... Okay, I'm starting to actually figure this out. So... this is too many steps away from what I need to do, but it would be like, you know, pulling outward to get the... Hey game. See the mouse? It's over the top of that thing, but it's not highlighting it or selecting it. There you go, game. Oh, there it is. There it is. It would be like pulling it in this direction to get the periapse where we want it first. I mean, not first necessarily, but then like more retrograde burns so we don't leave the solar system. Doesn't have to be first. But what's the height on the fucking cocksucking game? And then you, if we pull it like that, this would have been so much easier if I just would have done it, you know, right. Yeah, I don't like any of that that's going on. I guess it's best from the descending node. It will be close to what it's supposed to be. And then we would twist. Well, burning retrograde. And less twist. And then our apoapse is on the wrong side. And it's down to 18 and 4, and we're spending 350. That's actually not bad. So you get that. From up here for the twist. If I twist back a little bit more to get us, you know, correct there. And then the idea would be to pull a bit on our radials. And that puts our apoapse on the periapse, and we're left with 200 meters per second of delta V to push the periapse back out to the apoapse, and the apoapse out to the periapse. That's horrible. That is horrible. Let's do this from the place that makes more sense, I think, if this is going to be the thing, which would be... No, that is the place where it makes the most sense. Fuck me, huh? Do the twist, and it goes like this when you do the twist. If we grab at our periapse, and then yank. Nope. I don't have a maneuver or a control that's in the direction that I want it, which means I gotta mix two of them together, which kind of sucks. By the way, drop that node, drop all the nodes, please, while I'm doing this. Trying to figure out how we solve this minor thing. Probably the best is to do up there, but I got one more idea. What was the idea? Oh, fuck, remember. The apoapse would be the easiest place. I'm twisting from there to get us onto... And then... Add a maneuver. We're at one of our highest. Apps? Could just relaunch this and probably get it done easier. But the game has pissed me off so much I stopped actually giving much of a shit. So that gets us for 248. Pretty close to the correct angle and everything. Cringe XP with the subscriptions. Definitely cringe what I'm doing right now. You are apparently in the wrong place. Please, please, please drop all of the things that I don't actually give a fuck about, didn't actually click on, but that you've put up here. Oh, thank you so much, you fucking piece of shit game. So there. Pull you up. Thank you. That's more where you want to be. And then we twist. And that gets us onto its general inclination. And we've got massive height. And then we could, from the apoapse, blow the periapse out to, like, here. And then from the periapse, blow the apoapse out. I think this is actually probably the best way to go. What I'm looking at right here. 250, we get on its inclination, and then from here, we could twist. We could try and twist. Let's do that. Huh? How about if we do that? 11-second burn. F5. warp me up to wherever the fuck this is. I don't even know at this point. I don't even... Oh, we're going all the way around? Okay. I got bugs in my face, and I just don't give a fuck. I'll tell you what, all of our science is going to be ready for us by the time we're done with this mission, if we can complete this mission. Limited probe control, because we only got direct comms, but we are totally 100%ed because of this lovely relay satellite. Where's Kerbin? I presume it's toward... Oh, there it was. We're heading back out? Good. Alright. We've gotten to where we're supposed to be. Burn of 11 seconds. Get on that target, and I'm going to have to pay attention to this target, and I'm really going to work the target and what the node tells me to do without paying too much attention to what's happening on screen. So let's hope that I can get this right. If it's a burn of 11 seconds, then I think I will burn on 11 seconds. About here, throttle up to half, and stay with this node. Stop. 0.4, did I go past it? Nope. 0.1. And call it done. And we've gotten onto his angle pretty nicely. Alright, we're on his angle. We got the dangle of his angle, the angle of his nagel. I could try to do this from here. I don't think this is the best way to do it, but I wanna have a look-see. If I pulled like that, well, burning retrograde. I found it. I found the place that we needed to do it, and we can do it. Took me a minute to try and figure it out in my head what would have to happen. But we do have the Delta V to actually make this happen, where the twists needed to be to get us where we need to be. That feels satisfying that I knew how, that I figured it out anyway. F5 from there, take me to that burn, please. We're going all the way around everything again. We've been up here for 27 days, 28 days. Yeah, when we get back from this mission, all of our science is going to be done in the lab, I would imagine, and we've got more science to put into the research lab. Which really, I should stop right now, put more science into the lab, because it runs faster when it's got science in it, I've been told. But can't be asked. CBA, everybody. Lots of radial. But I think I did ultimately, like, work it out in my head where, you know, it was going to be the cheapest to do the 2 burns. Could it have been done better than that? Huh? I don't know. Do you know? 45 days. All of our science should be done unless the game is a complete and total fucking liar. So I'm guessing all of our science is not in fact done. Look at that, though. Look at that. Moon just going around. Oh, he got caught by the shadow. Did you see that? He blipped in and out for a second. And we're here. Good. Burn time of 9 seconds. I will burn this one. Again, I'll start it at 9 seconds and do it at half throttle. F5. Well, if it gets done, can't ask for more, so just do it yourself. I mean, it's, you know, if I would have come up better, then it would have been. But, you know, for having to recover it like that, I don't know that there's a better way to do it. You did it right and perfect. Good job, says Ren Phoenix. Thank you. Can I believe that you actually... That's the problem, is who could possibly tell me yes? I'd have to believe that they know. And it's this game. 10, throttle up, half throttle. Start burning this. And you guys can watch that while I just stare at the maneuver node. And try and make sure that I'm still on it as we're doing this burn, slowing it down. For more control, slowing it down for more control, slowing it down for more control. It ran away from me. But we're here. We're here. We hit what it wanted us to be. And... Position satellite in the specific orbit of Kerbin. It's done. Dunzo, baby. And I absolutely do not have the Delta V I wanted to push that. Maybe I do. 90 meters per second from 45 up there. That said, it will take us, you know, another month to get up there. So I do want to try that. I want to see how much periapps and appwaps I can push. You know, can I get the periapps up to the appwaps? But before we do, let's go out to that there moon. And if I can catch this goddamn little gnat, it's just a gnat. If he just stops, because he keeps flying in my face, and then he goes away for a minute, and then he comes back.
The cooking is done, Munshine, for everybody.
Munshine all around, apparently. Munshine? Not Munshine. Switch me over to... Is it the ovum? It is the ovum. Switch me over. Because actually it'll take us probably 20 days or so to get to our next maneuver node burn, which means if I put the extra science that we've got into the research facility, then things and stuffing, guys, right? We have 494 science. It only does 500 science at a time, and the rate and all of the things that it said it would take this long to do were all wrong. They were all incorrect. We've had electric charge the whole time, we still have electric charge. We are draining it right now, which I guess just means that... Are we on the dark side? Where's the sun? It doesn't look like we're on the dark side. Have I just finally put enough lights on this thing where it doesn't look like we're on the dark side even when we're on the dark side? We're on the dark side, and she's well lit. Hey! I'm happy for that. That's one good thing. Alright, but the science. Just transmit the science? Empty it out? Is that what I do? Is that what I should do? It totally fucking lies. The interface said one thing or the other. Transmit or send a pickup craft. I would just transmit it. Is it going to be worth less if I transmit it? Shouldn't be, right? Shouldn't be. We've got 100% signal strength. F5 from here. I'm going to hit the transmit science button and see what happens. It's starting. The transmission. Do we have enough power to transmit all of this science back? It's uploading the data. Electric charge. Ah, Jesus Christ. It's draining. I'm not going to do that. It's up there if you want to look at it. It looks like we should have, you know, more than enough. My God, is it taking a minute, though? If I pull you up, it doesn't show the change in science on the UI as it's loading out. Let's hold that up and see if it updates at the end of the transmission. You know, I'm always interested to see what they didn't think of and didn't finish in the game. Is it scary that the station goes up by a meter every second? It's our clock. This is how we do it. 8, 9, 10. And at the top of our apps, time slows. It's well lighted. It's well litted, isn't it? It's lit, buddy. Oh man, is this lit. I might have put the solar panels on backwards. I did. I put the solar panels on backwards. Shit, after all that work. Those were supposed to be the other way around. These lights were going to throw light on the fuel field, but because they're not that way around, we have very nice lighting on both sides of it, so I'm okay with that. And so long as it looks like the solar panels, fuck it, I don't care that they penetrated. It was too much work putting them there. It's too much goddamn work putting them there. And we're fully transmitted, and the science did update. Excellent. We can put more data into it. You know what I'm going to do? What are you going to do, Pawn? I'm going to use my experiment storage unit to collect all. Boom! We got all the stored data in that unit. And now, what do? I review the stored data, and we can start loading things in. This says it'll only take 34 days, and that's a fucking lie. So, 150 science words do it. This will only take 34 days, and that's a fucking lie. The lab already has this data. Time with that data, 36 days. Fucking lie. And it won't give us 750 science, because it can't even store that much, okay? UN. Cannot analyze data, the lab is full of data. Yeah. Alright, is the lab full of data? 740 to 750. Rate 11 science per day. What a fucking bullshit game. Lights pointed at the solar panel's infinite power. Right? Right? Alright. That's the best we could do. We transmitted 400. We were supposed to have thousands, but this game is bullshit. What are you gonna do? You know, there's only so much data that can be stored. But it wasn't even that it maxed out. It wasn't full of the science that it could have. It just took longer than it said it would take. Even when it was full and had 2 scientists in it, and... Anyway, back out to the thing that I wanted to do that isn't the game lying to me. So that would be the probe for profit. Switch to you. I think we can get it up to a 44 million to a circular orbit for 90 meters per second because we'll be so far out of the gravitational well at the top of this apoapse. And once we do that, I might even want to come down to the periapse. Well, I might even want to just blow past it, push the apoapse up to almost 80 so that it's almost out of Kerbin's SOI, and then push the other one if we have delta V that makes me suspect that that could be done. But first and foremost, bring me up to the apoapse. And I'm not going to do a, stop that. I'm not going to do a maneuver node. We're just going to find out together whether or not we've got the delta V for it. It'll be funner that way, but won't it? And we're going to have, like, this being a super high relay, this is going to cover so many scenarios, might even help with, like, Duna communications when we start heading in that direction. So thank you for bringing me up to the apoapse. Get on your prograde if you do not mind. You look pretty. You are just pretty. Pawn, I'm forced to apologize for not paying attention, but what is the current mission? To nothing. We completed the mission, which was to put this up where it is. Now I'm going to put it into a place where I want it, which would be 40... What do we got here? Just the apoapse, please. 45, so I want the periapse at 45 as well, if I can have that. We got 90 meters per second of delta V left to do it. Let's see if we can get a circular 45-45 out of 90 meters per second of delta V. It's going to be closer than I thought it would be. But we have got 45 and 45, 45-1, 45-7-7. Good enough. And 10 meters per second of delta V left. That's as good as we're going to do. And it's actually, like, really close to a min-miss encounter on both sides, which is not ideal. It's very not ideal. Let's go up to this apoapse. No. We're heading this way. Yeah, so let's go up to the periapse and see and put 5 more meters per second on either side. Got 10 meters per second of delta V on this thing. 5 here, 5 there, and we're done. Gravity extremely low at this altitude. Should be easy. Should be. But we managed that pole. Let's see how much more we can get on either side of this. And meanwhile, we are moving the days forward, spending more time up here, so that will, you know, get more of the science to generate in our research lab that is a total fucking lie. And go up to the periapse, like, properly. Get up here. There we go. And 1 minute to the periapse. Okay, we're still on our prograde. Blow the apoapse out by 5 meters per second. Go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. We got it to 49, and that's less likely to get caught by min-miss, but still could, I suppose. Now let's go down to the apoapse and do the same thing on the other side and leave this tank completely and totally dry. Warp there. No, you don't want to hear this, but here's the wiki. Up to 500 units of science can be stored before the results must be manually transmitted back to KSP, so it is necessary to regularly switch focus to the craft with the lab, transmit the saved science. If the storage buffer fills entirely up with science, research work stops until transmission makes space. Okay, but that doesn't apply because we didn't fill it. It wasn't full. And it told me that, you know, just as it told me right there that it'll take 34 days, it was telling me this will take 33 days, this will take 34 days. This mission has been going for 100 days now, and it still hadn't filled up to 500 science. And they were telling me 750 science will be done in 36 days. it's an improper calculation. I assume what they're doing there is if there were like one piece of science, one piece of data in there, then the number would be correct. But under any real-world circumstance, it's never going to be correct, what it estimates. So it's just wrong. Just wrong. I can imagine what math they're doing, you know, and how they're doing it. So let's blow this up. We want 49.2. I mean, we're just going to put the last 5 meters per second of delta V in it. Yeah, fuck it. And we're out of delta V. 48.6 and 49.2. That's the best that we could get for this super high eccentric orbit, 45-degree rotation on this, you know, massive relay comm satellite. It's not really useful in normal mode because normal mode's comm systems are OP and hard modes are like fucking ridiculous. There is no balance to this comm system, so we really didn't need this, but we've got it up here and we did the thing. And we made the money, which is most important. We've been up here for another 30-some 40 days at this point, right? It's been 107 days going on this mission. It's got to have all those days. So when we go back, you saw it say 34 days and it'll be done. Let's head back to the moon base and see if it even filled up in the amount of time. Because that's what we'd want to see, is that at least it fucking filled up. Ovum, switch to. He didn't see that. Ronin Pawn. What? Phoenix Within. It also gets slower as the data is converted, which is dumb. Less full the data bank is, the slower they convert it. And our data bank had like 650 of the science remaining of 750, so it was pretty goddamned full. So, and also, if that's not accounted for in the calculation of how long it will take, that's a wrong, you know, figure. It didn't even fill up with the science. Unless that is full, and then the concept here is that it says 497.512 because the next tick of its generation would be too much to put in. Maybe that's what's happening here. Maybe that's how this is working. So it is full, it's just not actually going to 500. There you go. I mean, you could just, that's also bad math. You could just make it so that it fills up. If you cared. But that's probably what's happening, is it's filling up, but it's not filling up, but it is filling up. That kind of thing. Go ahead and transmit that sense. How are we doing on electric charge? We're back on the dark side, and we're down to 3,300. Why are we down to 3,300? It also says that it's researching, so it hasn't stopped the research like it's supposed to. Like it says in the wiki. Why are we that low on electricity? Go ahead and just warp me up to where the sun hits us. Yep, fill that electric back up, please. Thank you. That's enough to transmit. Transmit the science. Yeah, that's maybe possible. I bet anything. It didn't move at all. 497.656, if it added one more unit of conversion, it would have done, you know, it wouldn't have worked. Just a little oversight there. So I guess it has been filling up and then not doing anything, but also not actually filling up because, you know, they couldn't be bothered to do some rounding math. I'm gonna actually fizz warp to get through the transmission. Hopefully that's how that works. It's a very bad if statement. There is no else statement there. 95, 6, 7, 8. Boom. We are generating that science again, and we can put some more data in, I suppose. We've got room for another 100 data about, and that'll be you. Review the stored data. That's 1125. Boy, this is a fucking nuisance to do this, isn't it? Who would ever want to do this? That's 300, that's 500. I can't fit any of my data in. So it's just gonna have to be what it is right now. What a fucking nuisance. You have to set up, you need a setup to auto-transmit. Wouldn't that be nice? If you didn't have to sit around here and babysit your fucking research center, if you didn't have to come back to it once every 35 days. If someone had thought about gameplay and whether or not that's just a giant fucking nuisance while they were failing to design the new system. But that's that. We made the money that we wanted. Do we have 1.6 million we need 1.7 million kerbucks in order to upgrade the R&D center. Do we have 1.7 million kerbucks? We have 1.7 million kerbucks, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it. We did it. I killed it. We've got the money that we need. I'm looking for the thing. There it is. No, the other one. The other one. We've got the 1.7 kerbucks. Million. Yeah! Alright! If we bought in right now, we'd be almost bankrupt. So we should really probably... Shut up. We should really probably do, like, another mission just to make sure we've got a little bit more. At least take another mission. That kind of a thing. And we've got 1,134 science. Didn't even notice that, Tremacian. And you're right, Phoenix Within. The upside is we now know roughly 100 data is worth 500 science. Yeah, because it only does 100 at a time. It only processes 100 data and then it's full. So, what have we got now? Because time has definitely passed a lot. Have we gotten... Build a new orbital station around the moon. How about go fuck yourself? Huh? 5 Kerbals? Wait a second. 5 Kerbals, cupola, no fuel storage? I wish I would have had that up front. Like 2,000 units of liquid fuel they had me bring. This one's worth, with the advance, it's worth 250 grand. Fuck. Way easier. It's just 5 Kerbals in a ship that you park at the moon for a second. Dick. Seismic surveys of the moon at a certain site. Oh, 3 different sites. Doesn't pay a lot, but we could do it with our little moon lander. Simple scan with the rover arm of the moon, large crater. Light scanning arm, we've got one of those. A moon large crater. Never seen a moon large crater. Polar lowlands, highlands, or polar crater biomes. Well, we're not polar. It's not easy to get polar from where we are. Highlands? Could we get to the highlands on the moon from the equator? Recover a unit from orbit of Kerbin. I need to build a completely different craft to do that. Well, I don't. Yeah, you do. No, I've already done. Shut up. 3 tourists who want to fly by, orbit, land the moon, fly by, orbit. Take it and build the discount station. Lol, the anus station. Instead of the ovum. Simple scan with the rover arm of green sandstone. Lowlands, Great Flats, or Flats biomes. That's on Minmus. We've already got several missions for doing that sort of a thing on Minmus. Green sandstone. Bring green sandstone back with you. Do a simple scan of green sandstone. Let's do both of those. Satellite in a specific orbit. We just did one. Go fuck yourself. Rescue Lucy from orbit of Minmus. Minmus is my next destination here. And just taking these contracts, we get the advance, so we're good. We can just buy the R&D center. Upgrade. Especially if I take this one. And Minmus is where we're headed. I don't know where Lucy is, but if she's in the sky, with or without diamonds, I think that's what we want. I'm interested in the build a new station around the moon, because that's a ship. It's an antenna, docking port, generates power, 5 Kerbals and a cupola, and then that's it. Like, that could be on the way to building a base on the surface of Minmus. We could literally send it past the moon. In orbit of the moon, you know, we could either get the highest orbit around the moon, or, you know, get down low but it'll be easier to slow down. Probably stay in the highest orbit of the moon that we can get right there, and then complete the mission and carry on. The One Piece station, and then send it to Minmus. One Piece. I don't know if I'm really up for that. I'm trying to think of, like, what it would look like. I think I'm up for that. Just to fool the game into giving me an extra 182.6. And I'm hoping that sooner or later the game will give me a goddamn Minmus contract to build a station on Minmus. Build a landed thing. The 4-episode station? I'm going to take it, because you're encouraging me to do it, and I could just pass a ship through the moon that's set up for that, and it's done. And it's worth some good money. But I like the idea of that being basically a ship that is landing on Minmus, that is going to build a base on Minmus. But for a minute the game thinks that it's for this. That said, if I did that... I couldn't use the same thing for the Minmus base if they gave me a Minmus base thing. Could I? Because it's always going to be a new station, a new thing delivered to the new place with the new stuff. Who knows when they're going to give me a Minmus base? I'm just going to go to the Minmus base. I need to make it. Call it the pawn station, at least they'll know what to expect. I'll take it. Even if it doesn't become part of the Minmus mission, it's an easy thing to pull off. We'll end up doing it sooner or later. Looking forward to Minmus, though. That's when the game's going to be interesting and fun. We now have 1.9 million. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's do this in the daylight. But, after this long-awaited amount of time, we're finally going to upgrade the research and development facility. That didn't click it on. Boom! Full R&D upgrade. Big fucking difference between the design of the creative mode and the phoned-in bullshit design of everything before it, isn't there? Look at how, you know, impressive and greebled and everything that is. And then the design that the guy had to make, the designs that he had to make after he had made a beautiful, like, interesting, curious little barn thing, and then they said, yeah, we're not using the barn. Could you make it again, but this time more boring? And he was like, yeah, here you go. Pretty big difference, huh? Now, we could buy into this tier of shit, and with 1,000 science in our pockets, there's certain things that we could get already. We could get automation for the Communitron 8888, directional antenna, which is just an antenna, but it is 100G? Okay. 100 Gs. That's Gs. And then we've got the relay antenna of the same quality. We get a drone core that attaches to the weird plane shapes that I don't know if the aerodynamics is still fucked up on or not. And then we could get like big batteries and fuel cell arrays and shit, but I don't care about that. What I want, more than anything, in my life is this. Advanced Science Tech. And it says that we need both this and this to get it? Is that what it's saying? It's not just one or the other. Is it? It's both of them? So we'd need Scanning Tech, which comes along with some new science for 300. And we'd need that. These are two things that I want. More wheels and the command seat? Give me that now. Give me that now. And yes, we can actually go straight into Advanced Science Tech without buying the scanning stuff. But I'm okay with buying this. Well, you don't have enough science for this. We could just buy this and then get back to that. And then we've got all of the base equipment for mining. That's it. 8888 is the top antenna of the game. I don't want it. Is there any reason for the 8888 in normal mode? Is there any reason whatsoever to have the 8888 in normal mode KSP? You know? To Jewel. But I mean, if you've got my question, my curiosity, ooh, let's look it up. Let's find out. Let's find out whether the game is balanced in any way whatsoever. Because I've got in my... In fact, let me do it over here and I'll bring it over just in case I'm looking up something that I don't want to show you. Porn.ronanpawn. I did make a copy of the KSP ComNet signal strength calculator that a user created because, you know, this is what's necessary and they don't provide it. But so if you've got like DSN2 and you've got, let's get rid of you. Can I, this is view only? No. Ah, fuck. Hang on. I've made my own copy. It's somewhere here local. Why would you even link me to that? Go back to the Google Sheets. Comnet signal strength generator, Pudmon. There's mine. Yeah, fuck. Okay. So, if we just clear out all this stuff, okay, from whatever it was that we were looking at before, and we say, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in here, you silly boy. There we go. So, we say we got DSN2, and, okay, it's got some stuff that's not in the base game, but the RA100 is the relay, and then the 8888 is... So the HG55 with DSN3. Okay. So it doesn't go all the way in normal mode. You get such saturation of coverage around Kerbin with all of the antennas that I wondered. Unitron 8888. Once you get the 8888 with DSN3, you can communicate with everything all the way out to ELU, 10% at its lowest strength, with just one of them on there. Alright, so there is a use for it. I just thought, because that's such a weird misbalance of all of the comms networks, it feels like so massive saturation while you're around Kerbal that there's really no reason, or while you're around Kerbin, that there's almost no reason for any comms satellite other than the most basic one in the normal game for when you're on like the dark side. You need to just have low power, simple ones when you're on dark side to do bounce transmission. Other than that, you're just saturated. But they give you those comms, those extra antennas and comms satellites so early in the game that it's like, well, why do I need this again? I don't know, but here you can have it now. Oh, thanks. Thanks, don't really need it yet. Haven't even gone to fucking Duna in this save. But okay, it does have it is useful. It is useful. I just thought it would be completely saturated all the way out there. I think I'm buying this. This is what I really want to do with my life. Is go out and drill Minmus and set up a fuel run from Minmus as a outpost on Minmus where we do the drilling, and then the fuel gets put on a ship and flown to our moon base. No base in orbit of Minmus to start with. Outpost on Minmus, orbital station at the moon, and then, you know, Kerbin. So research that. Yeah. Ooh, and what's this? Experimental science. Experimental science. We've experimented with making a really big barrel. Cool. And then the narrowband scanner as well. Heavy rocketry too? Can't afford anything else now. Oh, I can. 160. Yeah, I can buy something down here. Actually, I'm pretty sure I want these rotors. I've got a plan. What else is possible here? The fly-by-wire, big SAS, big reaction wheels, monoprop, and the Furners would be cool. I have a plan. Heavier rocketry, not yet. Give me this. I want those rotors, I think. And then we just need a little bit more science. If we went out to the research center, we could probably pull it, and then we could buy into heavy rocketry. But those are the three things. For all the ideas that I have in future. Around Minmus, friends. Around Minmus. And we have 240,000 Kerb bucks still left in our pockets. We do need to, you know, do some missions and get some money. Is there any mission that I took that I can do today without being a big fucking thing? Like, everything is at Minmus right now because that's where I want to go. So green sandstone, orbital station around the moon. Olivine Formation, which is also a Minmus thing, apparently. Lowlands, Midlands, Poles. Which does not really describe where it is. Does it at any point here say Minmus? On Minmus, there you go. Okay. Grand Sandstone. We could send this up, I guess. Yeah, the discount tracking station is really the only thing that I could do today, isn't it? Or we could design for, I'm not feeling like doing that. We need to complete some missions, we need to make some money. This discount station is money in our pockets, and a lot of it. I think we do the discount station. We definitely do the discount station. We do so, after another live stream break. Been here for 3 hours, 45 minutes. One more round, one more live stream break, and one more go. We'll build this station, we'll send it up to the moon, clear that contract, try and figure out what the hell we're going to do with this thing after we're done. Anyone got a link to the Pawn in Houston fanfic? What? No, that doesn't exist. One launch, one station, one live streamer on Twitch, only here. Stay with us, Pawn, not out. Damn it. I was trying to set up the fucking... It didn't... It's... Star docks, fences, fucking work. Totally ruined my timing. And, scrolled me to a place where the thing isn't anymore. Pawn not out!
I want to be the very best, like no pawn ever was. To build them is my real test, to fly them is my cause. I will travel across the skies, searching far and wide. Gather science to understand the goo that is inside. Rolling Kong, it's you and me, playing career mode in KSP. Ooh, you're my best friends in a world we must defend. That's Kevin. Of course, so true. Jebediah will pull us through. You'll teach me how this will do. Ronin Pawn, Ronin Pawn. Every mission along the way, with courage I will face. I will fly them every day, straight into outer space. Come with me, the time is right, our node is drawing near. SAS and thrusters full, blow up the landing gears. Rolling Pawn, it's you and me, build it through three-sided symmetry. Ooh, you're my best friends on a channel we must subscribe to. Come on, click it. Oh, the things we'll do, forget our staging and kill the crew. You'll tee-hee, Pokemon will sue, and then we'll all explode because of Ronin Pawn. Ronin Pawn.
There was a tiny Asian woman screaming in the street today. And she was screaming at a person that she obviously hates. She was so loud we heard the screaming with our windows all rolled up. And we looked down on the street to see who she was screaming at. But there was no one on the sidewalk, so we all looked back at her. And we saw in her homeless hands she had a 1960s mirror. Pretty plastic girly one framed in a purple case. And she was screaming at herself, and she was spitting at her face. And we were scared and we were shaking, waiting at the intersection, looking at each other's faces, each one a shocked reflection. We laughed with nervous laughter at the crazies in the street. Only 'cause we know it's how we kind of want to be. And there's a fraction of a brain cell chain that makes us what we are. One false move, you're in the mirror, someone's laughing from the car. Half a dozen times, and that she has a bunch of mirrors, she has lots of different kinds. And I wondered what she'd shouted, and I wondered what she'd done. And the light turned green and someone said we ought to put her in a song. I feel sorry for that woman as she stormed off in the day, with a bitter frozen enemy who will never go away. So many of us hate ourselves but never shout in rage. We never get to hold a mirror, we never turn the page. And I'm lucky I've got people who'll hold lucky that you love me, and I'm glad we never fight. And I'm lucky that I like myself, but late at night I doubt. So I'm scared to look in mirrors, just in case I start to shout.
Jazz Club. Really flying the music. Okay. And it's so packed in here. The band sounds great. Double penny whistle track. I'm here. How are you?
Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Oh my god, my CPU is burning up right now. Let me just unpause that and hit this button, and then, does that help? Ooh, it's still very hot. 183 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a warm day. Oh my god, the side of the case is fucking hot. Let's just do a little bit of this. See if we can't help it, just get rid of some of that heat it's hanging on to there. 182, 181. Yeah, a little less would be more at this point. Wow. Wow, I mean, it's holding out. It's holding together. It's doing all the streaming code and everything. I'm just gonna leave that off for now. 180.5, nice. What if I went into, like, just something else in the game? What if we were just in the VAB? There you go. There you go. Down to 169. There we go. Okay, game. Alright, throw some ice on it. I've got some Peltier units. They'll definitely form ice for us. I've figured out how to make our mission interesting. How to make it interesting and fun. So, we picked up this little mission to build a new orbital station around the moon because it doesn't want any, like, fuel. It just wants seating for 5 Kerbals and a cupola module on it, and then it's just, you know, standard station kind of things, which means I could just make a ship, park it in orbit for 10 seconds, and we complete that mission. But that's just like, kind of boring, isn't it? Just to make a little, you know, a 2.5 meter thing, send it up there, no big deal. I figured it out during the live stream break. This is gonna be interesting. We also have this mission, explore Minmus, dock 2 vessels around Minmus, and rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of Minmus. So, we've also got this mission, rescue Lucy from orbit of Minmus. If she's in the right sort of a place, let's go see if she's in the right sort of a place, because we can do all 3 of those in this one mission. Here's my thought. We build a hitchhiker storage container, that's 4 Kerbals. We put a cupola module on the top, that's 5 Kerbals. Boom, satisfied both of the qualifiers for that mission. We go to the moon with it, but how do we get to the moon with it? we bring the tow truck back from the moon, like we did before. Arrow break it around Kerbin, get it here. So we just drop it up in orbit of the moon with not much. I'll get to that, but we'll push it to the moon with the tow truck. We get it to the moon, park it in orbit with the tow truck. Then the tow truck takes it out to Minmus and detaches and reattaches. There's 2 vessels docked in an orbit and bullshit around Minmus. And on this craft, we've also put the tiniest little return craft with the minimum amount of Delta V for Lucy to be shipped back from Minmus all the way back. Then we send the tow truck back to where it's supposed to be at the moon, and we land the moon space station on Minmus as the site marker for where we'll end up building our colony. There's a fucking mission, people. Take me out to Minmus, please. And where's Lucy? Ooh, she's in a weird high eccentric orbit. That doesn't actually make this any more problematic or difficult, except that it does. When we come in, we set up the orbit, we get on her. I can do that. It makes it a little bit trickier, but I can do it. The amount you use that tow truck, I'm thinking you should change your name to Mater, and you should be in a Disney movie about towing. The thing is, though, I mean, it's come in really, really handy, but it took so much work to get a tow truck up there that actually did the job that we wanted it to. You know, so I have been trying to make the most of it because there were 3 or 4 tow trucks that went up that weren't right. That tow truck just weren't right, boy. That boy ain't right, son. That sort of a thing. So yeah. But I really like this idea. This makes this a very interesting mission to build for and to run. So step 1 is cupola module. Step 2, hitchhiker storage container. Boom. We've just completed the requisites for the space station, other than generate power and docking ports and antennas. But that's that. I want this to land on Minmus. So let's give it some legs. And since it is Minmus, even though it's a very heavy weight, we can get away with just 4 of these boys. Thank you very much. For you guys, you can go ahead and start retracted. So now those land. This is going to need to be able to descend all by its lonesome. So 4.3 tons so far. Let's set up our Delta V so that it is Minmus vacuum, so that when we do put the things on here that we're going to put on, it will tell us what we need. Now, we could give it, you know, too much fuel, but I don't want to. I want to give it just the amount of fuel that it wants. I will, however, nonetheless start with the smallest of the 2.5 meter tanks, which I think is you. I'm not going to end up using that, but, and probably not going to end up using that. A Spark, even pushing this load on Minmus TWR 4.5. With 1,847 meters per second. We want this to just control itself on landing. So really what it needs is like, well, what's landing on Minmus? I think it's like 300 Delta V from orbit. So if we go back over here to our Delta V map, it's 180. So let's say 350 because it'll be me landing it. But yeah, 180 Delta V from 10 kilometers down. If we do let it go from higher orbit of Minmus, though, where we've got Lucy, it'll be just a little bit more anyway. So yeah, 350, 400 Delta V. Let's say 400 Delta V is what we want on it to be able to land. So yeah, get rid of this giant fuel tank that we definitely don't need. And give me... maybe... Well, first let's see how much this is, all by its lonesome. 136. My idea was to put 4 of these on the bottom, radially attached. So if I can just find the place where that is a thing that happens, and then drag you down. Alright, drag you down with manual controls to about there. And then you, just one, more than enough. 504 meters per second of Delta V, that's fine. And then I could actually put these attached to this. Right. Right, though. Right. What about right? Does right sound right? Right. Right, so that we have a lower you know, clearance and stuff. Ah, damn it. Shone the right way, you bastard. And then I think what I actually want from these then is to be over here. Spinning around. Always the last one that I use. Is that correct? That looks correct. It looks completely fucking wrong, Pawn. Well, if I get the fuel tanks in the right position, they are, right? Get rid of these and then it'll be more obvious that they are. They aren't. What are we doing here? Get rid of these fuel tanks. Somebody messed them up. Somebody broke those fuel tanks. C, and then, yep, all of the angles until I find the right one. There you go. That's how we're looking. Like that. Drag you down. Drag you up. Drag you in. Let me begin. I came to win. Challenge me. That's a sin. So that you're nice and tucked, but you're not penetrating. At least not penetrating where the model says you'd be penetrating. And then these guys on the outside. Do want you looking like you're actually attached to them, though. So that would be like that, I think. And then start extended. Okay, well, fuck me. They still don't look like they're attached. So up a bit. There you go. Now you look like you're attached. Can I go out a little bit with them? Well, I'd need to be looking at the other one, because this is in the way of me seeing what the fuck I'm doing. So it would be... Come on. Come. No. No. You. There. There. Now you're attached in all the right places, but you're attached the way that I like it. Hello, lovelies. Hello, pretzel toffee. Tanks on the side. Could do, but we're gonna have to have a, you know, rocket or a engine underneath there anyway, and so it's gonna have to have fairing, and, you know, might as well do it this sort of a way. Although, that said, we're gonna have to have a fairing. It'd be nice if the fairing didn't have to go over the whole thing. Is there a way that we can do this and then just undo it? You're like that on all the angles? Local and everywhere else? Well, fuck me then, huh? Absolute with snapping. Pull in here. Pull in here. If I set you to the kind that I like, which is that, could actually set you to this, where, you know, it fits even closer and tighter. My question is, can I get the landing legs to fit underneath? They will not be as wide a base if I do it this way. They'd have to come down to like there to look like they have clearance, and then when they open up, they're good, which would mean that there would need to be something underneath them. I think I'm just gonna go with what I had before, because that looked good and it was functional in terms of holding the son of a bitch up, which is a good premise. So that's the Delta V for that as a lander all on its own. But, nuggets, it's going to need other things to be considered a station, quote unquote. So if we had docking ports, somewhere low to the ground, that's why I'm thinking here. Docking ports like that, because it will be a landed sort of a thing. So if we do dock anything to it that way, interesting, Pawn. If it were going to sit, ooh, what? Ooh, baby, I love the way, your way, every day. I want to be with you night and day, yay, yay. You are 9.9 liquid fuel, you're 0.225, so no to that thought. Two of them. You see where I'm going with this? We'd want some monoprop on this. How much monoprop does it store? 10 and none. And then you guys store 20 each. That's an excessive amount of monoprop. Especially for a base. We don't need monoprop on it. The 10 up there is more than enough. I would just like something to attach it to down here. I guess I could just do the octagonal struts. And then have two of them like that. They're closer to the ground, so if we do like end up using this for an attachment point later, for something. Come on. Find an angle. Snap. Then it'll be lower to the ground. Push you up just a touch more. What do you think of that? I never like having the docking ports attached to things weird like that. I'm a huge fan of the way that it ends up looking. But for vessels to be able to drive up to it and attach, if it ever like came to it, I think I'm gonna not overcomplicate it with that, and I'm just gonna go for these two on the side. I think it'll be fine with that. Throw these away. They're already twisted in a way I don't want to deal with. Two of you guys, just like that, right under the window. Nice. Nice enough. We can make that work in future. I forgot to get the snacks out of the oven. No! Fancy structural tubing for effect. If I had smaller tubing, but I don't, maybe. They'd have to be the big docking ports otherwise. I'm just going to go with this. It's simple, it's straightforward, gets the job done. This vessel, well, the vessel that's attached to it should be able to generate its own power and have its own comms. So, for power generation and comms, considering that it's going to be landed on the surface, we could either do, you know, deployable from the side that turn with it, but like going straight up would be the better idea, or the best idea would be to just have mounted solar panels. I just don't want the solar panels blocking the view of the sky. And that kind of sucks about building like a base outpost, that they want you to have a cupola on it, because the cupola would be cooler if it was looking, you know, to the side. But building in that direction creates a whole bunch of issues with like landing legs on just one side of this, and then the weighting of how you push it up, and you know, it gets weird, and I don't want to get lost in this simple little mission. But a couple of you guys there for power generation. You know, it can get better and be more later. We can build things off of this or onto it. That sort of a thing. And then, how do I like where you're positioned? How do I like where you're positioned? Probably going to want a fairing above this, with a nose cone on the top of it too, to make sure this is aerodynamic when we push it up. Or, we might be putting something on top of it. I think we actually are. So that's generate its own power, comms, and it's a base on Minmus. It's not used for relay. You would be fine if I could find a place to put you. And I'd even be okay with one of you, 0.05 imbalance. I'd be happier with two of you for the 0.05 imbalance, but the problem is going to be the way that this is modeled. If I had you there, this one would only look right if he were up a little bit, and still wouldn't really look right. And then this one would be floating. So maybe I just do one on one side and put it over here, and then when it's deployed, it blocks the view from that one. Oh, and it penetrates the other thing. Yeah, that's a hard no from me, dog. It's gonna be a no. Block my logo? God damn it. I hate to block my logo. Put you there. It's a 0.05 weight. Isn't mayonnaise technically just egg sauce? Lovely, Jim. Lovely. I'm starting to think, so if that's 0.05 on that side, what are these landing legs? 0.015. So 0.015, 0.03, 0.06. Things are getting interesting in my head. How's your head right now? Because what I'm thinking, try and stay with me, I was talking about how nice it would be if the cupola were facing the surface. And that's not low enough, but we could work with it. So it flies up like that, but it's got these guys on it. You're 0.05 each, but this would be 0.06. But you'd be there and there instead of on this. The weight wouldn't be over here, so it wouldn't actually balance that out. Think about wheels, a rolling base. 0.022, 0.015, 0.025. Doesn't balance out the antenna. Not that the antenna is the major issue here. It occurred to me that that might work. I mean, this could still work if I move them over there. So you would be like, how far out can I move you like that? I build attachment points off the side of this, and then yeah. And I believe what's the way that they're sitting when they're in this thing? They enter from here is down here. When they take the seat, they're looking out through that way. It's down on this side? I think it is, isn't it? Down isn't this side, it's this side. Like if the thing were rotated, well, from your angle, if it were rotated like that, I turned it and went, poof, then that would be down. I don't want them sitting upside down in there like they were before. The door is behind them. Well, it would have to be above them, because he looks straight out through there. So above him, or under his ass. That's gonna go on that. So this could be actually, it's however I wanted it to be. You know, that could be like that. And then these could be on this side. And you'd have an entrance on the top and the bottom of the craft. And then you flip like that. Like so, and then I build something off down here so that it attaches like that. And then put the two down there as well. Docking port now in a really bad place. Being able to position it. Take it to the pad. Yeah, I suppose I should do that before we get around to launching it. Let's just continue looking at this idea. If you're there, and then if I dragged you down on snapping like that. Oh, there's only one of you now, are there? Okay, it's not like I was just building with two just a second ago. Two. Where's the second one? Oh, you're doing that. Yes, I see. Mirror. Snapping. Center. Pull. That. And you. With snapping. Are you absolute? No, now you're absolute. Hit it with the absolute once. Yeah, the docking port in a very inconvenient place for this concept. Do down another one. J out. Do down another one. So that would be fine. And that looks like it would be fine. Same for you. This is before I have to like unbuild this in order to build this the way that I'm looking for, and then in. It's the same as the other one, but it's not. Ah. Put you all the way up here, and then down just a touch. Yeah. And you look okay, as is, where is, maybe a touch up. No, you look okay, as is, where is. So then, yeah, for the, you know, it looking right and everything, I'd build something on there, but that would do that, and then we'd have the weight over here. So this is 0.06, weighted mostly to the right, but not entirely, and then 0.05 there, and then if we check the center of mass, not that it's going to show much difference with this low amount of weight being pulled off, but that works. And then I can actually set this down, have an exit, you know, straight to the ground that maybe won't even have clearance, or if they get out there they'll cause the whole ship to bounce up. But then I'd have the one on the top too. It's fine. I like this. I don't hate the idea. But in order to get there, I would have to build something constructional for that to attach to. I don't think the octagonal strut is going to really get the job done. Maybe I don't even attach it, it's just visual. It's just visual to make it seem more believable that we've got a good, strong attachment point there. And then put you, like, here. I'm not hating it, but I'm not loving it. You're dead in the middle. If I actually had you up here, and then you're attached to the center. I'm not loving it. Still not loving it. Yes, put engines on the side now? Probably not, but maybe. Maybe. We could still fly it straight, and then once we get there, we land, you know, this kind of a way, and then just... and just immediately panic, try and set it down. Make the windows transparent. Is there a button for that? Lights on. Mirror flag. Attachment, auto strut disable, reaction wheels. I don't think you could do that while you're building. Oh, you're saying hashtag make the windows transparent. Yeah, for the game's development and stuff. I agree. That doesn't quite do it for me. The octagonals are almost always a better solution. So, let's see. If you're there... Because when you merge them, they look so much better. And do so much cooler looking shit. Look at that! It almost immediately looks perfect. Almost. I don't hate it. I'm not entirely in love, but I'm having thoughts about children. If I could line you up with that, and then pull you down. Just the various lines and things are interesting to me. Put lights on those. It will actually look very cool when it's sat down like that. Where you're attaching, just out of curiosity, what if it was like this? You attached it down there instead, and then they sat a little bit higher on this end. What if the bottoms were not embedded into the white part, but ended right at the black bit? Come on, quit doing that weird shit that you're doing. Just trying to find that place where I truly fall in love with the design. I think I liked it better when they were lower. When they were down there. Yeah. Let's see if I embed it even more. Well, but I like how those line up. Move it around just a little bit more, see if there's something that just makes you go, ooh. You know, things that make you go, In fact, a little bit more rotation to get it correct, and then drag you in. I think I'm in love. I think I finally got in love with that. Yes. Yes. And then we just have to, you know, replicate the exact same thing down here. That shouldn't take an hour and a half. Just two. Just two, thanks. And a radial. Or mirror, rather. Mirror mode. Nope. See, now you've went and changed everything that I told you to do. Because I touched the wrong thing. You motherfucker. Fucker of mothers it is. Those are in the right places, and then you just embed quite a bit. And down. From the ass. I want you more like this for this side, to mirror what's going on the other side. Looks good to me. And he's got some nice butt cheeks going on there. I grabbed both of you. You're still on that offset, so I can't drag you the way that I want, so we live with that. But I don't hate this. Yeah, and then we do something with those that makes it look nifty and neat. And then, start retracted. Start retracted. How big an issue is aerodynamics going to be? Am I going to have to fairing over this whole fucking thing? Because I don't want to. I don't want to. Batteries. Additional batteries. What's the charge on this? 200 electric charge stored in there. Don't know that it needs any more. We will have someone to fly it sitting in the cupola. The tow truck will be moving it once it's put in orbit. And the idea is once we go to, the moon to finish that, I didn't mention this, we fly this to the moon using the tow truck, but we actually take it to the space station and we get crew off of the moon base and take them along with us to Minmus. Because we're going to want, scientists on Minmus. So, I'll leave 2 scientists behind. I think we bring 1 up with us. I think we've got 1 scientist sitting here not doing anything right now. And then yeah, one scientist from the moon base. I think we've got 3 up there, and we only need 2. So we actually do a crew transfer, and I think I'll send Val. I'll pick up Val, too. I guess I'll be the pilot, Sister Macian? Are you at the moon base? You're at the moon base. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Sure, I don't know. Look like I have any fucking clue? I don't know what's going on here. Yeah. You're no longer in a position that makes the slightest bit of sense, really. I mean, if it's going to be on its side once we're there... There's really no other place that you'd put it. I mean, the only alternative would be to, grab these, there you go, snapping, put them up here instead of down. But what's the big fucking difference? I think it makes more sense for it to be there. Yeah. That might be it for that. 494 meters per second of Delta V to land itself and nothing else on Minmus. I think it's ready to go. Additional batteries, it's the beginning of something. Potentially it's the beginning of something. Might not be the beginning of anything, really. So we could put more batteries on another part of the station once it's part of the station. Now, do we want this to fly like that from the bottom, which is the easiest way to do it, or do we want to attach these things and then it's... Because it might be better to... move the solar panels to the /top. Thank you. Yes. I was definitely going to miss that. I'm going to go ahead and just disable the flag. Because it just ain't going to be in the right place. It's going to bother me that it looks like that. And honestly, if I can, I would love to have the one big solar panel on this. How much does that cost in weight? 0.04. So 0.04, and then this was 0.06 for the legs, plus 4 of those things that are 0.005, which is, in other words, 0.02. So 0.06, 0.02, this is 0.04. And then 0.05 for the antenna. Just trying to keep the weight balanced, kind of a concept here. .04, I could have 2 of them. And then with you in the middle, that would put us heavier on this side than on the other side. Where did that go? Where did it... I'll just get another one. Put you down there. I want to merge these a bit, if I can. A little bit closer to the body of the ship. That's nice. It's looking weird. Sure is looking weird, isn't it? Not allowed to say, fuck, you're not a libtard CNN liberal who wants to destroy USA America. USA America? Jesus, our name keeps getting longer and longer. Is that a new Trump thing? USA America! Is that what we're doing now? I mean, not me, but apparently some people, you know, who have issues. That is 2 of you. Merged together. Just 1, please. Thank you. What do you think? Stupid or the stupidest? You tell me. Just stupid or the dumbest shit you've ever seen? Well, what's your take on it? I think we are going to have to fairing over the whole thing here. So if we were to change it so that the engines are on the side, for Minmus, we might be able to get away with the ants. If there were 2 of them on the center of mass, though, which is not on the it's on the window, so that's not great. But just curious about the TWR. Not enough with just the 2 ants, but 4 of them would do it. And if I can't be on the center of mass, what I could be is on your mom. What I could be is something like down here. Okay, I'm touching the docking port there, not the entire craft. That's what I'm touching right now, is the docking port that I no longer have access to. Hey, I could touch it on this side. Cool. Thanks, game. Oh, you've just put it on one side, have ya? Oh, fucking A. Oh, how goddamn marvelous and beautiful and brilliant. Oh, you son of a cunt. 2 of them, with snapping. Center of thrust. Perfect. And the TWR is 2.96 with a pair of ants. But, well, then this could go up here, like you were talking about before. And then you would have room to be down here. And that puts the center of thrust near the center of mass on this craft. All the fuel is at one end, so as it drains, that center of mass will continue moving. Well, it's between those 2 points. Mean for like a decent balance of what's going to be available, and this is assuming we don't put anything else on the craft. Then we start out with the center of mass there, and then it moves across it like so. It's pretty good. It's not bad, you know. SAS would be fine. No, your mom pawn. Boom. This is weird. I've made this weird. It was going to be a simple little mission, and I've made it weird. We're not getting reports on what the Delta V is, so that's neat. Fuel delivery overlay. Definitely getting to all of those things, but there's no... There, no? Why 0 meters per second is my question. Why 0 meters per second? Let's make sure that you're the center. You are the rooted part. If I made you the root part. If I made you the root part. Anybody got any ideas why I don't have any delta V showing? Any thoughts? Any thoughts? I'm gonna go ahead and put this out on the pad and see what it is. See how she do. Ooh, and how she look, and how pretty she do be. Okay, a center of thrust also incorrectly represented. Ants fuel type? It burns LFO. Propellants, liquid fuel, and oxidizer. Let's save this as... Is it going to be craft 20? I think it's craft 20. Yep. So, 20. Multi-Minmus mission is what this is for. But right now, this is going to be the Minmus... We're gonna call this the by way of Mun, Mark 1. By way of Mun is how we get there with this craft. Save it, and put it out on the pad. The Minmus Munner. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. And see if once it's out there it knows the Delta V, but more so I wanted to see, you know, just what's going on with the craft. These legs will probably collapse under the weight of everything. Presuming the game doesn't crash first, because these legs are not... Oh! No, they're managing to hold the weight. They're not really designed to hold 4 or 5 tons. 5, 6 tons on the surface of Minmus. Okay, hang on everybody. The bugs are coming in. Gets late, it gets dark out. Ooh, what did I just do? Ooh. Managed to pull the little plastic bit on my headphones out of its hole. There we go. Gets late, I got so many lights on in here, and they find a way through the screen and everything else to get in. Fire the engine! Well, we've got 0 meters per second at Delta V, so we couldn't possibly be able to fire the engine. Oh hey, the engine... Oh, well that's why. 'Cause it put him on backwards and upside down. There we go. There's your problem. And now, pilot view. He is sitting the way that we want him to. Very nice. Very nice. Not gonna be very convenient for the people in this pod. Once they're up there. They're either gonna be strapped to the ceiling or... But it's low gravity. It's not like they can't get up there and then dangle a bit. I don't know. Maybe it's part of their workout regimen. But yeah, he's at least in the correct position. I like it, I don't hate it, and I like it. And I don't hate it. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. Fix those engines and see if it tells us that we've got any Delta V. So, you, snapping, to, mirrored. Like so. And you, two, snapping, mirrored, like so. And we now have 446 meters per second in Delta V. We were gonna put lights on it, right? Strap some headlights to the sumbitch. Because why not? Why not? The big ones? The big, powerful, nasty motherfuckers? They cost. You know, it's definitely weight that we're adding to one side of it without caring enough about the fact that that's what we're doing. Just looking for like a... Can we cover the most ground area once we're on the surface? So let's drag her down. Maybe we do the ones with the wider spread and less strength. Yeah, I'll take you guys off. Try these dudes. I have in the past enjoyed having the lights embedded into these things too. If I can get a hold of them again. Give me you. So, number 1, flip you. Number 2, rotate. Outward a bit. For the better cast. Lights on. And then that'd give you a nice directionality on the, you know, nice coverage of the ground. They are very, very low to the ground, so we could probably angle them up a fair bit to cast a little bit further. That's about nice by my standards. And then, can we make them look good on the craft? Looks good from a couple of angles. Not all of them, though. Alright, give me this, because it's really hard to work with you at this height. And I think maybe give me... No, we like the way that you're casting on that. What I'd want is... all those angles are correct. Yeah, we actually just want to move it around. A place where it doesn't look like it's weird and penetratey on all the angles. Maybe it's just sitting on the surface of it. Do like that. Let's just make it flat with the thing. You know, it's messing up the angle that I set up before, but fuck. It's gotta look decent. It's not a craft I made. Almost. Though. What are we doing? Just got here. Can somebody fill me in on what are stupid things pawns attempting to do and failing at miserably? Trying to use the same vessel to accomplish missions at Moon and Minmus while looking nice. Ah, thanks. Bets on how many times he's going to fail? This is a Minmus lander / orbital moon base / Kerbal rescuer, which we'll get to that point eventually. I'm gonna focus on how this looks first, and then try and get it functional for throwing the light the way that I want, because it's bothering me that it don't look good. It just don't look good. You align with the... grab from there to align with... that bar that's in there, and then you can pull forward a bit. Okay. I need a tiny bit of which way? It would be you. Missed it entirely. Okay. And then F, pull you down to like there. Right, now they look nice on the craft, my opinion. They look nice enough. And then if we pull them down to the ground, not getting a whole lot of light being thrown in a lot of areas because they're both just pointing at the same direction. And then if I do the things that are going to ruin that, ruin the way they look, but give us more light in the places that we want it, like that, and then pull it back up, where I can edit it, and grab you, F, drag you forward, boy, that's so weird, but it does give the right, like, cast of light. They have a very wide cast of light. It's so weird that it's like that. I think what I'd want to happen here at this point is, with snapping, do it this way instead. And then down here, and I do apologize for, you know, my OCD, or the way that I choose to build. It's not really OCD, but, you know, it's what I do. You don't have to be tuned in. I want you to be, but you don't have to fucking be here if you don't want to be. Get angry at me, because you, F, and then down a little bit. Chose to spend your time watching me do this shit. Looks a little bit better, but it's still a bit fucked. If I ignored the orientation of those and went instead with the orientation of the rest of the craft, I think that immediately starts to look better. Here, and then down again. And then if I can get the light to throw the way that I want it. Well, he recovered from a good launch into a really wrong orbit, so I have some little faith in him, says just do it yourself. Yes. A really awful launch. And I had exactly the amount of Delta V that I needed in order to do the mission that I wanted to do the way that I wanted to do it. Which is... I don't know how it is that I do that every time. Not every time, but a lot of the times. Just trying to fall in love. Trying to fall in love here. It's hard to do. You know? Can be hard to do. I think that's probably the most I'm gonna be able to fall in love with this. I'm gonna check on this. I want to do that over here because I can see what I'm looking at there. I think that's going to be it. I'm not massively in love, but it does get the light. It's sort of the middle point of what I wanted from the light. Oh yeah, gets the light exactly where it is and looks decent-ish. Be nice to do the same on the back now. If I copy you and just drag you over here and then something, would it actually work? Nah. Nah. Don't worry about the back pawn. Do not worry about the back. What you do need to worry about on the back, though, is that if this is a thing that is, you know, meant to ultimately become part of, like, a larger station or something, then we want the, goddammit, sort by mass. We want a big docking port back there. And that actually works perfectly in terms of the size, and yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. It's almost like I meant to do that. So then there'd be a docking port down there. Don't even really need the side docking ports then. You know? We can build something later for the side dock. We don't need them. We don't need them because we complete the necessity of having a docking port by having one big one that something could be attached to later on this craft. Yeah. And then the little guys, you know, they'll come on something else. But that's neat. Let's look again at the center of mass to the center of thrust, because we have changed things. So you go further out. And remember that we want this to drain. Want this to be evenish, you know, across its draining is the idea, because all of the fuel is on one side, so I want to take all the fuel out. If this is more or less straight on, oxidizer liquid fuel moves all the way out to there, so my thought is put all the oxidizer in, that's the halfway point, and then adjust your engines for that. So it's basically that one in the dead center, and then this one there. And then we have the best we can do if we're gonna have all the fuel at one end, you know? If it's all liquid fuel, no, let's do it. Let's adjust for that instead. About there. Doesn't have to be perfect. SAS is there for a reason. It will help to sort of counteract what we're doing with all of the things. But there's center of lift to center of mass on this craft for being able to land itself once we're up there and doing what we do. So, pull this in, pull these in, and flip you back upright. And what is our weight on that now? 5.1 tons with the fuel and everything else. No monoprop. It's got storage for monoprop, but I don't have being able to move it around monoprop. This is a landed thing. Fuck it. And if we're not going to have any monoprop facilities on this craft anyway, might as well not bring it up. Still not seeing Delta V. Still not seeing Delta V. Cool. Cool though. Minmus, vacuum, Delta V, nothing. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, well that's because the oxidizer's out of it, you idiot. There you go. You never know. Did I break it again? Or have I actually just done something wrong? Who's to ever really know? So yeah, is that all of it? That might be the whole damn craft. And that was just part one of the design. Because what I wanted to do also, was, let's see. I want to build a little craft that can return the Kerbal that's stranded up there. That we would bring up with all of this as well. Contract check. You want to do the contract check? You want to walk through it? It has an antenna. Can generate power. Has a docking port. Facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals. 4 plus 1, 5. Has a cupola on the station. Cupola. Put it at the moon and maintain stability for 10 seconds. We're gonna do that with the thing and the stuff. With the tow truck. But I also wanted to bring a craft that can get itself back and landed. Put you like that. Yeah. So let's build an upside down spacecraft. Is that what you're gonna do? Apparently that's what I'm going to do. This is going to be for re-entry. I'm going to put it on the top right now to make building easier. And for the sake of being able to see what it's actually doing, we'll give it a decoupler, even though it's not going to have one in the end. So decouple from there. And it's got its own decoupler, yes. But I want to build this in a certain way. Certain way is what? Building from the top down, maybe it would be more convenient to build from here. We'll need a parachute on that, but let's worry about that in a second. So from here, this has its own ablator on it, 20. Now it's very lightweight, so that ablator might be enough for re-entry from Minmus, but I'm not sure that I trust it, and also these things flop around in the wind like crazy when you're coming in, and if you've got a parachute on there, at the speeds that we'll be hitting back from Minmus, if it doesn't slow down fast enough, it makes me nervous. So my thought is to go ahead and add... Ooh, I could add it. Just add a regular-sized heat shield to it. And then, you know, just turn the ablator down to 60. Probably 40 would be enough, but we'll say 60. So it's got an extra ablator, and that's going to be, you know, one more ablator, but two, it's going to be some weight pulling it in the direction of the ablator once we, you know, detach from it. We would detach from that ablator. The stage, whatever it was, that we needed in order to return this vessel from Minmus, which would be Tiny and Wee. And Wee and Tiny. So you and... Fuck, for Minmus? You can't do an ant for everything, Pawn. Oh, can't I? No. Oh, alright. I understand then. You would be up here, and this is not going to give me the readings I want. I don't think an ant is going to be the thing. It could. Could be the thing. For Minmus, push back, exit. One little fucking ant for all that to push back? Just don't be stupid and put a spark on it. And that. You're saying it's 93 meters per second. Let me do this. I'm gonna reroute to you, and I'm gonna rip this guy off. 513 meters per second at 30.77 TWR, and that is at Minmus. That is from Minmus. Whereas an ant is 556 meters per second with a TWR of 3.36. It's just got to push us back to atmosphere. Now for the delta V of return from Minmus, leaving from Minmus, 150 to exit. I think that's enough fuel. Am I wrong? That would be enough fuel? I think that's overkill on the fuel. Just crazy. The only smaller thing that we could bring fuel in is a dumpling, and they're radial, and so trying to attach something to them. Although, what? If I could make sure that you were attached to the right thing. What? No, I guess you gotta be attached to that. And then, how much do you weigh? 0.12, you're 0.22, so one of these would be exclusively what we could do. You will attach to the decoupler? Yeah? Alright, so let's say, without, like, centering or anything like that, let's say that we did one of them in the center, and then had two spiders. Zero meters per second. Enable crossfeed. 290 meters per second. Is this really stupid? Or just really stupid? Additionally to this, though, it can't just be that. It does need a parachute. I get a parachute, 266 meters per second. Can we get back to Kerbin with 266 from... We're actually going to be at a higher orbit than like 10 kilometers there, and that was 150 to get the flyby from... The 930 is to get the flyby 150 to land. It's extremely stupid. Is it the right kind of stupid, though? I'll show you. Show you what she'd look like. Huh? Huh? How stupid? How stupid exactly? Let me build less stupidly. Structural. Need you to come down like that. Get rid of these guys. Give me a, because we're going to want, actually, this has no SAS on it. So, small inline reaction wheel, followed by the fuel tank, and the spark. Spark is excessive. The ant. Followed by the ant. 471 meters per second of delta V, 2.88 TWR. And that's our little save a Kerbal return stage. Center of mass. About at the middle. If I don't bother with that, and instead I decouple with the smallest decoupler that we got, could even do that to, no, you don't want that. Smallest decoupler that we got. Nope. You need to actually attach to the decoupler, which apparently has merged into the ablator. And will never return is a thing. Be right back. Need to reboot everything. It's so laggy for me. Is it? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Yeah, it's in there, never to return. Okay. Get rid of everything. It's got an extra ablator there. This makes more sense. This makes more sense to have the little ablator followed by the little decoupler. There's two ablators going on. It'll be fine. Little ablator plus the little decoupler. Hey, they attach correctly. And then you like that. Huh? Huh? Perfect. Perfect. You have bigger heat shields. I know I do. But this works. And this has an ablator underneath the ablator. And honestly... No. You want that for... I mean, if I wanted it all. Because this comes with its own decoupler, and then it releases its own ablator. Let's just trust that the game is not made by idiots. If I did that... 20 ablator is what we've got on there. Very lightweight thing, slows down the atmosphere very quickly. It decouples itself from this stage and then exposes its 20 ablator, and then it falls into the atmosphere. That's how that works. Now, if I wanted to be able to help it, I could put the SAS up top instead, and then that would come with us, and the only thing we'd be dropping would be the fuel and the... Yeah, and we're up to 582 meters per second on that tiny, what's the weight? 1.165 tons that we're adding to this. I don't hate it. Do you love it? These are 0.02, those are 0.02. This is 0.12, this is 0.22. Again... I'm wanting battery for the SAS. It doesn't have much battery on here, but it does store 50 electric charge. A pilot involved, well, not necessarily a pilot, whatever they happen to be out there. I want to look at this again. I'm sorry. It's just my kind of deal. I want to look at this again. One ball, centrally balled up. Give me absolute rotations with snapping. Find the top dead center of that. Are you top dead center? You're not top dead center. Nope, come on. There. And there. And there. And then absolute snapping to the dead middle of the thing. And then, fuck it, I'll make it look good and I'll penetrate you a little bit in there. And then the engines would be two spiders. I think positioned here. You don't want to go there, but you will go there. Two spiders like that. 304 meters per second of delta V with a TWR of 7.52. Gets it done better, doesn't waste the delta V of return. If 300 delta V is enough to push us back to Kerbin Atmo, which I do not know. This is turned into a really stupid build, isn't it? The additional batteries for the SAS, don't feel like we need them. Not gonna have them. I keep doing that, and if it didn't look so dumb, I'd be on board for it. But because of the way that it looks, which is dumb, I'm not on board for it. Yep. You. I'm not to say that that doesn't look dumb, but it's not as dumb. And it gives us 582 meters per second. Okay. Okay. Octo. Oh, the Octo would make that look good! Damn it, Dramatian. Damn it, Dramatian. You're a beautiful human being. I hate you for it. The Octo does enable me to do that thing that I so want to do, apparently. I just don't, like, then I put it on there and then I think about, ooh, is that going to be enough delta V? I think it is. It's fucking min-miss return. Min-miss is nothing to leave, right? And then that centers itself correctly. Instead, the fucking... the octagonal strut is the goddamn savior of this game in so many instances. You can attach to the bottom of that. Okay, that's gonna look dumb too, but again, the solution is and has always been the octagonal strut that is now embedded in there forever. Okay, so you up, then you attach to there, and then you pull down, like, as much as you can. As much as you can, and then you pull down. Boom. Boom, baby. And then that's 3.83 TWR. Is it just me, or is the golden foil thing not centered? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine. I think it's stupid and I'll love it. It's stupid in that way that I'll love it. I took you off and were to re-add all that other stuff. No. 337. Thrust limit the engine? Why would I thrust limit the engine? It's just for return, 3.83 TWR. It's fine. Fine. You would need to be on your own stage. And then like that. Small issue. Don't know how we attach this to this anymore. How do we get that back attached is, well, I suppose what you do, pawn. Like that. And like that. Yeah. Yes? Yes. Big Pawn is having a heart attack at how crazy the Octo Strut is. It works so good. It saves everything. It saves all of the worst design choices that I can come up with. It just makes them all look good. Enough. To pass, anyway. They look good enough to pass. Damn it. It's like this could be perfect. Huh? Huh? Right where you already be. Ish. And then you Go down into almost there. Leaving me just enough to grab the old one out, throw it away, and then pull you down. I don't know what my idea was with this. Oh, it was right, it links up with that. And then what if I took these off entirely? And then give me you. Sit you down like that. Just go ahead and get you low. Works pretty well. Needs more RGB. You're not wrong. I always do this. 0.85 to 0.95 to 1, which at least leans them a little bit to the blue end. I prefer that. You go away. And then that throws light evenly from the back, underneath, and forward from a very nice little and interesting tuck point. The front of it, however, does now look a bit naked. Let's go back to when it was upright. Because I could... Well, and before I had taken these off, because then you got those there, and I could just try flipping these to throw the light out backwards. So it was snapping, not absolute, local, 1, 2, 3, 4, well, just completely around, upside down, so, and then they're throwing backwards the same that they are on the front, ish. Yes. And we've got them in all the places. Is that right? It doesn't look right. But it's hard to tell when it's like that. It ain't right. That show ain't right. Put one high center light. Ooh. I hate, this is weight that we're adding. And it's kind of stupid weight. But boy, that does look kind of neat. But these ain't right. If I were to grab this and then, with snapping, 1, 2, 3, 4, why these not be correct? Are they? The Minmus Choo Choo. F me on that, and then... No. I don't know exactly what's happened with the... because you guys point out and down, and these guys point out and down. Am I just wrong that that's not right? It just looks different back there, but it's the same? I guess it is the same. I think you're just wrong, Pawn. How could that possibly be? Such a thing has never happened. Yeah, no, they're different. They're casting the light in different ways. There's something different about them. They're just turned in instead of out. How does that end up happening? Is it basically that? That being the issue? That these would have to be on that side instead of the other? Okay, quit making 4 of them, though. Since I tell you to stop making 4 of them, and then you make another 4 of them. What if you stopped doing your own thing and did what I fucking told you to, huh? Yeah, I think that was the problem, that they needed to be on the other side like that. Don't know if I'm going to be able to get them right into the correct spot that we had before. Now, you, whole thing, move to the left. And whatever's biting me on my ankle, keep doing what you're doing. Because I'm busy. In. Trying to find my lines again. Yeah, this one's just gonna be very different than the last, is how this is probably gonna work out, but I don't mind that. That looks pretty cool from that side. Looks okay from this side, from the rear. Looks pretty okay. Light feels like it's being cast in the right kind of directions. If I drop it back down, it's very close to being the same exact light throw. If I grab you like this, go to local, no snapping, and then just twist out ever so slightly. That's gonna look nice. That's gonna look nice. Okay. Back up. And upright. Alright. That's changed everything. Lights off. Lights... Oh, I gotta set these up if I want them the way that I always do. 0.85. 0.951. Same for you. 0.85. 0.951. 0.85. 0.951. And then the lights off on you. Okay, getting late, really enjoyed. Have a good one, everyone. Thanks for coming out. Just do it yourself. I do apologize for doing this kind of a minutia build. This is the kind of things that I tend to do, or try to do, you know, when nobody is around, but it just kind of happens, doesn't it? It's truly incroyable how much time I spend in the VAB. I care. I end up caring. By the way of Moon Mark 1, save that. It's taken us a long time to get here. Center of everything needs to be you. Thank you. This would be something that would, like, that's a very late kind of a thing. You'd be after that. That decoupler would be on its own stage, separate from the parachute for the return deal. You firing up on your own sounds fine to me. I could put this onto the staging and then have you with that. Yeah. And then these 4 all burning together for that part of things. Good, good, good. That's it. I dig this stuff. Cool to see how the architect works. Save the craft. Alright. The lights are the lights, the ground, it's the G. For the sake of action groups, put you on 9, comms is on 9, toggle antenna, that should be the only thing I need to put onto really anything, and we're good. Pawn needs a sick nickname like that. The Architect. I like that at this point, my career, I've been around so long, Jim, you've been around here for so long too, that you feel like the guy who calls himself the Ronin Pawn needs a handle. It's just how long I've been around. It's like, he's just Pawn. He's always been Pawn. He needs a nickname. I like it. Alright, then we gotta lift this stupid thing up. How do we lift this stupid thing up? Like, where does it attach? The one they named Pawn. How does it attach? Because this just doesn't make an attachment point there. Oof. This could be slightly problematic. big fairing that attaches to everything, but that blocks the attachment point, having the parachute where it is. But that's the only parachute that I want on it. I don't want to put any, you know, radial thing. Decoupler on the parachute? You can't do that, can you? Like, the parachute doesn't give you a node to attach to. Unless you're talking about, like, a surface mount decoupler, but the TD06... Yeah, there's no node left to attach to there. Here's how I could do it. Here's how I could do it. Comcast! What, are we losing it? Flip it? I could do this. Comes off. And then this is where we have, we have fucked this up, you know, this is where things get complicated. So if I do the interstage nodes on, and then I have what I believe to be enough space for that to attach to there. It does appear to have attached to the decoupler, which is what we need to have attached to. And then I would have a, or not the decoupler, but the, you know, the docking port. And then a small decoupler here that would stick to this side of things. There you go. Apparently I need more space for it. So, like that. Boy, that sucks that it's got all that extra space there, but, you know, looks like it needs to be. And then this would decouple from there, that would detach from the docking port, and we'd be, you know, it would be gelatin. It would be gelatin. Okay, don't do that. Never do that. Whatever I just did, don't ever do that. I tried to move this, and it collapsed and took my craft with it. Oh, the craft is now embedded in there. Never do that. I was trying to move this down because it's kind of embedded into those things, which it genuinely shouldn't be. The docking port and those were at the same height. It'll probably be okay. But the problem there is that this thing gets left in space or something? Test it, please. Okay, we will test it. But if I were to even do it, what happens with the fairing? How do these decouple from one another? Because we move this entire load out with the tow truck. Tow truck can just grab the bottom of this fairing. Come back, pick it up from orbit, grab it with the bottom from the claw on the tow truck, push it out to the moon, do that, go on to Minmus, and we go to the height where the Kerbal is that we're trying to rescue, load the Kerbal up into that ball. The ball then needs to detach, which would mean, especially since this is going to be this very little area in here, force percent of decouple is 0. 1% force. Remove the structural part of the fairing. Okay. The truss structure? It's gonna look like magic if I do. Because it will look like this all the way up. I'd rather leave that in because it makes it seem like it's fair enough. But so what I'm thinking is, we decouple this. It can use its SAS to twist itself down and push itself gently out from within here. And then once it's free, the tow truck that is attached to the bottom of this can, like, decouple to go on to trying it to land itself. And the tow truck can push this into a place. In fact, the tow truck could push all of it to the place where it's going to, like, hit the surface of Minmus, decouple, tow truck goes away, this goes on to hit the surface of this goes on to save itself. That's my idea. I think this will work. I think this will work anyway. Hello, Crystal Dash. But we do want to test it, right? So let's put it out on the runway and test. Let's make sure that all of this gets staged correctly first. So you guys burn, and you decouple that when it's time to release the thing. So you'd actually want to be in here with the engine that's on him. Yeah, and then this would be for decoupling from all of that, which would be in that stage. Sure. And then the fairing kicking off is something that will happen, you know, at a completely different time before any of this stuff. You are on the way home. That looks, you know, during build, that looks about right. And I'm gonna flip these because it'll be what we want to see in the right order that we want to see it for this during testing. So save it and put it out on the, well, you know what? Let's build a fairing. Now, do I want this to go over everything and go straight up? Because I think maybe I do. I go straight up like that, and then for you out to wherever it is that I'm clear of all that stuff, and then straight up. And then close her off. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A little bit higher then. There's our fairing. Save it, put it on the pad, and let's make sure that things work. No remote-controlled or manned command modules. Does the cupola not act as a command module? Or do I just need to put somebody in it? Jeb, get in the cupola. Okay. Just had to put somebody in it. Maybe the hitchhiker storage container is set up as the root part right now. How long have we been going? Just 5 hours, 20 minutes. Damn. You know? Damn, just 5 hours and 20 minutes, he says. But a lot of these Kerbal live streams have gone many more hours than that. So, Jeb, for the sake of this test, I want you to blow off the fairing. Whoa! And to dodge that explosion. And then the next thing that should happen is this would drop away. Good. I guess. And then the next thing that would happen would be this decoupling from this down here. Which, I don't know if we could really test that. Oh. Sorry, Jeb, but it was a good test. We know what we need to know. Alright, thank you very much. That all worked. Revert to vehicle assembly. Everything worked. Clamshell. No fuck. The last time I did a clamshell, especially with a weird shape like this, it was not good. It did not work out nicely. Thank you very much. But that's our payload then, I think. I think that's the whole payload, all figured out. 7.8 tons that we need to deliver to orbit. It doesn't need its own transfer stage because we're going to bring the tow truck back to do that, so we just need a lifter. We just need a lifter, and I'm just going to build it, I think. The Jumbo. Jumbo, this is probably OP, and I probably shouldn't be doing it. Skipper? Where are you putting all this stuff? Let's make sure that you are the root part. You are, so it's just the game being the game. Got it. The fairing would happen once we get to space. You guys are your own thing, and in fact this is above that, and then I'm going to need a new stage for you to come with. Don't forget, Pong, you're also going to want a fucking coupling decoupler of the 2.5 size. And that is all the Delta V we need to push it to orbit. And it's actually kind of right. 3502 at a TWR of 1.38 weight. Sea level. 3131, 3502. Don't do that, Pawn. It's wasteful. It's wasteful, and it's silly, and it's wasteful. So if that was using this big guy, then... and we sort by mass, like I fucking like it, then the next thing would be you. You with a skipper. 2.0 TWR. Skipper's a little overpowered. If we could do this with the Bobcat... Ooh, I've got the nuclear engine, too. So let's try building this down to the smaller size, which would be using one of the fuel tank adapters from 2.5 to that. No, is that going to be you? 2.5 to 1.5, no. This is the one. 2.5 down to Bobcat size, and then a Bobcat size liquid fuel container. Okay. You keep putting the fairing in with shit that the fairing's not supposed to go in with. And I keep moving it out, and you keep putting it back, and it's almost like I'm the player and you shouldn't be fucking with my build. Yeah, it's a lot more to carry up. That's not the size of tank that I wanted anyway. I'm just having trouble finding the right, you know, the long Bobcat-sized tank. There you go. That's decent. 2,318 with a TWR of 1.42. At sea level, nonetheless. Yes. Yes? Maybe more. Give me more. More, not that kind of more. The other kind of more. More fuel. 2503. TWR of 1.3, that's good because these won't fire until we're already in the air. Flip that upside down because it'll look cooler. Or could do it the other way around, where I do you, and maybe like you, and then you. Huh? Even sticking with that stock build. This is some kind of a weird chode, I will acknowledge that. Put a small docking port to drain fuel to the tow truck? Oh, right. That's a thing that we're supposed to be doing. Fuck. You're supposed to bring up the fuel that we need for the tow truck, so that the tow truck doesn't have to burn its own fuel. Balls. Balls that you're correct, and you've just reminded me of that, and it's been so long and I didn't actually think of it. What does the tow truck use for its... It ain't that one. It has a poodle, so it must use the 2.5. You must be the 2.5. And it's that one, isn't it? So that would fill the poodle up completely. And the idea would be that would have to be part of our payload. Yeah. And then there's that. And then the small docking port. Pair of them for just balancing. And then we have to push that up as part of our payload. It can't all decouple and go away together. But this then needs to be locked down, which massively increases what we need to do, and then the Bobcat does not make any goddamn sense. So everything below here goes away, and we go back to the skipper solution, and we might end up doing the... I'll just pull in my other, you know, build for this, but let's see. I think you're gonna need it, Pawn. Well, let's just see. Skipper to there. TWR of 1.05. It's not that far off if I put on a couple of cubs. And a couple of cubs ain't quite right there, but at altitude, 1.29. And presumably put SRBs on there that get us up to more like 13 or 14. 1.3. It's not great. It leaves some of it behind. But it is a much simpler and more straightforward rocket if I do it that way. And it's got 2,669 meters per second of delta V, which is in excess of what it really needs. So I could take one tick off of the liquid fuel we're carrying up, which will increase our TWR to 1.38 with 2,400 when we switch over at 14K. That's perfect. This stream does not have enough spermie action. Okay, we're back on track here. We're back on track, and I can build a much more normal-ish kind of a thing. So, you guys or the big hydraulic manifolds? I'm gonna go with these. I think these will be fine. So you, up here actually. Got two of them, you got two of them, and then give me them big old SRBs. Can I get away with just the kickbacks? Probably not, but let's see. 1039, TWR of 1.34 off the pad, but that's at the wrong, we need it at sea level, 1.19 off the pad. Not quite as much TWR as I want either, so probably got to go with them Pollux. And that is way too much DV, and too much TWR as well. Staging. Is the staging fucked? I'm firing all of those, and the fucking fairing! Quit fucking fairing me, you fucking fairing! Keeps fucking throwing the fucking fairing on a stage. It's you down to there. But for this, 1590, you know, I'm more apt to... Well, but these cost 6,000 apiece. These cost 2,700. Two of these and then two of the other ones. It'll probably still be cheaper, Pawn. Two of you guys on there. Are you? Yeah, you're not attached, right? Ah, you're attached, right. So, firing these two, and then you break off, we fire all that together. 929 meters per second and not quite enough TWR from the ground, but if I put on a pair of thumpers as well... You're not gonna clear them, are you? No. Alright, we're gonna need the bigger decouplers for this. I think you're gonna be more down there. And the two of you. That's 1.47 with 1082 when all of those fire at once. Yes, and then you guys would break off for the 1000 Delta V we want there. 2123 doesn't quite get the job done, but we can siphon a little bit out of here, and we actually will want to. We will want to. Your rocket could be faster if you made it red. This is 720, right? Yep, 720. I remember that number being what we want. Okay. You, get down a little bit lower, so when you break off, you'll break off and go away from us. Give me... nose cones. Small ones won't be with us for long. Pollux will be with us through the densest of the atmosphere, so you get those. You would need to lower as well. So that you get kicked off in the right way. Might as well make it look nifty. Dragging all the SRBs down to more or less the same thrust cone area. A bit up. Okay. So, Destiny. We don't want to take off with all that Delta V anyway. And I believe the way that I've been doing this is at altitude 14 kilometers. We want the TWR to be a nice handoff to the liquid fuel. And the liquid fuel is going to be at 1.35, is what it's saying right now. Which is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Let's play with thrust limiting. So when you guys are alone... let's say 1.5 on that. And then at sea level at launch, 1.34, 1.34. And that's good. This is very, very good. I'm gonna go with that. The Pawn Delta V Heavy launch stage. I'm sorry. Delta V Heavy? 4 42,000 crafts so far. So we fire all of the SRBs together, and then we drop just the thumpers from the side when they're out. And then after that, we drop the Pollux as we fire up both the skipper and the little guys, Verners, whatever the fuck they're called. And then hopefully we're in space. We drop the fairing. The tow truck meets up with us, and at that point we'd defuel, we'd refuel, we'd pull the fuel off of there. And then we'd decouple that, and it needs to deorbit itself with some Separatrons. So the Separatrons, the next stage would be Separatrons fire as this does that. And then everything up here, this is a lot of fucking stages. And then whatever's going on up here, you release the thing below as you switch on those. But that won't happen until we're already out there. And before that happens, we would want this guy to do his business. So that's our little return craft. And then we're coming back, you, and then the parachute go away. I think that's the staging done. Looks good. Launch. No more maths required. The staging. But I think, yeah, we're gonna math it again. Because it's a big long build, and I'm not just gonna throw it out there and hope that I got it right. We're gonna math it one more time. So, from sea level, 657, 440, we are talking about 1100 Delta V on the SRB stage from sea level. By the time we're at altitude, we're switching over to liquid fuel. We've got 2386 with a TWR of 1.35. Not the best TWR we could get on a liquid fuel stage, but hey, what the fuck do you want from me? I've been here for a few hours doing it. Then, the fairing pops off because we're in space. The tow truck comes out, he sucks his fuel off, and then we need to destage the lifter stage that remains, the liquid fuel stage. So we fire the Separatrons as we release it. That fires it back down to Kerbin. And so then the tow truck comes around, grabs the ass end of us, and starts grabbing on and pushing us around, and then when we get to wherever we're like back to Minmus, because there's a lot in the middle, we go to the moon, we stop by, we say hi, we, you know, trade war stories, have a little sex, because there's a lot of female Kerbals up there, and it's not, we're doing our service, they are lonely. And then once we're up there, okay, next thing that's gonna happen is we get to Minmus, and we're gonna like save a Kerbal. Kerbal's gonna get on the inside of this. We're gonna break it off with 1% force on the decoupler. Just 1%. In hopes that it doesn't explode. I think it needs some percent though. 0 didn't seem right. So 1% force off on that, and then that. It does it, and it does it, and then it pushes itself out, and then that one goes home on the Delta V that it's got, which is apparently some amount that isn't listed here. That's fine. That's not a big deal. And then there's this guy who goes to land on his own, but we'll be at Minmus by that point. So Minmus and vacuum. This guy's Delta V is 375. That's not correct either, I don't think. But so it decouples from the thing, and then all these engines switch so that we're looking. Ooh, am I gonna be able to switch to look in that direction with this? Control point up, control point forward, control point reversed. Reversed will be correct. Unless reversed is the opposite of up. In which case we do forward, and then we just have to treat it as it's upside down. I think it's ready, anyway. I think it's ready to go. There is no probe. That is true, there is no probe, but somebody's going with it. And that somebody is shit. Somebody is shit. I wanted to send Charlie Go. Charlie Go is coming. Charlie Go is absolutely coming. But we're gonna need a pilot if there is no probe. Where there is no probe, we need a pilot because we need somebody who can hold SAS. Charlie Go is useless to us in terms of SAS holding. Or we could just add a probe. We just tack one right there. And then I don't have to send Jeb. Charlie Go goes, and a hex tucks there. Because there will be people aboard this, and one of them will be a pilot. It'll either be Germasian or Val, who will be flying this down to Minmus. Whoever it is that's in here will be the Kerbal that was saved, so they'll be able to pilot that craft. If they don't have SAS, fuck it, they just gotta get on one line and hold it more or less. It'll be fine. But with that little probe there, I mean, there's electricity. It can generate electricity. Hibernate and warp auto. Yeah? We okay now? Go is actually a really cute last name for a Kerbal. I like you when you're stoned, Pi. I think you're sweeter. I think you're sweeter. Buy a pilot. I want to buy a pilot. What if I just put the probe on there? Just tuck it on there. That'll get thrown away when we're done with it. You know? But it'll enable the scientist to actually fly the thing. Back to crew. Scientist, getting the cupola module. There you go. We're ready to go. After a 7-minute break. 5 hours, 39 minutes. Okay. Okay. So, this scene is actually very bad for if just look straight down and then pause. Very bad for the heat. Yeah, that actually helps. Wow. Kerbal Space Probe. That's actually good. 155 on the CPU, 156 on the GPU core. We're going to a live stream break. Another 7 minutes. It says here 4 hours, 49 minutes. Where does it say that? On my OBS, it says I've been live for 5 hours, 39 minutes, and 43 seconds as of now. Oh! We will be back in 7 minutes if you want to see this craft fly and see what this mission looks like, because it's a lot. It's a lot of mission, and I'm glad that we're getting this started before the 6 hour mark, or else I'd be like, maybe we should do this next stream. Because it's a lot of mission, including bringing a craft back from the moon with aerobraking and hooking it up to this thing and pushing it out to a place and then meeting up at the space station and then moving over to the Minmus and then rescuing a thing and then doing a docking maneuver and then one of them goes and tries to land on the surface. It's a lot of mission. Coming up, here and only here on the Ronan Bonds channel, twitch.tv/find a song that you want to play. Oh, that's boring. Nobody wants to listen to that. I'm just looking for a long one. Hey, here's one that's just depressing. Be depressed and join me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn, not out. Not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and I came back early. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Do. Thank you. Thank you for that. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. Just avoiding the GPU overheat by zooming on the ground while we pause the game. Back into the VAB on this craft, just a couple little touch-ups, and then we launch it. Let's see if we can't get this thing done in less than a 7-hour-long stream. It's unlikely. Unlikely. But we've got an hour and 15 minutes. So last little touch-ups here are thinking about the actual flyability of this craft. We only have the reaction wheels that are on the cupola module. Its reaction wheels are 9. 9 might be enough if we support it in other ways. I'm going to focus right now on what's really important for this thing to actually be able to fly, and that's going to be that we strut it up. Sorry for coming back early for anybody who's still grabbing a snack, but I definitely need to strut this vessel up, and we strut it down instead of strutting it up. Strut it down. I don't care what it looks like, all that's going to go away. So struts for you, and struts for you. Now, do we fin this thing for control through the atmosphere while the SRBs are going? Because, like I say, we don't have a lot. We don't have a lot of control authority with the 8 reaction wheels, did I say, at the tip of it? But it's some. And any more weight that we add is more weight that we add, you know? Let's see the delta V at sea level. On Kerbin, it's that. Or any more weight that we add is less delta V that we have to go up, is what I mean to say. I'm going to put some winglets on the bottom of it. 4 of them, to be precise, with some snapping. That'll help us with control authority in the air on such a large and unwieldy craft. Everything's strutted. Everything's looking good, kind of ready to go. It could be strutted from the bottom here as well, actually, Mr. Pawn. So give me another pair of struts. And wedge these in here. Do you attach to anything? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And then there we go, some struts at the bottom to hold those SRBs from the bottom, the top, and the middle. And I think we're good and ready to go. Always more struts. It's absolutely in this game. God damn it. There's fucking bugs that got in. Charlie Go is the only person who's going to be going on this flight. It should be pretty flyable of a craft at this point. It's a lot of stages because it's a lot of things going on. Tell you what you could do, Pawn. What could I do? See, you're just the one big stack and then there. I think I will open this fuel tank up and then we'll transfer everything that's left once we're in orbit back into it. Well, it doesn't even matter. We can just siphon from there. We do want to use some of this fuel that we're bringing up. This is fuel that's going to be given to the tow truck when it comes back, so we don't have to haul an extra engine and transfer stage into orbit, which makes this mission way more unnecessarily complicated, just the way I like it. But we do want to, you know, suck some of that liquid fuel out of there, because the tow truck is going to have some of its own fuel left, which means anything that we can't transfer over just gets thrown back, you know, into orbit and destroyed. And that sucks. Don't want to do that. Chat is delayed by 2 to 4 minutes? Is it? How could that possibly be? I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to go over and look how long it takes for me to do that. On Twitch, it happened right now. Just pretty much immediately. On YouTube, I'm still waiting for it. There it goes. Just fired off. Reload your stream if you're good and far behind, I suppose. But I think we're ready to go. We're ready to at least give it a try and see what happens. Oh. Pawn. The last thing is, you know, something to hold the craft as you're launching it. Maybe. We'll do 4 from the middle and high. The middle and high with a little bit of a room for it to drop. Not gonna hit anything with that. Ooh, the wings, the winglets. 2 is what I was saying. 2 from the SRBs at their attachment points to the ship. That's what I was gonna do. That's always what I was gonna do. and then another 2 on the outside, lower down there. Where did you put those? Oh, in the middle of the staging? Yeah, no, that's the math. You're doing it right. So all the SRBs fire off, and these drop, and then we drop those when they're empty, and then we switch over to liquid fuel as we drop the SRBs, firing all those engines. We're in space, we drop the fairing, and then hopefully everything above here still works, because I can't be asked to look at it again, save, and launch the craft. We're ready to go. And by the way, we're going to get, if we get the fellow who's stranded in Minmus back home, which is part of this mission profile, then that's another Kerbal who I can name after someone from chat right at the end of the live stream. So a good reason for you to stick around until the end of the live stream. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Well, no. In fact, Pawn definitely not out. Get the chat back up. I can't see it anymore. Lampman88, how are we, sir? I'm sirring, sir. Sir is how we're doing good. We've been here for almost 6 hours, but we're ready to go on yet another mission. We've done a lot of missions today. We got a lot of things done. Made a lot of money, opened up the R&D. We're ready to fucking colonize Minmus, which is what I'm going for, and fuel, and we've got stages just off the screen. It's perfect. Would you ever do a 24-hour stream, says Leica89? Probably not, because of my chronic fatigue syndrome, and my, physical health issues and stuff, Doing 7-hour Kerbal streams probably not the best for me to start with, but a 24-hour would just be like, I want to injure myself. It'd have to be something really big on the line, and I don't think there's anything that big. Are you having fun then, says Lampman88? We'll find out as soon as I try and launch this and see how it goes. Charlie Go, how's it looking there? Kind of claustrophobic, but okay, good enough. SAS on, throttle to full, already have. Houston, could we get a countdown? Sorry, Houston, could we get a countdown?
Could you maybe just have a little bit of civility and not burp in my ear?
No?
Okay, in 3, 2, 1, fire!
Step 1, looking good. It went up. As opposed to the other directions it could have gone. Let's watch the controls over here, SAS, to see what it's having to do to try and hold us on... Oh, fuck. Try and hold us where we want to be. I need your control point to be up. Thank you. Alright, now the ball's correct. Little last-minute changes that need to be made. Watch the solid fuel in these. When it's out, we need to drop them. When it's out, we need to drop them. And, I'm not going to watch it from there. I'm going to watch it from right here. And also, watch the cones of flames that are flying out of the bottom of them. Goodbye to you. 250 meters per second, still going up at 5.9 kilometers. SAS is holding us nicely. We are smooth, dead center, except for a little bit of yaw being applied right now to try and hold us up. And this solid fuel is pushing us very, very high, past the lowest dense atmosphere at very good speeds. We haven't gotten any of the aerodynamic effects, which is something that we definitely want to avoid. Solid fuel about to be gone, and goodbye to you. Excellent. We've switched over to a low TWR on a liquid fuel stage, and get the apoaps up in the lower left there, and start trying to rock us down the ball gently and carefully. We are at 19K, so you can be a bit aggressive, Pawn, and you kind of need to. Well, no, because we're pushing so slowly at this point, because of that nice lower TWR change onto the liquid fuel stage. Apoaps at 42 kilometers, we're at 27. I definitely want to turn down and pull the prograde with us. 47 on the apoaps, so we're at 30. 32 and 49. Okay, come on, pull down, pull down, pull down. Nice smooth go down, though, down the ball. It's actually very controllable. Wow. I'm still sort of shocked when I build a craft that's this big and it works first try. Now, we don't know that it'll work first try in terms of, like, do we have the Delta V that we need? We definitely have the Delta V we need, but will we have fuel remaining? Because we brought up a lot of fuel for the transfer stage that will be coming to us from the moon. Hopefully there's fuel at the moon to make that happen. 56 kilometers on our apoaps, where we're at 48, and we've got lots and lots and lots of liquid fuel in Delta V remaining. So I'm just going to keep burning right where I am. 51 and 58 now. Ooh. Let's go on 59 and 53. Start building that speed. We want to see 2,200 meters per second before we hit the atmosphere, or leave the atmosphere anyway. Get right down on the horizon, if you don't mind. 61 kilometers on the app-waps while we're at 57. This is actually a very efficient burn, except in that we had such a low TWR when we switched over to liquid fuel, which means that we lost some of it to not going fast. 63 kilometers on the app-waps as we approach 2,000 meters per second. Right down on the horizon. 66 kilometers as we're getting up to 2,100, 68, 69, 70, 71.3, and I'm killing the engines. And we have a periapse of negative 76. Blah, blah, blah. And I don't know how much liquid fuel. Yes, I do. 746. We have room for 750 in the tow truck when it comes, if it were completely dry, which it should not be. So this could work out just very, very good. Get me on my prograde. We're also going to get something back when we drop the fairings, because that is weight that we will no longer be carrying. But we're not going to drop until we're in space, because they're still doing some work for us against the aerodynamic drag forces of the atmosphere. My God, I sound like... I don't know. Is this the same guy who does dick jokes while he speedruns Cluster Truck? I don't know. F5. Coming up. Get me out of that atmosphere, please. What do we got? 67. Go ahead and fizz warp me through the Atmo. 68. 69. I said it too early. And 70. 70. Thank you very much. You can drop that now. And we can drop our fairing now. So we've got 1,123 meters per second of delta V remaining right now. Once we drop the fairing, F5. 1,185. That's a big grab of delta V. 50 meters per second of delta V from losing that fairing. That's good. It's very, very good. How we doing on electric charge? Absolutely okay. Coming up with the app-waps now. Don't know how long we're going to need this burn. Going to put myself over to stability assist. Focus on the craft. Be easier to zoom in. Ooh, is that Bud Light? No. It was Stroh's. Just bring a little in the tow truck to here. Yeah, very little. I've got ideas for that because we've done it once before. Coming up on the app-waps now. I'm going to start throttling up. No, I'm not. Just a little bit more, a little bit more. Yeah. No, keep coming at me. Keep coming at me. You know what? I'll nose down a bit. Nose down a bit, and then throttle up a bit. Periapse now rising. Nose down, nose down, nose down. Oh! Oh, shit. Okay, did not mean to do a 78 and a 71. We have 1,032 meters per second of delta V left in here with liquid fuel 645. That's probably about perfect. Probably about perfect for what we want. Didn't want to have such a high app-waps. Fucked that up. But we're in a good way. We're in a good way right now, and what we've brought up is we've got a Minmus lander stage, we've got a Save a Kerbal return stage, and then we've got extra fuel with docking ports here so that we can transfer our fuel to a tow truck that will be coming to us from the moon to push us the rest of the way. Things are going well. So, out to the moon. There's the moon. And let's go to our space station where the tow truck is parked. And we'll fuel him as we find appropriate for the return to Kerbin with aerobraking. So, who's our tow truck? He's our tow truck, right there. In fact, aim camera over here and zoom in. We got Spermy leeching off of him attached to his side right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and F5 and, you know, do the thing. So you... Well, what have we got? 89 and 105. If I release, what are we looking at? Become this vessel. 693 meters per second, that's fine. That is fine, and that's while carrying the load of Spermy. We've actually got a little bit too much on here, I'll bet you anything. Spermy. Spermy friend. Good Spermy. Undock from him. And who are we now? Okay, we're the tow truck. Tow truck has 790 meters per second of delta V. Ridiculous. Ridiculous amounts of delta V for what we need to do, but we're going to carry it because I can't be asked. But Spermy does need to park himself up first. So, Sperm, my man, SAS on, and give me the locked camera, and make sure that we're controlled from and aimed from here. There you go. Set you as my target. Actually, let's park you up on the other side of the space station, because that's more of a place where I won't have to fuck with you in future. So, Spermy, let's get a camera view that really makes this look impressive. Put you, like, there. And then aim at the space station. Try not and hit the solar panels. H. I. Oop. Go ahead and get, like, really close to him, though. Make him worry inside, and then push just past him. Do like this. Make it really look impressive, Pawn. N. Okay, oh, wait, no, don't do that. RCS off. Spin around. Docking port we want to go to is over here. Okay, he's very maneuverable. He moves really quick. Okay, stop it. You're getting too far away. Okay, come on. Click on the damn thing. You. Set as target. Thank you. RCS back off. H. See if you can transmit data. Oh, yeah, we could try and transmit some science while we're out here. That's not a bad idea. You can come in a little bit faster, Spermy. You can... You're very good at what you do. So, you don't have to worry so much. Other craft need to worry a bit. I'm actually going to go to Fine Controls now. Just get us to kind of a standstill in this general vicinity. And turn to the right, to the left. That would be the left pawn. Shut up. Don't point out the things that are things. And up like that. RCS to the left. That's the right again, pawn. Shut up. So over here. A little bit of forward velocity. And dead end at it, RCS off. And we are parked with Spermy. He looks beautiful too, doesn't he? Tow truck, ready to go. F5. Oh, but we wanted to look at the data and see where we are. We've got science of 6. Okay, let's go ahead and transmit the 6 science there. And we're good. And I don't have anything that would fit in the 650 data that's in there currently. Yeah, not a lot of time has passed since the last time we did that. So you, sir, need to leave and go back to Kerbin by way of some aero braking. So I will set up a node somewhere around here and add the requisite 270-ish meters per second, I believe, to get us back into atmosphere. 264, we'll start with that. See what our periaps at Kerbin is going to be. Is that our periaps at Kerbin? 180 is what it's... 130? I can't tell because the colors are not... it's fine. So if we leave a little bit later... Okay, so we just need a little bit more. In fact, I will go a little bit further because when I add prograde, that'll change the best time to leave. We want to come into Kerbin's atmosphere at... I'm thinking maybe like a 43. We did 48 last time and then switched to a 45. I want to come in hard and fast on the first one and see how much we can get it down, and then maybe back up to a 45, do 2 laps with a 45, and hopefully be done with aero braking. It's a big, nuisance of a ordeal. F5 from there. We do have 43, right? I can't actually see it because, as I may have mentioned, can't really read green on blue. Could have chosen some colors that made some sense. So, yeah, just take me to there. Warp me to where we need to be with our good old truck. And it's going to be a burn time of about 23 seconds. So coming up on it now. 23 seconds, we split it in half with an 11.5. Yeah. But I'm gonna do it at like 13 or 14 to have a little bit extra time to get her done. SAS on, RCS off. I hope you do have some RCS on you. You are completely out of monoprop. Fuck. That's a big problem. That's a big, big problem. I forgot that we left him dry of monoprop before I detached the station, before I detached us. Check the engine thrust level. Oh yeah, we're thrust limited. If I go up to 100, then it's a 4-second burn. The fact that he doesn't have any monoprop means I'm gonna have to do this. I can. I've done it before. And I'm going to do it because I don't want to go back. You know, and I've F5'd since we detached, and no. We're going to just go with this. God damn it, why do I have to fuck myself so hard? So let's... 4 seconds, start burning. What happened? Did you... are we controlling from the wrong point? Yes, we are. F9. There's no other control point to control. It's the docking arms pawn. Ah. All right, we're back here. While we're here, we have the possibility of going and getting some monoprop. Fuck it, it's gonna be so fucking hard if I don't go grab the monoprop, and since that went wrong, Spermy, undock. Fucking locked. Where's our tow truck? Okay, I just bumped the station a bit. There he is.
All this stuff is mind-boggling since I just sort of figured out maneuver nodes. I mean, look at those orbits around the moon.
Set you as the target. That's what we're going for. Spermy comes in. He'll just leave us with, you know, some of his monoprop. He's got a lot on there. Ah, god damn this game. You know? It's just so many things that I have to double, triple check before we can do anything. And it's fair enough, what are they gonna do? It's me playing the game and having to change nodes and all that kind of stuff. I suppose what they could have done is implement like a docking port mode that actually switches camera and changes orientations and things like that, and then when you're not in that mode then it wouldn't, but they didn't do that, and that would have been complicated too and hard to explain to people and whatnot, so what can I say? It's just a bit of a nuisance in it. There we go, coming straight in. Well, not straight in, but we're coming in anyway. RCS off. Let magnetism do the rest of the work at 0.5 meters per second. There you go. Yeah, just rub it. Grab onto him. Thank you very much. Spermy, F5 from here. Gonna want to fill both my balls. So... this ball, this ball. I'll suck everything out of the yellows. So first I'll do the one down here, then I'll do the other one on Spermy so that he's left with, like, an even balance. I think I still got something in Spermy's balls. Getting really, really comfortable with doing all of the, like, flying them around, you know, with the docking maneuvers and shit, especially with Spermy, who's designed for it, and it just works, which is almost shocking how well it works. How much just thrust and authority he has to get where he wants to go when he wants to go there. It's very, very nice. Alright, Spermy, you still got something in your balls, right? Yeah, you'll be fine. So, undock from here. Are we Spermy? Let's make sure. Yeah, we're Spermy. Back to locked camera mode, so I know what the ansels and dorsals are. And you, my friend, turn your SAS back on. Head back over to the station to park up. Now, RCS back off. Point it where you want to go, and then go there. Okay, set the station generally as the target. We'll point where we're going. The actual node that we want to attach to is over here. If I could grab it, I could right-click it. Set as target. There we go. That's where we want to be. Go ahead and warp me in. RCS, N. RCS off. See where we actually are right now. Okay. I'm gonna just point you at the node and ram it. We'll go down to fine... Oh, those were fine controls. Shit. Alright, well now we're in fine controls. Slow us down. Bring me in a little bit above it. N! My god, you're going so fast. These are fine controls? Yep. RCS. Point at the thing. Drive us in. And close enough. Let magnetism figure out the rest. Thank you. Now back over to the, well, F5, then back over to the tow truck, who now has some monoprop, as well as the 771 meters per second of Delta V, thrust limiter all the way up, and control from here. Thank you, you motherfucker. Do we have a node built? We do have a node built. F5 again, go to that node. Panels. Oh yeah, I should deploy my panels. As soon as we get to the node, deploy everything. Panels and comms. Thank you for that. SAS. Onto the target. 4-second burn. Okay. 5 seconds, I'm going to start throttling up to half throttle. There we go. What did we actually accomplish with that? Other than, you know, it thinks we're going to try and land the moon. Got our periaps down to 90. Let's drop the node. Still can't actually read that. That's fine. So let's get ourselves some more dip. We wanted to come in at 43. That's 53. I think. Almost certain. There we go. 53. 49. 47. 46. 43.5. It's going to be how we hit Kerbin's atmosphere. Yes. F5. Okay, we're ready to go? We're ready to go. Back over to Kerbin, if you don't mind. And bring me to, like, here-ish. And we're here. Oh, the dark side. Who could have guessed that we'd be coming in at the dark side, yeah? Now we want to pull in our panels before we hit the atmosphere and get on our retrograde. So go ahead and get on your retrograde while we're here. We're going to be using the engine as our ablator, so it's going to heat up, and hopefully it doesn't heat up so much that it pops. If that does become a possibility, then I can always fire the engine a bit to slow us down and, you know, scrub some of that heat. Why do you want to hit Kerbin's atmosphere, asked Stank Dog? We're going to use it to slow ourselves down. So the premise is right now our apoapsis is all the way out at 10,000,000.8 meters. We hit Kerbin's atmosphere, it slows us down, it pulls that apoapsis down to around here, you know, hopefully less than 4 million, and then we go around, we hit it one more time, it pulls us down to hopefully less than 1 million. That's the concept, and then we don't have to do all of the braking ourselves. We don't have to spend the liquid fuel that we've got to slow ourselves down. Use the atmosphere to brake. Listen, really glad that you said I'm nicer when I'm stoned, but this is the only time when I make sense. Ignore the shit I say when I'm natural. This is straight from the heart. Alright, we're about to re-enter atmosphere, so let's pull everything in, batten those hatches. Solar panels and antennas come in. And I'm going to F5. Oh shit, I shouldn't have, because 43 might get us killed. I can always make it work. Can you? It shouldn't get us killed. It really shouldn't get us killed. So we're entering the atmosphere now. 10.8 million, starting to drop all on its own. So without having to spend any delta V ourselves, we're getting the apoaps down. Because what we want to do here is not like get back to Kerbin. We want to end up in a stable orbit around Kerbin, where we can then hook up with the craft that we just put in orbit before. So just using the atmosphere to do some of the braking for us. And we are starting to get some heating on that there engine, as well as on my CPU. We're going to watch the overheat tick at 48 kilometers. It's going up and up and up until it hits the full number here. It's not going to explode anyway. So the deepest, the fastest, the worst the heat's going to get is when we hit our periaps, which is currently 43. Still 43, but the apoaps is falling and falling and falling and falling. And here comes our periaps. Overheat at about halfway. Good, good, good. The other thing that we don't want to happen is for us to actually get trapped by Kerbin's atmosphere. You know, if Kerbin's atmosphere pulls the apoaps down so much that we're in the atmosphere on the other side, then we can't get the nice stable orbit that we want. Because we'll be coming down at that point. We wouldn't want that to happen. But we've just passed our periapsis. We did not overheat to the point where anything exploded, so we're okay. Could actually put us into surface mode as well, which will follow more the exact line of the aerodynamic drag than orbital mode. Damn, feels like I'm learning rocket science or something. I've never heard of this stuff. But, oh, that worked so good. 43 on this craft. And every craft is going to be different, especially with the weight that it's carrying, its aerodynamic profile. But 43 on this craft got us down to 1.6 in a hurry. And it's not even done. We're going to get down to 1.4, maybe? I don't know. How are we doing? Yeah, we got a lot of atmosphere before we're out. Wow, that's good. That's where I wanted to get with this craft. I wanted to know what I needed to do to aero brake. 43 got us really, really low. Next time I'd be willing to try 42, you know, to see if we can't get this done in one hit. 1.3 maybe. You think 1.3? All right, well, let's fizz warp out of the atmosphere. And then we'll check and see once we hit 70K what our final apoaps was. 1.421. You're closest without going over, because you're the only one who guessed. Now, having seen what 43 did, and we're already at 1.4, I think we want to come up quite a bit if we want to keep aero braking, and I think we do. So, F5 me. Don't forget to redeploy everything so that we're generating electricity while we're coming up to our apoaps. Got to make this decision now. What do we want? What do we want on our apoaps? Or on our periaps, rather. Dip back down for a 48. 43 followed by a 48. If the 48 drops off 400K, I think we want a 46. The thing is, you know, you may think, oh, well, you just dropped millions. Why? You don't want to do that. But no, actually, like, the amount of energy it takes to get us from a high orbit to a low orbit is much less than what it takes to finish this off. So it does need to hit hard into the atmosphere. Raised to 47K, 52K? That's a big gap of, like, which do you think? Because that's a big difference. I'm going to F5 it, and I'm going to be aggressive because I really want to find out what the exact numbers are on this. If we could do this in 2 loops this time, that'd be fucking awesome. If we can do it in 3, you know, in 1 next time, oh my god, F5. So 42, let's blow that periapsis up to 47. And F5 from here, and I will not F5 until we see what happens with this. So take me down to the other side before we hit the atmosphere. And we'll see how much braking we get out of 47 from 1.4 million kilometers above the surface of Kerbin. This is very slow time warp here. I keep getting screwed by re-entering orbit because my heat shield is the same size as the Science Junior and shit keeps melting. The Science Junior is so hard to re-enter, to bring back into re-entry, that it's almost not worth trying. And I've complained about that in terms of game design many a time. Batten the hatches, suck everything in, get back on your retrograde. So, like, are you keeping the craft from actually flipping over while you've got the Science Junior attached to whatever it is you're bringing home? Are you doing it with a probe or a Kerbal? You know? The big problem with the Science Junior trying to bring it back into atmosphere is that the craft tends to flip over if you're doing the simplest build. My advice for trying to make sure that you don't get overheating, you're saying it's melting, that actually does like cause things to explode and stuff, is when you're re-entering, make sure you're in surface mode as opposed to orbit. Click on here to switch over to surface mode, because your surface retrograde and your orbit retrograde are slightly different, and the orbit retrograde can sometimes leave you at just enough skew for the heating to hit things that are behind the heat shield that should be ablated by them, but the surface one is dead on retrograde. It's still possible. The Science Junior has a very low heat tolerance. It does pop. It does want to pop, and the only way to like get around that is to put it behind something else or really just not bring it home, which requires you to either get a Kerbal out and pull the data out of the Science Junior and put it in the pod if you're doing a manned mission, or to have that little science lunchbox if you've unlocked it in the tech tier yet, and then transfer all the data into there before you bring... so that you don't have to bring the Science Junior home. Then you throw the Science Junior off and just come home with your return pod, your return vessel, and the ablator. So what are we doing on the apoapsis so far? 1.2 coming down. I often don't flip, and it still just pops. It's a very low heat tolerance thing. It's a really poorly game design kind of thing that they put in there. They just didn't really consider how people would use it and what their problems would be. But it is people tell me that it was designed not to be used for return until you've got other things that you can return it with or some shit, or I don't know. It's just very hard. You are absolutely right in having problems with keeping that from exploding or from flipping. So we've hit our periaps, now we're coming back up. Apoaps dropped another 400k. And we've got the other half of this descent, so if we get another 400k out of it from about 900k, then we'll have 500k left, and maybe we do the rest of the burn ourselves from there, because I can't be asked to wait. Hopefully I would have enough Delta V to do that. Hello, Pony! Hello, Pawnee. I see what you're doing there. But I'm not sure if we're going to get another 400k out of this. We'll see. We'll see. Let's go ahead and fizz warp 4 times to get us out of the atmosphere. I have, but it's a shame because I want all that sweet science. My last pod I had to give up because I put my chutes on the damn thing, which really chapped my ass. Yeah, the Science Junior is just not built for return, and nothing in the game really tells you that that's the situation. 660. Let me just put like a maneuver here and say if I were to burn on the retrograde and show me this, burn on the retrograde to get us down to, LKO area, 331 meters per second, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. So don't do that right now. We're gonna go up to our apoaps. F5, just because I can't be asked to wait. That was the one I got my first Minmus orbit onto. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Are you sending probes or manned? And I mean, that's the thing, is if you're doing manned, then it's also, you gotta have it upgraded so that you can, like, get out. This is like, people will tell you, oh, but, there's a way to do it, but you just gotta do this, that, and the other thing. It's like, yeah, you just gotta do all those things that the game doesn't necessarily tell you that you could do, and that also you might not be able to do because you don't have the money, you haven't unlocked the thing yet. Oh, that's all you gotta do. Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Sons of bitches. Let's raise this up so that it's a stable 70.1, because that is our periaps for the other craft here. Or our apoaps. Oh, shit. I went right past it. Well, let's do this up to a stable 78, because that is the apoaps of the other craft. Probes, and I did upgrade the EVA thing. Oh, good. Good. F5, down to the periaps, and we'll finish this off. So, actually go ahead and do this for me, just so that I know how... It's a big, powerful engine, you don't gotta worry about it, Pawn. Just... Oops. It's not... Alright, well, you're coming in, I'll stop you before you get there. That's not... I didn't mean to warp there. But I went and did it, didn't I? I went and did it. So bring me around the backside. Get rid of this, well, it's D time warp, get rid of the node. And we'll do the rest of this ourselves. Have I not redeployed? You have not redeployed. Redeploy all of the things. Bring me up to the periaps a little bit closer, if you don't mind. F5, get on the retrograde. I want to pull the apoaps down to a 71 point something. We really should be targeting the other vessel, but I'm late. So we're just gonna do this. Just gonna do it. So 86 and 78. I would want to burn up here. Let's try and keep our 78. No, I'm wrong. Exactly the opposite of what I'm thinking. Damn it, why can I never make that make sense for myself? What are you doing? 77, 76, 79. Fuck it, let's find out what the guy that we're trying to link up with is. Oh, he's on the exact other side of the moon. Beautiful. Set you as my target, and yeah, we're as far away as we could possibly be from ever encountering him. So he goes from 71 to 78, we're going from 76 to 79. We will eventually get there with this, but... where we are right now, bring me up to my apoaps. And put me on the prograde. I'm going to blow it up so that we're going slower than he is. And 79 and 80. And it will be quite a wait, but we'll wait it. So F5, and let's say from here, add a maneuver. And then next rotation, next rotation, next rotation. Oh, that is quite a wait, isn't it? 2 days, 3 days. We've got the liquid fuel. We've got the liquid fuel. Burn me higher. Okay, 94. And now let's try this again. Add maneuver. No. You. Next day, next rotation, rather. Boom. Very nice 8.4, followed by a 19.7. Exactly where we want to be. Alright, so F5 and warp me to there. That's just 1 day in some way. Close that down now that we've used it to get where we want to be. And from our closest point, if I add a maneuver and then I just drop it down, we can get there. 5.9 on him. If I were to change our inclination, does that help? No. If I were to pull on a radial, does that help? That helped a little bit. Let me do this over here, where it's easier to do. Turn it down to a finer level of control. And more prograde, less prograde. Less, and then more radial. And then less prograde. Radial. Okay, don't know what happened there. Did you just decide that we don't exist anymore? What the fuck just happened? I don't have readings. Oh, they just dropped on their own. Okay, it's still there, Pawn. .5. Keep going. You got time. Give me more affect here. Radial, prograde. Okay, I'm just gonna go to 2.7, that'll be close enough. So from you, coming up on it, last stream you told me Minmus was good for easy science, but I'm not good enough for the not perfect orbit it has, so I struggle. Oh, yeah, that's tricky figuring out how to do, like, inclination changes and stuff for your first step, but I can absolutely give you some tips for that. Let me just get this done. What do we got? Node in, you know, immediately. Good. Burn it. Okay, I went past it. I went over. What did we end up with for real? 2.7 kilometer intersect. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Drop all this crap. All this crap. That's the tow truck. Just get me past, and then drop the tow truck. Thank you. Okay, bring us over here. You know, the question that I have to ask myself with this kind of a mission profile of bringing this thing back from the moon and then pushing it out is it really worth all the time and effort? And I still think it's cool, so I'm gonna say yes. I'm still gonna say yes at this point. Where is that target? Oh, mine. Focus me on the ship. He's on the outside ahead. Oh, I haven't got him targeted? I can target him. No, what? Tow truck. It won't let me target him. Well, then I can't do this. Game? That's the tow truck. Oh, it's you. You're on the inside. You are my target. Okay. I was confused of which was which. You're down here. You're in here. You're back there. You're passing by me. Everything has gone to shit. Fuck. Can I please... Where is he? He's over there. There you go. Thank you. Jesus, the difference of speed between us is immense. And he's pulling away, too. We could run out of fuel trying to do this. I do have monoprop, though. Okay, we're heading his direction. 8 meters per second. Yeah, we could run out of fuel trying to do this, alright. Thrust limiter down to, like, 15. For whatever it is that we need to do that's still here. 20.9 meters per second difference between us. It's gonna be a monoprop sort of a deal here. I guess one can fly to the other as well. The other fella. Okay, you're starting to pull off. I want... You're still 1.5 kilometers away. I'm gonna burn here. How's that doing? Pushing us more on your target. Coming up. Good. 3 meters per second in Delta V. This is not going to get the job done for us. And we are out of liquid fuel. Shit. RCS H. Hate to use monoprop for liquid fuel jobs, but when it has to be, it has to be. And it looks like our monoprop is going to hold out, at least. So I was just a little bit too much in a hurry. It's not that we brought too little, but I just wanted it to get done, get over with it. Which is why we find ourselves in the situation that we're in now. F5 from here. So we come in. In fact, could you give me free mode? You know how much I like that camera more. Warp me up a little bit. Boy, that's a hell of a friggin' maneuver. Pull into a perfect stop with only monoprop to slow you down to a 0.0 meter per second drift between us. That's pretty good, I'd say. That's pretty good. Alright, so we're here. The next step of this is actually we want to... Well, we transfer the fuel over and then we ditch that. So, set as our target that port. And we want to now control from here and aim the camera there. What if you did not get the monoprop and just sent it? Yeah, that would have been great, huh? That would have been great. I will pull in this solar panel, because it'll be in the way of where we're now controlling and aiming from. Make sure we are actually reset camera, control from here, yes, yes, yes. Okay, so RCS is off. Now when I do this, we're controlling from there. What we want to do is switch over to the locked camera, which will keep me so that my, you know, I'm in line with the steering, whatever I do. And we'll rotate. That is not the correct rotation method. Rotate like this. Get us sort of upright. And then once the craft comes to a full and complete stop, F, and maybe not a full and complete stop because I can't be asked. We'll start moving in its general direction. Left is left, down is up. Not a particularly good view anywhere, really, to be had. And our little pink target over there is coming into view. When it's dead on the middle of our ball, then we'll know that we're lined up with it. Just gonna do a little bit more rotation. And little up, little up, little up, little up. RCS-H, we can start moving in now. Oh, turn the RCS off like I told you to. Like so. Push me in. Hit it any time now, my god. Any fucking time. How much distance is there between the two of us? I've been spoiling you by cheering 10 instead of 5, but I think you are worth it. Ooh, ooh. Ah, cheers 5 anyway. You son of a bitch! Boom, we got the grab. We are connected. We can do the fuel transfers. So, from here to here, oh, we've got difference of liquid fuel and oxidizer. Well, that'll happen, won't it? So, out. Oh, right. We need all of the liquid fuel moved from there to there, and it's not working. So, F5, F9 to reload the liquid fuel transfer. We in and in from everything that's in the vessel. So, that's you, and you, and you, and then we in. Suck it all aboard. So there's like 100 and some liquid fuel. That's not enough for anything. What the fuck is going on here? So, pray that we have enough Delta V. Once we've sucked all the fuel out of these stages. I'm pretty sure we will. F5, now that we've got the fuel transferred over, there is monoprop on you. And you don't have... No, I removed it all, didn't I? Yeah, I removed it all. No, you never had any... No, you never... So we don't have monoprop for the tow truck. This sucks. Oh, no, we've got... That's what we're working on, you idiot. Oh, sorry. Sorry, yeah. It's just... my mind's going for the other things that have been going on today. Undock from there. Tow truck is now free. Tow truck has 3,371 meters per second at Delta V, but that's just on the tow truck. SAS, please. Before it's actually carrying this load of however many tons. I don't really remember what it is once we get rid of everything else, which we're about to do. So, We want to be on our prograde when this happens, but I don't want to hit the tow truck, so I might just do this myself. Make sure that it spins in the correct direction. Not a lot of reaction wheel control authority on this sucker. I want to be on the prograde because we're going to decouple and fire our separatrons to blow off the whole lower stage and put it down into orbit. We also want to do that at a very specific time, which is at the lowest point of our orbit, and we are actually going up on a bad point of our orbit right now. Let me stabilize me, get on your prograde, F5 from here, and I'm just going to do it and hope that it's enough to get it down into atmosphere deep enough, because I don't want to wait for it. So in 3, 2, 1. 1. Here you go. Now, is that enough? Okay, I can't control that, but what I could do is go over and target it. 2 truck debris, set as target, and your periaps is now 50 kilometers. That's fine, that would eventually come down. I didn't want to wait to get to a better point and then have to, like, get this guy back where he needs to be. That would have sucked. That would have sucked. So you're my target, in fact. Spin me around. You can re-extend that solar panel also. And, nothing in particular to aim at the bottom of here, so I'm just going to have to do it by eye and, you know, get it right. RCS, give me some H. Some H. Some H. H. Okay, we are going in the right direction. I didn't realize that. Where's the target, though? It's got to be down here. We're controlling from the wrong place. God damn it. Control from there. There, now I can see it. Yeah, we weren't going in the right direction. I think that doesn't seem right. Go ahead and burn from over here with a bit of H. You getting there? For fuck's sake? For fuck's sake. Alright. Alright then. Go ahead and, like, pull me like that. Where the fuck's my prograde? What, you're over there? Completely the different spot than I thought. Okay. Jesus Christ. Let's go ahead and switch over to all of the modes. So, control from here, aim camera. Ah, shit. Hit the button several times to get to locked mode. And then aim camera again. Control from here. Send it? Send who? 5 tons for the craft? Just send it. Send what? Send who with this? Send? What are we doing? Going down like this. Spinning over. Something like so. And then drive me up and past it. By the way, slow me down a bit as we approach. Make sure we got clearance. Looks like we do. Looks like we're running out of clearance. Oh, no. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to grab him. I did not mean to grab him. That said, I could free the pivot. Free the pivot, and then... This is a relatively central grab. Lock the pivot. This is a good way to do it, right? Just free the pivot, and then adjust it to where it should have been in the first place. Lock the pivot. There we go, right? We'll just push it from a little bit to the right and a little bit to the up, all the way that we need to go. It's fine. It's fine. He just sent it. Did I send it? I didn't mean to send it. I'm sorry. I think I need to redo that. I think I might need to redo that. So, free the pivot, Release. Disarm. Arm. Target. Turn the headlights on. And then RCS. H, 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 H. H, 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 H. Give me a prograde. Give me a prograde so I can see what's going on here. Are we in fine controls? We were not. Now we are. Wow. N. Just stop. 'Cause this ain't it. Alright. Try and find the line. Without something, like, specific to target other than, like, the middle of the vessel, this is not proving particularly easy. Don't grab it, though. Accidentally or otherwise. Have you seen the YouTube video where they turn KSP into a Risk-style turn-based type deal? Possibly. Well, it's old one, anyway. I liked that. I liked the idea of that. Where multiple people play on the same save file and send it to one another. Now, how are we looking in terms of our alignments? Still not there. Still very not there. It's just very, very difficult. Without something in particular, and I got a feeling that this guy is rotating on his own, so I just tapped warp a couple of times to adjust that. So he shouldn't be doing that anymore. Like so. The better grab that we get here, the more, like, the less everything will have to fight. When we go to, you know, push this thing out to the moon. Otherwise, SAS and RCS, it'll just all be fighting itself with uncentered load. So, I do want to do my best to try and get the best grab that I can. It's looking pretty fucking good for an eyeballed job. Might could go lower. Might could go lower. Left, right. A little bit to the left. And might could go lower. Okay, that's the best grab that anybody could get without anything additional helping them. So, very nice, very nice. We've grabbed him. We're good. We're ready to push him to the moon. We now have some amount of Delta V. The game cannot decide. It's very much uncertain about what Delta V we do and do not have. Are there any, like, engines that are active right now? Like... Activate engine? No. Activate engine? No, okay. So this is, we've just got the one engine. It's saying it's 1,587 meters per second if we trust the one that isn't spasming. If we decide to trust the one that isn't spasming. Anyway, so we're good for the transfer to the moon. Can we get all the way to Minmus with it? I don't fucking know. Alright, so let's set up that transfer to the moon. How are we doing now? 6 hours and 50 minutes. You want to do this in less than 7? Add it to the bug doc. I don't even know how to describe some of these bugs at this point. I'm like getting wearied from adding things to the bug documentation. Yeah. We got to... Yeah, that's very close actually for a big fast grab, big fast draw. Okay, 852. Periapse the moon. Over to here. Finer controls, generally speaking. Leave a little bit later. 812, leave a bit earlier, so it's right in around there. Give us more pro grade. And leave a little bit later. And more pro grade. Okay, now make sure that we're actually coming in at the moon from the right side. We are. We'll have to adjust this. Now, Dink Dog, here is the same concept of what you'll need to do to get to Minmus on your way. I know it's a little bit different, but it's basically this. It's basically this. So we've got this weird, orientation getting to it. If you can manage to get a maneuver node made that puts you out into Minmus's SOI a little bit, somewhere out there, but the inclination's wrong and it's not really getting much close to Minmus. If you could just get one of those, go with it, burn that, and then the next thing that I'll show you will be that you've seen a million times already. I know. We had some science we could have grabbed for a second. I think it's just effective warping. Oh, these mods, they don't know what the hell's going on. Make sure you're controlling from the correct point, pawn, which is going to be, I think, from here. Control from here. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. You, thrust limiter. No more thrust limiter. Because that was going to take a bit too long. F5, hit the warp again. You have not seen it a million times? Alright, well... It's 100 times. Alright, move me over to here. I don't want this view, this camera, actually. Could you go ahead and give me free? Thank you. Maybe free. I want to be free. Get me on the target. F. And actually... Thrust limiter around 50. And then go... now. Because... it's not going to be a perfect connection between this and this. It's not going to be perfectly on the center, so if I would have given it full throttle, then the SAS would have had to work even harder to try and hold it where it's holding it right now. It's actually looking like it's not that hard. It's not working that hard. Because I did so good. But that was a good idea to do that anyway. Do a half-power thrust so that the SAS doesn't have to work as hard on what is possibly a not perfectly balanced connection. But it seems to have worked out pretty good. Is anyone watching? Yes, me. Oh, there's 2 people watching. 3 even. Twitch says 35. Twitch is always lying. Always making me look like people watch me. It's just part of their psychological torture, I go to bed at night, I think people are watching me. I turn on my computer, people are watching me. Stay with your target, pawn. Stay with your target. There you go. So that app webs out. We want a periapse of around 14K to the moon because we're going to go to the moon base with this and link up with it. That's the plan anyway. Stay with your target. Just joined. I arrived from your speedrunning records on speedrun.com. Oh, cool. Cool. We'll be uploading tomorrow or the next day our 3rd place run in Desert Any Percent as a segment. Very happy with that. It's going to be a cool one too because I'm going to... slow down a little bit there. I'm going to things and stuff. Okay, there's the periapsis coming down. Drive it in, drive it in, drive it in, drive it in, drive it in. Drive it in, drive it in, drive it in, drive it in, drive it in. Go, just burn on that. Get me to 14-ish kilometers-ish on the moon periaps. I don't need to follow the target or anything. 16, that'll be fine, because we're going to do an adjustment in the middle, and this is the thing to pay attention to, dank dog. So, we're coming in at 16 kilometers to the moon, but it looks all wonky and weird and awful. I'm going to F5, and in the middle, anywhere generically in the middle, is where I want to do the next little corrective burn. So, in the middle between you and Minmus would also be a good time to do this, if you're going out to Minmus. Go out to the middle of this transfer, anywhere. It's not important exactly where, just somewhere's in the middle. And then I'm going to go over to the moon. So you want to tab to Minmus while you're doing this, if you're doing it for Minmus. Tab over to the moon so you can see what's going on at the moon. And then you can do this with a maneuver node. I'll do it with a maneuver node for your sake, because it's too much bother for me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to use my my angry triangles and my triangles to make this adjustment to get the inclination right. So we're coming in from the north, and we want to be closer to the equator. That means we want to burn to the south. To the south is the angry triangle. So I'll just start adding some delta V onto that maneuver node on the angry triangle. And that's going to get us more on the equatorial, but it's also going to push us forward a bit on our prograde. So I'm going to put some onto the retrograde to lift it back up. And down a little bit on the control. And now we're coming in at 14K. Put a little bit more on the angry triangle. Down to 12K. Take a little bit off the retrograde. 15K now. We're coming in at 15K with that burn. And so that little 15 meter per second adjustment is what's going to allow you to set up for adjusting your inclination and coming in at Minmus, at the equator, equatorial. And if you're missing Minmus completely, and because it's minutes, it's going to be so little delta V, so little change that you have to put on. Definitely use the controls that are down here. They are way, way better than trying to drag this around here. Mouse scroll wheel when you've got your mouse over one of these and it's highlighted. And if you want it to be of finer controls or more, where am I going? I'm pushing out here. It is this bar there. Drag that little slider down to make it finer, up to make it larger, so that you can do the controls on it. And that'll help, maybe. You let me know if any of that was helpful for me to say. Okay, we're coming up on this burn of 1 second. So I better go over and find the target that I'm supposed to burn on from out here. And it's going to be just a little bit low of my angry triangle. So somewhere around there, F5, and in fact, I could just burn this right now because like I said, anywhere from the middle, it should be okay. So I'm going to burn just ever so slightly. And then I'll watch as my real periapt starts doing things that are good and nice and lovely. And I will pull down the ball a little bit more in order to give us more of that retrograde burn that we want, to try and keep in about the right area. And then if I get closer to the center of the ball where I burn, then I will lose height as I twist. And we're equatorial-ish. Maybe a little bit more. A little bit more. To be equatorial along the line of the space station, which is here, such as the target. Yeah, we want to be a little bit more to be on his line. No, a little bit less is what I said less, right? Less was the number that I said? Whoa, stop it! You're still jerking yourself around, you son of a bitch. Alright, I'll have to do it. I'll make an adjustment from over here. Thrust limited more. Yeah, I should have done. Shouldn't I? I just went right over it, didn't I? Just a bit, pawn. Just a touch. Just a wee baby bit. So... just want to pull this down. It doesn't have to be perfect either. Just being somewhat close is enough. Ah, fuck me. I've done it again. Close. That's fine. F5. And then warp me all the way up to here. Drop this maneuver node. Thank you very much. 15 kilometers, equatorial-ish. So you made that move at the halfway point on the way to the moon, and how do you pull that little window up? When you make a maneuver node, I'll make one right here, it should just slide out. It should just slide out when you've got a maneuver node up. I destroy it, it goes away, I make a maneuver node, it pops up down there. But what it will pop up actually to start for you is it'll pop up this one. And you just want to click on the little tab there, the little snowflake tab that actually has the, 6 axes of maneuver node buttons on it. And close her down. That is a huge improvement to Kerbal Space Program, and they still made it in a way that kind of sucks. The only good way to use it is with the mouse wheel. Put your mouse over the top of it and scroll it. If you try and drag them from in there, like mouse drag them, you get less control. It's a little bit fucked up, but at least there's something that works. It's just not the way that it should. It's not as good as it should be. Alright, so now we go down to the moon and go to the space station. We get 712 meters per second. 938 is what it says. But 712 meters per second at delta V for the next maneuver. So goodbye, Kerbin. Hello, moon. That's Kerbin there. Can I get a orbital, I guess, for this? There's the moon. There she blows. Transferring across into its SOI now, which is why there's a little lag there. I don't want to talk like I know what I'm doing or anything. That's death. That's death. Where am I? What's going on? There we go. That's more what you want to be sounding like, pawn. So, periapse, add a maneuver. Shouldn't take long, especially if I de-throttle. Un-de-throttle, But we are very, very far from actually linking up with this guy. Our intersect is, he's almost on the other side of the moon when we're there. So number one, get me over here, thrust limit off. 266.9 meters per second, we have definitely got that. What is the periapse that I'm making if I do it this way? Apoapse of 19, periapse is already at 15. Let's leave that a little bit higher even. I put a little bit more on, leave it there. 21. Let's say like 25. Yeah, 25. And then that means a certain number of go-rounds will get him to us or us to him. We will be going slower than he is. He will be catching up with us. And when we're here, he's there. So yeah, we want him catching up to us. Instructions unclear. Slammed into the sun. I'm sorry. What can I do? F5. What am I doing? This is just a retrograde burn, pawn. Just a simple retrograde burn of apparently 13 seconds. When you get there, leave it at 25. Pull me up. If it's a 13-second burn, we want to do half of it on either side of the node. Would be one way to go, or I could do it, well, that's how I'm going to do it this time, so go now. So I got a little bit extra time to make adjustments and things. Apoapse coming down, 25k pawn, 25k. Oh shit, went right past it because I was looking at the periapse. H? N. What a waste of monoprop. Alright, 25k-ish. That's what we're going for. Drop that. And now to get us to where we want to be, I'm going to make a maneuver node back here. Add a maneuver. And just start tabbing through for each rotation to see how many times we got to go around before we meet up with him. And it's going to be around there. And then we'll make a maneuver. We'll do something once we get to there. So go ahead and warp me. Ah! That was good. Loved it. From here, I will, maybe from my periapse, maybe from our closest point. I don't know that it really matters. Start dropping you down. Intersect. Getting better, getting worse. What's my periapse going to be? 13 and 16. Alright, so what I want to do is actually do this at my periapse. At my periapse, and then... Whoa! Yeah, let's go down here where I have control. So that drags it down to 15. More on. That's pretty good. We're still above him, so he's still going faster than we are. That's him. That's us. That's him. That's us. He'll still be catching up to us, but it'll be slower. I can do that. F5. Get me to it. Might just do this with monoprop. Just to be inefficient and horrible. What? 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 There we go. Now, fucking goddammit. It was confusing me because we were on target readings. Which didn't make any goddamn sense. So if we're at 15 and 15 and he's at 14, 14, then he'll still be catching up with us. Drop that node. And then our intersects are 13 and 17. So we're getting closer each time we go around. I'll put another node here. And then next rotation. And that will have us at 3.3. And then at 1.5. So yep, take me to there. Okay, could you focus on the moon while we're doing this? What if you focus the moon? I am double-clicking the moon. Well, that didn't help at all, did it? We'll all just be a little bit vommy then, won't we? Ovum, set as target. Gonna be very close now. So now we'll just start doing everything in the window. I am totally burned out at 7 hours right now. I'm having trouble thinking. This mission might end at the ovum and get picked up when we go to Minmus. I'm not sure. Picked up in the next live stream when we go to Minmus, because I'm feeling it. I am feeling it. So, target is what we're looking at now. Still controlling from where I think I'm controlling. Target is ahead of us. Our prograde is over there. Interesting. So, I need to... Ooh, SAS was on. Start burning like so. Push this retrograde away. And pull the prograde in the direction of the target. Which is probably now. Turn back. Prograde is on the target. At 4 meters per second from 1.4 kilometers out. Link up to the ovum and call it, says Leica 89. I think I might, because I am a-feeling it. Pull you up. 5.5 meters per second. How do we link up to the ovum? Oh, by the way, we completed that mission, right? Put your station in orbit of the moon, have a facility supporting at least 5 Kerbals. Have a docking port, cupola, maintain stability for 10 seconds. Build a new station that has an antenna, a docking port, and can generate power. Maybe it doesn't like it because he's attached. Maybe when I, detach him, it'll be fine. But we've got a fucking... Here, maybe they want me to extend the antenna. Because that mission is done. I've put a tick near everything. It is a new station. So maybe it's just not liking it because there's an old part attached to it right now. That's the only explanation that I can think of. Make a set of instructional videos. I don't think I'm the right guy for that. Number of times that I would tell you, this game is bullshit, but alright, here's how you play it. Oh my god, the fucking game. It's gonna do this to you, it's gonna do that to you, but alright, here's how you play it. Or it doesn't have a docking port. It's got a docking port. Docking port is it's there. It's there. There's the docking port. There's a docking port. Are they gonna tell me the docking port can't be blocked? That's possible. Me up to the ovum. Coming in hot. 6.4 meters per second. Turn the lights on. Oh, they are on. There we go. Now they're more on. What a moron, huh? I'd love you constantly calling the game BS in the instructional videos. Yeah? That's what you'd get. 7 meters per second. Which side do we want to be going to? I guess over here. There's a docking port on the end of you. You know what? I think I can handle this. Let's just slow down, like by all of the slow that we can slow. Slow down by that much. That's better. Remember to label it as a station. Oh, maybe that's what it needs, to be told that it's a station. Boom and 10. I think I've stopped. I think we're okay. I'm going to retract this solar panel and set us up to control from here. Aim the camera there as well. Well, I'm gonna have to fix that again. We'll go to locked mode, and then we'll control from here, aim the camera here, and this is where we're gonna try and attach it, I guess. Oh, that's the wrong kind of spin. That's the kind of spin you're looking for. So from here, we'll zoom in. We are past things, aren't we? We'll be past them in a moment. Don't dock it yet until you clear the contract. Okay, I'll make an attempt to clear the contract. I don't know what I need to do, but I will try. I mean, all the things are here. H. Okay, RCS off. You're just spending it all, aren't you? How much monoprop have I got? Yeah, almost just nothing left. I need other information than this. I'm not interested in this. I'm not. No. The other shit. Thank you. What is happening here? We are just rocking and rolling. RCS K. RCS off. Yeah, you just spent one monoprop, one whole unit of monoprop on that. You fucker. Okay. RCS off. Fuck. Okay, we're going where we need to go, though. Just the various SAS units are, like, fighting each other, I guess. So, what do I gotta do to clear this goddamn contract, then? You know? Let go of him. I'm gonna F5, and I'm going to release. And then switch over to this craft. There we go! That's all that needed to happen, was I needed to let go of him. We've completed the contract. Alright. Immediately re-grab him. Immediately, before you lose... No, fuck, you got the fucking control from here, you cunt! Don't even care, like, how you grab him this time, because we're so close. Just fucking grab him. That's the wrong... Those controls are incorrect. There you go. Grabbed him again, but I did create velocity away from the space station. Spermie's gonna have to come over and deliver us some more fucking monoprop, is how this is looking. But we cleared the contract. Oh, fuck, this is gonna be really, really difficult to park. I could just not park it. Ever broke something in a fit of rage at a game? Well, you may notice that there are no arms on this chair. It came with arms. That was cluster truck on a day where I wasn't speedrunning particularly well. Control from here. Aim the camera. Fucking change the camera mode. Chase mode? Okay. No. Locked. And then aim the camera again. Set the target as that docking port. I'm gonna clip of that? No. Probably. F5. This is not gonna, with 4.74, I'm gonna need Spermie to, like, bring us monoprop for me to get this done. I don't know that I have the fucking energy to be bothered with this right now, honestly. I'm gonna try... No. No! RCS down and left. .3. If I warp... I'm gonna do this by eye because I need the monoprop. Wow, this is really, really hard to control this way. Completely different controls than what it's supposed to be. Stop. Oh, shit. Impact incoming. Probably shouldn't have done that. 1.2 meters per second. Okay, RCS. Yep. RCS. 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 Okay, we're out of monoprop. Thinking, and this is crazy, but I'm thinking, what if I retracted this solar panel? You know? What about that? What if, is what I'm saying. Oh shit, no, RCS off of you. I don't know what that's about. There we go, there we go, there we go. Just gonna just sorta, SAS for fuck's sake. Just trying to find something, some way, somehow. I think we're safe. He's just gonna float past us. Alright, fucking commit to it, Pawn. Do you have enough monoprop to contribute anything of meaning? As you currently are. No. So I have to do a big fucking transfer of monoprop. F5, I think I leave everything exactly where it is for the next time, because there's no reason that we really need to park up. Except that we could use that monoprop. We don't need the monoprop. Do we? How much Delta V have we got left in this craft? 646. Transfer to Minmus. Yeah, we do need to link up. Fuck. This doesn't need to link up. We could just park him. So this doesn't need to something in the other. I could just let him float free, and then I could go park him and Spermy and stuff like that. As long as we're nearby each other and we start out where we left off, boom. You know? I just don't want to get Spermy out and do this shit, and then I gotta do a fuel transfer, a monoprop from the station to Spermy, Spermy to him to over here. Just so I can park them up for the next live stream. They're close enough to one another. The reason why we came here was to transfer crew from the space station over to this. And we'll do that next time. Everybody like next time? Next time sounds good to me. Next time seems like a good number. Huh? After 7 hours and 20 minutes. I just do not have the patience to fight the fuel transfer system that is broken. To then fight the SAS and wobble and physics system that is broken, just to park a craft up that doesn't even need to be parked. When is it next time? Next week, same time. No. Same Ronin channel, same Ronin. None of those things. Quit to the main menu so that no further time passes. Next time could be next time. You know, could be tomorrow, possibly the day after. This really burned me out quite a bit. More energy drinks. Yeah, I could use another beer anyway. We've got everything set up for our multi-stage min-miss thing. We've already pulled off the part of the mission that puts us into, that, you know, completes the make a moon base. It's not a moon base, it's going to the surface of min-miss. But the game doesn't know that, and it doesn't need to know that. Nobody tell us. Before the next stream, get the TAC Fuel Balancer mod. I might also look into whether or not Ship Manifest I've already got installed does fuel transfers if I change the settings or something, because what else would it be for if not that kind of thing? Ship Manifest, Crew Manifest. The Crew Manifest and the roster makes sense, but if it's Ship Manifest, surely it does fuel transfers. And I just haven't looked into it, I suppose. My birthday is in 2 days, says Dank Dog. Well, I will see you back here either tomorrow or on your birthday. Or, you know, you go have your birthday without watching me. But, you know, whatever floats your boat. It's your birthday. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. I am the Ronin Pawn. Yeah. And I shall see you again on the next live stream, possibly tomorrow, next day if not tomorrow, next day if not 2 days, next year if not this. Good. We did a lot of cool stuff in Kerbal. I'm happy with what we accomplished. I was not happy with how hard I had to fight the game, but it was just one of those days. It was one of those squad days. Sometimes you get a Kerbal day, sometimes you get a squad day. Today was a squad day. Great to see you to have a good recovery from this live stream indeed. Thanks for coming out, everybody. I'll see you next time. That's going to be a Paul